January of 2026. If you guys are watching this in the future, it's not going to get pretty. It's going to get ugly for the people that do not understand how to own things. I wish I had more time to talk about that, but I don't. So welcome to the Creative Finance Training. We'll start it off with a random question that has nothing to do with anything that I'm doing, but I really think it's a great question from Rick in Zoom. So if you guys are watching today anywhere else, we are actively in Zoom. The date is Sunday, February 7th, 5 minutes past 7 a.m. here in Arizona. If you guys are on the East Coast, it's 9 a.m. If you're on the West Coast, it's 6 a.m. So thank you for coming in and hanging out with me. So Rick, let me bring you up here. Let's chat about your question. And we will do a lot of questions today, but the main thing we're going to focus on is just deep diving on creative finance. Rick, what do you have for me? What do you got? Let's chat about it.
Hi, Pace.
What's up, Rick? Tell me about it.
You may remember me. This is Gussie from New Orleans.
Yes, sir. What do you got? How can I help you?
I've got an RV park that I'm in negotiations with, and I'm actively submitting an LOI, and I know they're going to come up with it on how do I have proof of funds that I submit to them. Yeah. And I do plan on reaching out to your team for part of the financial end of that. But also possibly getting y'all to sponsor. So I was just curious and wanted to bring that up to the rest of the crowd here of proof of funds.
Okay, cool. So Rick, today we have an open Zoom, meaning that I've got SubTo members in here. I've got Gator, I've got Top Tier TC, right? People in our private community. And then I also have a lot of people that are not in our private community. And so I'm going to ask a question that I already know the answer to, so I can kind of veer off and answer the question the way other people watching need to hear it. Rick, are you a member of my private community?
SubTo member, yes, sir.
Okay, great. So, guys, when you are in SubTo, I will provide a proof of funds for you for your deals. And when you are actively going out and buying these deals, I will help you with a proof of funds. Now, where Rick currently is sitting is he's in a fun situation, which is he's been talking to a broker, I imagine. If you're talking to are you direct to seller or broker?
This one is broker.
Okay, cool. Most of the time when you're doing an RV park, I'd say 90% of the time you're going to be talking to a broker. So the broker is representing a seller. The seller owns an RV park. This is how this works. RV park seller decides, hey, I'm going to sell the park because I'm retiring. I want to get top dollar. Let me go and hire a broker, because sellers don't know how to sell their own properties. That is actually a very important thing for you to understand with creative finance. Some of you guys tuning in today are saying, well, why is Pace not talking about creative finance? I am, and this is a wonderful question to lead into what I want to talk to you guys and teach you guys about today. So Rick comes along and says, hey, I want to buy this RV park because Pace has trained us in the SubTo community that we should just own things and we should start getting passive income and building up our business. Pace, RV parks are not passive. Sure, you keep telling yourself that, okay? Rick decides, let me call the broker, right? Now, Rick, in this normal process, should know, guys, this is the time you should be taking notes. I am talking to you as well. Rick should already know A, B, or C. A, B, or C means how is he going to make money? There's really only three main ways that somebody in real estate, the real estate investor, can actually make money. Here's what I mean by that. You can only make money as the real estate investor three different ways under three very large umbrellas. The first way is wholesale. Okay, when people are newer, they will say, oh my gosh, an RV park, I do not want to own that, operate that, because there's moving parts, right? Yesterday, I got a call on one of my parks, anonymous tip that my team received from an old tenant who broke up with my maintenance manager. A scorned ex-girlfriend is claiming all sorts of things and calling the police and causing all sorts of ruckus. This is not new. This is normal stuff. Now, she got my phone number, I think, just by Googling me, or she typed in like Glacier Peaks RV Park, which is one of my RV parks. And she got my phone number, or she got my name that I'm the owner from a YouTube video. She Googled my phone number and she sent me an anonymous voice memo. Why is that important? Well, because this ties back into why would somebody wholesale? Why would you wholesale instead of the other two? People will wholesale because they don't want to own, control, build a team, manage tenants. They're deathly afraid of what happens if I can't fill the RV spot. And so they'll wholesale. So give you a good example. I've got a student, Eddie Marin in SubTo. He's been in SubTo for 4.5 years, does probably $100,000 a month in wholesale. He's a young guy, still hasn't gotten married, and he has plenty of time to start buying and holding properties. So he ran into an RV park that he's going to assign to me, and he's going to make $150,000 finder's fee, or what we would call a wholesale fee. Well, why is that so cool? Is because I make enough money from my RV park cash flow that now my cash flow can be my down payments on future RV parks. I'm happy to pay Eddie $150,000 RV park assignment fee. And Eddie is happy to not own the RV park and make $150,000 for his effort of finding the deal, getting under contract, helping negotiating, etc. So you can make money. Rick, I got to mute you if you're talking to your wife.
I'm sorry.
So if you are young and you are just needing today money, then wholesale is a great way for you to get started. We'll talk a lot about that today. Rick is a little bit older. You can tell in his voice, he's a little bit more sophisticated. He's been through life, right? So Rick is probably right here. Okay. You can wholesale, you can flip a property. He's not going to flip a property. Or C, you can buy and hold a property, which is where Rick is. Now, I mentioned a little bit earlier that you will have big umbrellas. So buy and hold is a big umbrella. Are you going to do this by yourself? Are you going to raise money? Are you going to partner with somebody? Okay, this is what a lot of my SubTo members do, is they come in and they partner with me because my team manages and runs RV parks. Okay. Good example of this would be this photo right here. These two gals, I just closed one of my most recent RV parks, closed 10 days ago in Knoxville, Tennessee, about 200 RV spots. And we've already evicted a monkey, not lying. We've got Whitney Parkhill and Melissa Ryan, these two gals in SubTo, just partnered with me on an RV park that we bought with no money out of our pockets, no credit, no bank. Seller gave us seller finance. That is creative finance. We'll deep dive into that today. But for those of you guys, why is Pace going on and on about these three options? Well, because you will see over and over today how many cool things you can do in this business. You just need to know what the heck you're doing before you ask questions. So for example, if Rick was going to wholesale this deal, I'd be asking him a different question than if he's trying to buy and hold it. Now, his preliminary questions allude to me that he wants to buy and hold. So he's now asking, okay, Pace, I have to go back to this broker and I have to provide a proof of funds, and I'm deathly afraid of that. Rick is not deathly afraid of that, but you guys in the audience might be. I need a proof of funds. Okay, cool. So Rick, here's what happens. You can email support@subto.com. If you are not in SubTo, they will not give you a proof of funds. If you are in SubTo, my team will give you a proof of funds. Now, this proof of funds is a generic proof of funds so that you can go and do your own deals without me. I'm going to say that a second time. If you email support@subto.com, my team will give you a generic proof of funds so that you can go and do a deal without me. Well, Pace, I want to do a deal with you. Okay, cool. Then I'm going to give you a completely different answer. If you want to do a deal with me, you need to email heather@pacemorby.com. And why is this a different email? Well, as you can see, these are two different companies. SubTo is the community. This is where I help you guys do deals on your own. This is my company. And when I'm partnering with you, I do it through my own company. Okay. So heather@pacemorby.com, she is going to help you with a proof of funds. She will also help you underwrite. She will also help you structure. And if we partner with you on it, we will also cover and help out with the down payment. So you, the SubTo member, don't have to have any money out of pocket. Now, we also will want to have a controlling interest in this. It's usually going to be between 40 to 60%. The reason being is because I've partnered with thousands of students over the last 5 years, and I've learned that if I do not have a controlling interest, I end up having a controlling interest after a year or two because I end up having to take over the management of the asset, because brand new people into an asset like this need somebody else to manage it so they can learn on the job. So Rick, Which direction are you going to go? And does this clearly answer your question?
Thank you for covering that pace. Yes, it does answer my question. And on this particular park, I'm actually looking at a second one, but where I'm at, in retrospect to the current park I'm talking about, I'm probably going to take an email Heather and bring you in.
Okay.
Just because, I know you have a quota that you want to do this year. I'd like to be a part of that. And at the same time, this next park that I'm looking at, that I'm getting ready to dive into, depending on how things go, I might try and go with this on my own.
Okay.
I believe I've learned enough, but this is just a start for me.
I love that. It's a great answer. So for the people that are not in SubTo today, I'm not trying to pitch you SubTo. I'm just trying to give you guys a different answer. This is also really good training for you guys to understand where you guys will get stuck when you guys are the YouTube audience. I call you guys the freebies, the people that like the free content, the free YouTube, the free Facebook group. You guys are the freebies. You're going to be running into a lot of problems and blockades. So for example, if I'm in SubTo, everybody that's already in the community, please understand, if you are in Rick's situation, I will give you proof of funds. Just email support. Okay. Proof of funds is just showing that you have access to capital. Doesn't mean you have the capital in your pocket. Proof of funds, easy to do. This is a massive benefit of being in SubTo. Another thing that you will get from me, from that team, is our credibility email. So we will send out my schedule of real estate owned, a backstory of me, other businesses I own. That also can be requested at support@subto.com. Then when you need help underwriting, this is helpful for a lot of people that are maybe newer to SubTo, but let me show you guys what our calendar looks like inside of SubTo and how you will need a lot of help along the way. This is proof, and our SubTo calendar is proof of this. I just recrafted this, so I apologize. It's all in sticky notes, but this will help you understand where to go find some help. So let's say I'm in SubTo and I want to go do this on my own. I have access to a little over 40 Zooms a week. If you look at 3 p.m., this is a calendar. This is a weekly calendar. This was obviously hand drawn by me, color coded on different topics and things that I can get help on. If you look at the light blue, like turquoise blue, Tiffany blue at 3 p.m., you will see that we have teams of people that underwrite RV parks and mobile home parks on Monday, multifamily on Tuesday, single family on Wednesday, special on Thursday and Friday. Special would be like Section 8, right? All sorts of different things. Why? Because creative finance in SubTo community, we do everything. Co-living, Section 8, nonprofit, storage facilities, you name it, we do it. And then on Saturday, we have a longer Zoom that's 4 hours long, that's all types. And we actually have 2 different high-level members in the community that come in and tag team. So if you do want to go and do underwriting on your own, you need help with underwriting on your own, you would want to go into one of those afternoon sessions to get help with underwriting. Now, if you need help with negotiating, where would you go to get help with negotiating? Well, you would go to one of the other Zooms. Let me show it to you guys again. I hope this is helpful. And no, if you guys are not in SubTo, you do not have access to this. I apologize. But on Monday through Friday, we have something called ECDD, which is East Coast Daily Dial. That means every single day we're doing role playing, we're doing call breakdowns, and you're going to find the most powerful negotiators in the country. SubTo attracts the highest level operators in the entire real estate industry to it. We are 30,000 people strong. We do $25 billion in transactions every single year. We are dominating no matter what is going on in the economy. Last year was the slowest real estate numbers on record. We had record numbers. Why? Because we use creative finance 80% of the time, cash and traditional real estate the other 20. So 5 a.m., 7 a.m., whether you want to learn to be a better negotiator or not, you will be able to find the people you need in those individual Zooms. They average about 300-400 people per Zoom. So you'll be able to go in there, connect with other people that are negotiating, or you can just learn how to negotiate on your own. Okay. And you can also go into the purple Zooms, where you can see them that are connections. Hey, I need to be connected to somebody that can help me out with this situation I'm in. All right. So hopefully these things are helpful for you. If you guys need more resources and you want to do these deals on your own, Rick, you are more than welcome to do deals on your own. 99.9% of the transactions that are going on inside of our community are done without me. Just they're using my resources, the help I give, the access to the community, and you go and own those things on your own. However, if you decide, I don't want to operate my first RV park, mobile home park, apartment building, I don't want to operate these things, I am always here. And I am always willing to go and buy those deals with you. My team will help out and do a lot of the process along the way. They will be the ones. So this is you on your own. You can go into those Zooms and get the sales skills, the people, the community, all of the things that you need. You also will get people that will handle the contracts with you. And you can also find the people that will have the money for you. You will also find the transaction coordinators, the operators, whatever you need inside the community, or you can use actually Pace's team. Okay, but Pace's team is going to want ownership. We're going to want to build our portfolio this way. And as Rick alluded to, my team will end up doing probably 25 RV parks this year through partnerships with the SubTo members. And then I'll buy about 6 on my own with my own leads. Okay. Here, I prefer to just do my own. I'll be honest with you. I'd prefer to do just deals on my own. I own these 100%. I'm not having to sit and stop and educate on every single thing that I do. Here, I'm just happy to do this because it amplifies our entire community. Now, Rick, this is a deal where you just need proof of funds before you submit an LOI. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So your seller has already, or your broker has already alluded to, hey, we're interested in seller finance. We would be open to that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. There you go, guys. So here you go. You got a newer member of our community is already doing creative finance. The biggest challenge you'll run into in the very beginning is you're going to ask the question of where does the money come from? How do I buy these assets? How do I do these deals? And that is going to be the main part of the training today. How do I go and buy these deals? What are the strategies? What are the structures that I can go do this? How the heck is this even possible? And I think most people just need to be aware of those 3 things. You can wholesale, you can develop or fix and flip, and you can buy and hold in real estate. And that actually jumps us into our training. Okay. Got 800 people here at 6 o'clock on the West Coast in the morning. Are you kidding me? How many people have already learned something this morning just in the first 22 minutes in that first question? Anybody learned something this morning? Cool. It's going to be like this all day long. So if you got a ton of questions, you just come in here and take notes. I'm going to kind of knock off the rough edges of your understanding of this business. It's actually a very, very simple business. And I wish somebody taught me this a long time ago. And they did. I paid for mentorship. I invested in myself, and I treated myself like the most valuable tool in my life, which I am. And I invest in myself all the time. Okay. I will pause the side chat a lot. If you guys understand, I got to stay on topic, and I do love questions, as you saw with Rick. Okay. Cool. Guys, if you're trying to quad up for Squad Up Summit, I will let you guys network in the side chat about quadding up for the people that are trying to get into Squad Up Summit. If you guys are trying to do that today, that's the only promoting and talking that I'll allow you guys to do. Okay. Quad up. If you guys are trying to get tickets and share tickets, then go in the side chat. JJ, I'll give you a quick tip. Don't just copy and paste every 10 seconds. It gets actually annoying, guys. Spend the time in a meaningful way, networking. Okay. If you are promoting something in here today, like your Blink card, Kamisha, I will kick you out. Do not promote your Blink card. I will kick you out. Everybody understand? I don't want you pulling people off the Zoom today. I don't want you promoting your stuff. This is an open Zoom, and there's people not inside of our private community in here. I do not want promoting. I don't want links. I don't want any of that stuff. Okay. All right, cool. Let's jump into it. And violators, Nisha, I don't care who it is. If my mom is in here, and she promotes a link, kick her out. All right, so let's get into it. If we already haven't, come on, get out of here. We already have. It's freaking awesome. All right, so today, let's talk about creative finance and why did I choose to go down the creative finance route instead of just traditional real estate? Well, traditional real estate is actually incredibly challenging, nearly impossible, to be honest with you. Let's talk about what traditional real estate is. Traditional real estate is where you use your credit, you beg the bank to work with you, and you save up money at your W-2 that doesn't pay you enough money in the first place, and you put that money into a real estate deal, and now your money's stuck in that real estate deal. This is called traditional real estate, or a lot of people use the BRRRR strategy. Okay, the BRRRR strategy, which I unfortunately need to cover today, I think is one of the biggest wastes of people's time. And a lot of people that go into the BRRRR strategy misspell it. They spell it with 4 R's. It is not spelt with 4 R's. It is spelt with 3. Okay, and the reason being is because it stands for buy, renovate, rent, refinance, and then repeat. Okay, so some people go, well, Pace, there's the 4th R, it's right there. Yeah, 99% of people that do the BRRRR strategy cannot get their money out of the deal that they just did. They just can't, okay? So what happens is you go and buy a piece of real estate. And this is what's going on. This is where all of the traditional mindset are. And 5-6 years ago, we changed the way the industry operates. People now have all followed what we do in the SubTo community, which is creative finance. And I will talk to you guys about all the creative finance strategies today. So the way this works is you go to, let's say, BRRRR, and BRRRR is a great company. I wrote a book with them. I love them, so nothing bad, okay? And BRRRR teaches you, hey, you should go and house hack. I think house hacking has its place. I think overall house hacking is a waste of time. I then will watch people learning how to do the BRRRR strategy, which I think also, if you're going to learn the BRRRR strategy, that's a skill, right? House hacking is a skill that you have to go and learn. And I think that if you're going to go and learn that skill, or you're going to learn that skill, it's going to take the same amount of time as if you just learned creative finance, which actually removes a lot of things. Here's what house hacking and the BRRRR strategy require. And one thing I want to touch on just for 20 seconds, the biggest waste of time you will ever spend your time on is doing arbitrage, okay? Arbitrage. Do not ever do rental arbitrage, Airbnb arbitrage. This is literally the greatest waste of time in all of real estate. I will show you guys what arbitrage is for just about a minute or two, okay? You've got a seller, okay, that is a landlord, and because you don't know how to find deals, okay, because you don't know how to find deals. Hey guys, if you have a question, you can raise your hand. I'm going to put the side chat on pause. The questions are going to distract me actually. Sorry guys. So you have a landlord that decides, I want to go rent my property. So he puts it up for rent. This is a simplified version of it so I can go fast. Somebody that's watching this in the future is like, that's not entirely the truth, Pace. I know, I'm simplifying it. Landlord puts their property up for rent. Somebody that goes on BRRRR or some other person is teaching them how to go do arbitrage says, you know what? I have a lack of skill. This is truly when somebody says, I do house hacking, I do BRRRR strategy, I do arbitrage, they have a lack of skill. Now, what is the skill they are lacking? Well, they don't know how to find deals. I'll show you guys how to find deals today. They don't know how to negotiate, right? They don't know how to structure, and they don't even know the most important skill, which is the pain a seller has. Sorry, guys, I'm chicken scratching today. The pain a seller has and how to solve that pain using creative finance. Okay, we will jump into this in a minute, but I want to tell you guys what traditional people are currently learning and why they're learning it and why people think it's a good idea. You, as a newer person, is going to go, well, I have a lack of skill. I don't have the ability to find deals. I don't have the ability to negotiate. I have no ability to structure. I don't know what pain means. Man, I'm 18 years old. I don't know what pain life is going to deal me. And these people that are landlords, I don't know how to find their pain. Cool. And even if you did know their pain, you wouldn't know how to solve it. And then you also don't know creative finance. And so when you don't know these things, you basically lack skill. Okay. And so what you do is you go to this landlord and said, hey, I see that you're renting this property. I would like to rent that property from you and then re-rent it out. Okay. I would like to re-rent that property out. Okay, cool. It sounds like a great idea. It's like, wow, that's so smart. Okay, well, we'll talk about why arbitrage is the greatest waste of your time. You decide, all right, well, I'm going to get this house under rent for, let's say, $1,500. Then I'm going to go use a 0% credit card, thinking you're so smart. And you're going to go get a credit card for $15,000. and you're going to go and fill up this house that you are now renting for $1,500 with a bunch of furniture. Okay. You're going to then put it on Airbnb, or you're going to put it on some other strategy, maybe midterm rental or something else. Pace, what's midterm rental? We'll talk about that a lot today. Okay. So you go put it on midterm rental, Airbnb, whatever the strategy is, and you start charging $2,100. And you're sitting here going, man, I'm making $600 a month. If I could do that 20 times, that is $12,000 a month. Oh my gosh, that's so amazing. And it seems alluring and seems amazing, but you will never get out of this rat race. In fact, this gets really, really bad. I had a student that joined SubTo a couple of years ago. His name's Mitch. He had 90 Airbnbs. He learned from some arbitrage guru that said, go do arbitrage. It's the greatest thing ever. You never have to buy anything, down payments. You never have to do any of that. And they're not wrong. The problem is, just because a girl's willing to date you doesn't mean you should marry her, okay? Could be the worst decision of your life. And so this is what happens. What happens when this landlord decides they want to sell the property in 2 years? All this furniture and this income that you've produced for yourself is now gone. What happens when this Airbnb is not producing the way you thought it would? Now you have not $12,000 a month coming in. By the way, this does happen a lot. And you now are losing money, and you've got 20 properties, 5 properties, 2 properties, whatever it may be. Guys, the reality is once you are ready to upgrade into level 3, okay, level 1 of being in real estate, level 2 of being in real estate, and level 3 of being in real estate, they're all a little bit different. Wholesale is number 1. It means I have no responsibility and I can just get a finder's fee. So think wholesale is going to be a finder's fee. I can get a finder's fee and get today money. I can start doing development, or a lot of you guys will know this as fixing and flipping. This is a little bit more advanced. I get tomorrow money. This is bigger chunks of money, okay, a little bit more skill. And then I can start buying and holding. This is where real wealth is made. So you guys answer this question for me. If I'm going to buy and hold, what are the 5 things? This is not the question I want to ask you guys, but I'm going to tell you guys the 5 things that you get when you buy and hold a property. And you guys tell me in the side chat. I will unlock the side chat. Please, guys, keep the questions to a minimum. I will do Q&A at the end, okay? Do me a favor, Q&A at the end. So when I'm buying and holding, I want to buy and hold for a couple of reasons. Number 1, of course, I want cash flow. That's important, right? Cash flow. Number 2 is going to be appreciation. I want that property to go up in value. Number 3 is tax benefits. I could use the word depreciation, but that will confuse some of the new people. Just tax benefits. This is how people legally do not buy. This is how people legally do not pay taxes. Okay. Number 4, you are going to get mortgage pay down. So now your tenants do pay down your properties, just FYI. Inflation hedge would be appreciation, just FYI. Okay. So cash flow, appreciation, tax benefits, pay down. And then you get future leverage, right? So I can borrow against it. It puts it in my portfolio, all of those types of things, okay? So, and then number 6 for me, we'll talk a lot about story today. Number 6 for me is I get the story and I can teach people how to do it, and they bring me more deals, okay? When I do arbitrage, tell me which one of these do I get? Tell me which one of these do I get? Doing arbitrage, I sometimes get cash flow, okay? What we found is about 50% of people that jump into arbitrage actually make money. Okay. Do I get any of the appreciation of that property? Yes or no? Ooh, okay. I already hate this. Do I get any tax benefits? Does this help me with my taxes at all? No? Okay. As my tenants are paying the bill, does it build equity in my ownership? Oh, that sucks. Leverage. So could I borrow against the property? Okay. Do I also, is the story of arbitrage worthy of me going and telling other people about it so I can raise more money? Okay. So do you see how arbitrage is actually a big waste of your time? Can I get a yes in the side chat? This big waste of your time. Okay. And now I know this is basic, but I have a lot of people in the side chat saying, wow, this makes a lot of sense. Okay, cool. Now, that is traditional real estate, people going out and doing those 3 things. Okay. House hacking, the BRRRR strategy, arbitrage. This one's probably the most frequent when you're getting ready to buy and hold. And what are these people doing? So we understand arbitrage, right? You find a landlord that's trying to rent a property, you rent it from him and you re-rent it out, okay? Darlene says, I'm sad. This was my plan. Don't be sad, Darlene. Change your mindset. Say, thank you for giving me a brighter light to follow than a wasteful strategy called arbitrage. Stupid. And people that teach arbitrage, they should respect you more. And here's what I mean by that. If I respect you, which I do, if I respect you, should I teach you a low-level skill that will actually lead you down a bad path? Or should I lead you a high-level skill that will continue to compound and make you a lot more money? Okay. Co-living, isn't that co-living? No, it's not even remotely close to co-living. We will talk about that next, okay? So say thank you. You're going to learn some high-level skills today. All right. There we go. Pace has been saying this, just put it all together this time. That finally like click for you that arbitrage is a big waste of your time. Now, let me tell you why BRRRR strategy is a waste of your time for the most part. We still do use the BRRRR strategy, but it's like one tool in the toolbox. Most people that use BRRRR strategy end up regretting it. The final R in BRRRR is regret, okay? So when I decide I'm gonna go buy a rental, okay? I go to Bigger Pockets. Again, I love Bigger Pockets. This is not a knock on Bigger Pockets, but this is the main thing that they teach, okay? I'm gonna go and teach people that are new that they should go and find a property on the MLS with a real estate agent. Guys, are better deals on market or off market? Okay, real estate agents are on market. Off market is me going and finding deals. Which ones are better? Okay, great. So in order for me, remember this guys, in order for me to do the BRRRR strategy successfully, I need to buy that property about 40 cents on the dollar. About 40% of what it's worth in order for me to get all my money out of that property. I've got to buy that, okay? How do you choose opportunities when you can't do them at all? Hoorah. I asked questions at the end. I will let you guys raise your hand. Let's stay on topic, okay? I want you guys to have the side chat open. Please, for the love of mercy, let's keep the questions to a minimum. I do get distracted, but I want you guys being able to network and talk about quad up in the side chat, okay? All right, so the BRRRR strategy, in order for me to buy a deal and get all my money out, I would have to buy that deal 40 cents on the dollar. Are you guys ever going to be able to get a 40 cents on the dollar deal from an agent who is representing a seller on the market? Yes or no? Now, from time to time with my level of skill, I've been in the business a long time. And so for heaven's sakes, I better be pretty good at negotiating. I do get deals that low, okay? But the reality is this is kind of a waste of your time because it's basically a non-skilled person talking to another non-skilled person. I am so sorry, real estate agents. I'm going to be very clear here. Please look at me in my eyes. I love real estate agents. I love working with real estate agents. So when I beat up on real estate agents, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the 95% of real estate agents that are out there that don't know what they're doing. Just like 95% of wholesalers are out there not knowing what they're doing. Welcome to life. 95% of lawyers are not great. 95% of CPAs are not great. 95% of masseuses are not great. It does not matter what your industry. It's the 95-5 rule. Do we all agree with that? Whatever industry you're in, you're like, man, how did they hire these people? Okay. Most real estate agents are not that intelligent about real estate. And I hope this helps you if you are brand new to understand. I was very intimidated when I first started in the business. I thought real estate agents knew something about real estate. Guys, they know almost the least amount of about real estate that I could ever describe to you. They are not taught anything in real estate school. It's 2 weeks long. It's a money grab for the National Association of Realtors. And it's basically just raking in fees. We have 1.6 million real estate agents in the United States. In the last 2 years, 500,000 of them have left the business. 2 years ago, 2.1 million real estate agents were in the industry. Now we're at 1.6. What percentage of those 1.6 million real estate agents that are paying yearly fees, by the way, of $3,000 to $4,000 to be a real estate agent? Think about that, 1.6 million times $3,000 to $4,000 for association dues. Oh my gosh. 72% of them did not sell one property last year. 72% of them did not sell one property last year. Tell me they know something about real estate. Tell me they know something about real estate. Now, here's a scary one. 65% of them don't even own their own home. yet they're real estate agents. They represent buyers and sellers, and they have never bought their own home. 65%. 85% of real estate agents do not own a single rental property. 85% of them. Do you think I, as an investor, should be paying attention to something somebody has never done? It's like, come on, right? Now, why, I'm not trying to be rude to real estate agents, because I work with the real estate agents that excel in their field, just like I work with the wholesalers that excel in their field, and the attorneys and the CPAs. I try and work with those people. The reason why this is important for you to understand is because if I am calling the agents that are representing sellers that have been on the market for 200 days, 300 days, that agent obviously overpriced the property. Okay, they never educated their seller, and they've never done a deal. So when I explain to a real estate agent, hey, the property you currently have listed is dramatically underpriced, the real estate agent will fight you because they don't have a clue. They're just trying to get their seller the number that they want. And so right out of the gate, okay, right out of the gate, when you are learning the BRRRR strategy, the first thing you're learning is the blind leading the blind. Okay, you're not learning where do deals come from. You are learning, go to an agent. Okay, here's an agent. Go to an agent that doesn't know how to educate their seller on what the price of their house should be. Okay, so here's the seller. Every deal comes from a seller. Every deal, write that down. Every deal comes from a seller. Okay, and you are calling an agent blind person. Okay. Julie says, I don't doubt the accuracy, just wondering how to find it. No problem, Julie, hang with me. Okay, I'm a good educator. I'm one of the best in the industry. I don't just say that because I think it. I say that because our community does billions of dollars in transactions. And you can attest in the side chat, people in the side chat will say, Pace is one of the best educators. I've done many, many, many deals. Just stick with me. Just stick with me and know that I'm here for 5 hours today. So you got plenty of time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So this is a blind person. If I'm brand new and I'm being told by Bigger Pockets to go and talk to real estate agents and offer on these houses, the agent doesn't know the value of the property. Neither do I know the value of the property. And what you're essentially doing is you're going to go out and you're going to go to a bank. Okay, this is the BRRRR strategy. I'm going to go to the bank, and the bank is going to have to approve me for a loan. Okay, they're going to have to approve me for a loan. This is the first time you will have to use your credit in a deal for doing the BRRRR strategy. The first time you will have to use your credit. You will actually use your credit to get 2 loans during the BRRRR strategy, sometimes 3. Does that sound like a newbie strategy? You have to have a 2-year runway rate at your W-2. You have to have 20 to 30% down payment. You have to have incredible credit, a stable job, and then you have to get 2 or 3 loans. And then it takes 6 months to do 1 deal. Why is that? Well, because what you're going to do is you're going to go buy this house. Okay. Chances are 99% of the time, new BRRRR strategy people are they're overpaying on price, and they are overpaying on terms. Okay. What are terms? Terms are my interest rate. Okay. My down payment. Those are terms, right? Price is what I pay for the house. Terms are what I get from the bank. Okay. So they're overpaying on price and terms. All right. And what ends up happening is they have to go and they go get a bank loan. So that's 1 loan. They get a bank loan. That bank requires them to put 30% down. How many people have 30% down to go build a portfolio of 10 houses this year? How many people have 30% down? Okay. You see how traditional real estate is going to really put you in a bad situation. Okay. These bank loans want you to use your credit and your job to go buy these properties. You are now going to have 30% to put down. The bank takes that 30%, my friends. Okay. Then you are going to have renovation money. So you have to go borrow this money or have it in the first place. You have to go get hard money or private money lenders. So man, I'm already like borrowing 2 different times. I use my credit here. I had to go network and find this here. Most people that do the BRRRR strategy, my friends, pay attention to me. Guess what they don't learn? They don't learn how to raise money. And so what money are they using? They're using their W-2 or retirement income. You see how bad this already is starting out? Brandon, thank you for saying that. It says, it took me 8 years to get 10 homes with traditional finance. Meanwhile, we have students in SubTo that they can do 10 rentals in a quarter. Okay. There you go. Kimber Wolf, she's not wrong. She says bank of dad. So these people are using their W-2 income or their family money, et cetera. They renovate the property. They then rent the property out, and then they have to refinance again to pull out their renovation money, and they get another bank loan. The problem is I have to rent this property for 6 months before the bank will refinance me. Okay. So I got to rent this thing, stabilize it. Wayne Berry says, so wholesale first, then build a portfolio? No, maybe. I would just say don't use traditional real estate. It's a waste of your time, and learn better skills, which we'll talk about today. Okay. There you go. So then you go to a bank, you get a refinance, and 95% of the time you do not get your money out of the deal. And so now you've got all this money stuck in this deal. Okay. Anybody really interested in the BRRRR strategy right now? Now, do I use certain elements of the BRRRR strategy? Yes, but this is not a newbie strategy. The BRRRR strategy is not for new people. It is a highly technical, highly credit contingent strategy. It requires banks looking at everything about you multiple times through the process of just buying one deal. There you go. Birdie says, I'd rather go to the dentist. Birdie was texting me last night. Good to see you, sister. Okay, cool. So these are traditional methods. This is what traditional real estate means. Traditional real estate means I'm going to have to use my own credit. I'm going to have to use my credentials. What are credentials? Credentials would be my tax returns. Credentials would be my W-2, right? My stable job, my pay stubs. Those are credentials. Okay, so cash, credit, and credentials. Cash, I got to put 30% down. That has to come from my name. That's the other thing that's tough about the BRRRR strategy, is that the banks are going to go, well, where'd that money come from? It came from an investor. No, we can't use their money. This is your deal. See how traditional real estate, this is, by the way, 99% of people still use traditional real estate, which is why 99% of people stopped buying rentals the last couple of years, because interest rates go up. Us in the SubTo community started dominating. I mean, we always have, but we just started gobbling up all the freaking deals. Okay. So some of those people are like, I don't have a stable 2-year job. I want to get into real estate. I want to get started. Let me show you what creative finance will do for you. Okay. This is a bigger asset. Do I have your permission to talk about a bigger asset? And then I'll go backwards and talk about single family for the people that are too afraid of bigger assets. Do I have your permission? Okay. So let's talk about a bigger asset. I like big assets, and I cannot lie. And it scares a lot of people to own these things, but this is a good one for us to touch base on. Okay, this one is Glacier Peaks. I have a lot of RV parks, but this one I've owned for a couple of years, and it kind of tells a perfect story, so you hear me talk about it quite often. Glacier Peak RV Park in Montana. You guys can pull it up on your own computer, but I will share it with you right here. So this RV park, wow, okay, our Google reviews are growing. That's awesome. This RV park is in Montana. And here's our little basic little cute little thing. Coin laundry. Got cats in there. Cute little park. I bought this park for $5 million. But I used zero cash of my own, zero credit whatsoever, and zero credentials. 0, 0, 0. That is creative finance. Creative finance, there are about 26 different strategies in creative finance. We'll talk about a lot of them today. This one was done with seller finance. Okay, we'll talk a lot about SubTo and lease options and Morby methods. We'll talk about a lot of things today. But let's talk about how I did this deal and why I love creative finance. This deal, where did it come from? Most important question, where did it come from? This came from Crexy.com. Okay. I had a brand new student. Okay. I had a brand new student. His name is Jordan. Joins SubTo. Comes to me and says, I want to bring deals to you and I want to get paid. I go, no problem. Let's do it. So he goes to Crexy.com. you guys can go to Crexy.com and then go to the search bar and type in owner finance. You're going to get stuck. So you go do it. You can just prove to yourself you can do it really fast, and you're not going to do anything about it because you don't have the resources to be able to accomplish it. But I'll show you how simple it is. And what I mean by that is that you're not going to know how to offer. You're not going to know the value of the property. You're not going to know a lot of things. So Crexy.com. If I go to Crexy.com, you will see how simple this is. Just go into the search bar right here. Get out of here. Welcome back, Pace. Get out of here. Come on. So go here and just type in owner finance. You can see I've typed it 100 times. Press enter. And it pulls up RV parks, gas stations, hotels, restaurants, everything you can imagine. All of these sellers are willing to do owner finance. Okay. Caleb, I don't know how to say your last name, says, please teach us how to do creative finance. So Caleb, I'm going to be on here for 5 hours, my friends. Do yourself a favor. Okay. Save your questions for the end. And by the way, I post something on my YouTube video every day about pitching creative finance. Caleb, let me show you how simple this is. Watch this. Go to YouTube. And do you guys, isn't it so funny how people have a hard time paying attention and they just keep going? They're like, I don't care what Pace wants to teach today. I just want to talk about what I want to talk about. Okay, check it out. RV park broker call 23 hours ago, Caleb. Right here. Go watch this. It's a 23-minute call. Go watch that. Skip this training today. Okay? My friend, stay on topic today. Okay? Perfect. Pace, turn the side chat off. No, don't tell me what to do. I'm running my own training today, and I want to make sure people can network in the side chat. They can chit chat, and they can also do quad up strategy together. Okay? So that's where the deal came from. Okay? Jordan in SubTo brought this deal to me. It was not a deal. It was just a lead. And I helped structure a deal where Jordan got paid $60,000 finder's fee. Did he have to close the deal? Yes or no? No. He did not have to close the deal. He brought the opportunity to me. I met the broker and Jordan at the park in Montana. I flew up there to meet with the broker and him. Yes, I fly all over the country to do deals with my students. And Jordan got paid a finder's fee plus 5% equity. How many people would like to get a little bit of ownership and a $60,000 finder's fee on a deal? Okay, cool. So can I wholesale? Yes, you see where Jordan was, right? We talked about this earlier. You got 1, 2, and 3 ways to make money in real estate. First one is wholesale, finder's fee. Second way is develop or fix and flip. Third way is to buy and hold in multiple different ways, right? You can have a partnership, a JV, a wedge, all sorts of things, okay? So do we understand where the deal came from? Can I get a yes that we understand where the deal came from? Came from Jordan. He learned inside of SubTo the scripts on how to reach out to people, how to set an appointment. He found it on Crexy.com by going to owner finance. I then went and met with the broker. Okay, cool. So the broker had this property listed. I don't remember the broker's name off the top of my head, but the seller's name is Eric. I talk to Eric all the time. Okay. Why? Because Eric is my bank now. Okay. So this was Jordan's first deal, by the way. Terry Hodges says, wow, I follow Jordan. Love his stuff. This is his first deal. Okay. So Eric is the seller. Why is he selling? This is the most important part of doing creative finance. Please write this down. The most important part of doing creative finance is understanding what the seller's pain is. If you are working with real estate agents, good luck. They don't know either. They have no clue. The agents have no clue what their seller's pain is. 99% of the time, they have no clue. Okay. We'll talk about the bunnies a little bit later today, but Eric's bunnies were essentially, he lives in Bozeman, bad management. Parks are making money, but he was having to drive up to the parks and handle the management. I'm not saying he wasn't managing them. He was a bad manager, which means he didn't figure out how to delegate virtually. He had to drive up there every single week. Okay. Now, bad management and then infighting Okay. Infighting means fighting internally with his partners. They were always fighting. Okay. Partners were always fighting on the park. And so he decided, I think it's time for me to just sell the property. Okay. Well, Eric decides I'm going to retire. By the way, you'll never find this out by looking at a listing or on Zillow. Will you ever find this stuff out by looking at a listing, looking on Zillow, looking on the MLS? And 99% of the time, will you find this out by talking to the real estate agent? No. Okay. By the way, guys, we have 4 days of RV park training the next couple of days. Let me pause the side chat and give you guys the link for tomorrow. I'm actually doing nothing but RV park training. Okay. Yeah, D Spark says maybe sometimes the agent. You are correct. Sometimes the agents are actually pretty on top of it. Again, 5% of people do good in their business. 95% of people don't, right? Okay, cool. So I'm going to give you guys the training for tomorrow for the creative finance RV park training. I'm actually doing this for 4 days. Thank you, Nisha. I appreciate it. Nisha in the side chat, she put the link in the side chat. Thank you. Nisha, will you also go over to YouTube and give that to them on YouTube for the people that are over there? It will be 4 days of RV park training. Today is just kind of a general overview of creative finance and why it's the greatest thing on planet Earth. Okay, cool. So we have to find these things out. And the way I find them out is I actually get on the phone. But seller decides I want to retire. And in that process, when they want to retire, they list their property for too much money. Now, things are only too much money for people who are uneducated about creative finance. So let me ask you a quick question here. Would you, link is in the side chat, by the way, for the next 4 days on the RV park training, 4 days. It's 2 hours per day, so 8 hours total. Okay, it's completely free, just like today. Would you buy a house that's worth $10,000 for $100,000? Yes or no? Simple answer. Yes or no? Okay. Would you buy a house that's worth $10,000 for $100,000? Yes or no? The answer should be no, right? Because you're missing details. But what if I told you, I said, hey, this house is currently worth $10,000, but I will allow you, okay, this is Pace, the seller, and I say, hey, I'll sell this house to you for $10,000. It's worth $10,000, but I want $100,000. The answer should be no, unless I can pay you a monthly fee that makes me money. Question you got to ask yourself is, can I, by the way, this is a gross exaggeration on something to just prove a point. I've never paid much more than what a property is worth. Okay. So if the property is worth $10,000, somebody wants $100,000, I'd say, sure, what can I rent it for? So let's say I can rent this property for $500 a month. What if this person, the seller, was willing to take $25 a month towards their $100,000? Would you pay $25 a month for something you could rent for $500? Yes or no? There you go. It changes everything. Terms change everything. And on top of it, what if they give you 0% interest, which we do a lot of 0% interest? People are out there talking about bank loans and 6% interest rates. I don't know anybody that is in our community that's paying 6% interest rates, using their credit, doing that kind of stuff. It's crazy. Okay, so there you go. There's creative finance. I'm okay paying full price for an asset as long as I get good terms. And so my deal with Eric, okay, the seller Eric, is he wants to retire. The property is probably worth $4.7 million. Okay. But does a seller list a property for what it's worth? No. He goes to his broker and he says, I want you to go put that on the MLS and on all the sites. I want you to list it for $5 million. Why does a seller want way more money than what the property is worth? Are they greedy? Yes or no? Are these sellers greedy? Yes or no? Felix says yes. I would say no. Once I understood why sellers do it, they're not greedy. Guys, I already know. They're not greedy. The reason why is because they are, man alive, guys, they got to pay commissions. You don't pay the commissions, they do. Okay, they got to pay commissions. 2, they got to pay taxes on the sale of that property. And 3, they're going to retire. So this is the last chunk of money they're ever going to get. Most of these people are getting ready to retire. They're trying to get the highest possible number because they're already anticipating these big things. Are they truly being greedy, or are they trying to protect themselves? Right? All right, cool. A lot of these people that own RV parks specifically. Now, guys, we'll talk about multifamily today. We'll talk about single family. Most of these sellers on bigger assets are retiring. Okay, so when you look at Eric bought this park originally for $2.5 million. If he sells the park for $5 million, he has a $2.5 million gain on that property. Well, guess what's going to happen? The federal government's going to take, let's say 30% of that. They're going to take 30% of that, are you freaking kidding me? $750,000. You want to pay that to the freaking IRS? Anybody want to pay that $750,000 to the IRS? Yes or no? Because it's not going to the IRS. Where is it really going? It's really going to like some foreign BS or some freaking, we're donating it to some scam, some fraud, some crap that's going on inside of our country. We are not paying this to any freaking IRS. Now, Wayne Berry says 1031 exchange. Why would the seller not do a 1031 exchange? And why are 1031 exchanges is actually really dumb for retirees? You should not do a 1031 at all when you are retiring. Why? Because a 1031 requires you to move your money into a bigger deal, not the same size deal, a bigger deal. Okay, so if he decides I'm going to sell this park for $5 million and I have a $2.5 million gain, in order to avoid this gain and those taxes, he would have to identify and time another purchase of another larger asset and roll that $2.5 million into that larger asset using the 1031 exchange laws that require specific timelines. Does that sound like something somebody at 70 years old that's trying to retire wants to do, is to sell this asset to then buy a bigger asset? Yes or no? 1031s are a young man's game. And when I say man, I mean human. So that's woman and man, just FYI. Do we understand why most sellers that are retiring should not be using a 1031 exchange? Can I get a yes? Now, why? Why is this important for you to understand? You're going to go, Pace, I thought we're talking about creative finance. That thought process is the reason why you are not smart about creative finance. You don't understand the seller's motivation. Therefore, you don't deserve to understand how to structure a solution to their problem. Why would I go and take my wife on a date to go to a fancy restaurant if I did not know what type of food she enjoys? If I knew my wife hates Italian, would I take my wife on a date to go eat Italian? Yes or no? Sounds like a stupid question, but the reality is, if I know my wife likes sushi and I want to impress my wife, I understand her motivations. I understand what she's into. If I'm trying to impress her, I'm going to take her to sushi. So understanding the seller's underlying motivation, whether they like Italian, whether they're allergic to dairy, whatever it may be, helps you choose which restaurant to take them to. Pace, wow, that's an oversimplification. Yeah, welcome to actually educating on something that's complex, dumbing it down to a point. If you can't educate somebody on a third grade level, then you don't understand it well enough yourself. I understand this well enough, I can dumb it down to a third grade level so everybody can understand. The problem is people that are real estate agents, they don't ask these questions. Traditional real estate investors, how would I, if I'm doing the BRRRR strategy, how would I know that Eric is in fights with his family? He's trying to retire. He doesn't want to buy another asset. How would I ever know that from the listing? And how would I ever get that from the broker? I wouldn't. And this is where most people have a hard time trying to get deals done, is that they just listen to the real estate agent. You think they know what they're talking about. 99% of the time they don't. So here's how we got this deal done. I understand that this seller does not want to go 1031. He does not want to buy another deal. He does not want to go and, sell at a lower discount because he's retiring. This is the last chunk of money he's ever really going to have. Cool. So again, let's go back to Eric. Eric goes and hires a broker. What do brokers and real estate agents do, guys? I'm sorry to say this because it's going to sound like I hate them, but I want to kind of teach a point to the new people. They don't really do a lot. The broker and all of these people list the property. Okay, they go onto their platforms like the MLS and they put the property on there, and they're hoping that a buyer and their agent comes along and starts submitting offers. Okay. Now, when you get really good brokers, I have a cool multifamily deal we'll talk about today, but I'm extending the first deal a little bit deeper so we can talk about the nuances of this seller's motivation, so you guys can understand creative finance and how it solves a lot of problems before we go into other deals. Okay. So this real estate agent is supposed to just submit offers. This seller doesn't want to talk to anybody necessarily. They just want to get the deal done. And this broker, what they do is they basically, their only tool, what does this tool have? What does this broker have as a tool? Price. So what they do is they continue. How many people in the side chat have dealt with agents that all they want to do is tell you to lower your price? Tell you to lower your price. Wayne Berry says me, Jeremy Wilson, Darlene, okay? John Layton, Dwight, Pallavi. This is why agents come and learn from me, is because they're sick and tired of having this thing as their tool. All right. So here's what ends up happening. They go on market. It sits on the market for a little over 6 months, and they have now lowered the price of this property from $5 million. Okay. They have now lowered the price. It was originally listed at $5 million on Crexy and all the listings, $5 million, all cash. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Terry Hodges says, I'm an agent. Guys, again, I love real estate agents, but not the ones that don't try and learn. Okay. So they have it listed for $5 million. And after 6 months, it's now listed for $4.7 million. And they still haven't sold the property. What do you think happens to your listing when you have to continually lower the price over and over and over? Does it look good to prospective buyers that are over here when they continually see the price dropping? So you see how brokers are so short-sighted that the only tool that they've gone to acquire, that skill, remember we talked about this at the beginning, acquisition of skills. Okay, people start going, what's wrong with that property? What's wrong with that property? What's wrong with that property? That starts becoming a problem. And now a park that actually is worth 4.7 has kind of the scarlet letter on it. Nobody wants to buy it because they've seen price go down and down and down and down. Okay, how much time does the broker have to sell this property? Typically, they have 6 months. So 6 months later, it's at 4.7. It still hasn't sold. And so I teach my students, yes, A, let's go through on market. I'm cool with on market. Just need to understand how to communicate with the seller and the agent better. Or B, wait until the agent gets fired. And we call that off market. Okay. It's off market now. The seller is not being represented by an agent. Okay. So we start by calling the broker. Okay. And we ask the broker, hey, would your seller be open to seller finance? What do you think the broker is going to say 95% of the time? And by the way, this is on my YouTube channel 100 times. If you guys are one of those people that go, Pace, can you give us seller calls? Guys, we got thousands of them. Okay, go watch them. Okay, cool. So this broker says, no, he's not interested. He needs his money right now. The reality is that these brokers, what are they really saying is they're saying, I don't know creative finance. I haven't taken any time to learn that. I've been spending too much time, golfing at the country club or whatever the heck I'm doing. I don't understand creative finance, and I'm too embarrassed to tell you, the person that is not licensed, that the person who is licensed actually has no idea what the heck you're talking about. Yeah, there you go. Kenny, good to see you, Kenny. I'll see Kenny next week. He's our leader in Seattle. Good to see you, brother. Cool. So they don't know creative finance. And so what did we do in this particular situation is, instead of trying to educate the broker and grinding ourselves, as we waited for Eric to fire that broker. And we reached out to Eric directly. We pitched him seller finance. Okay. Now, the pitch that I gave to Eric, and this is really important for you to understand. We pitched him. I said, hey, Eric, you are currently listed at $4.7 million. I'm actually willing to do a $5 million deal with you, but but please pay attention, Eric. I will give you a higher purchase price, which is what you are listed at, but I want a low down payment or no down payment. I want a low interest rate, and I want a long time until I have to pay you all the way off. So I'm willing to give you the number, right? This is where you win. The seller wins right here. This is where the seller wins. And for letting the seller win there, you, the buyer, win right here. And so this was our pitch. Okay. How did you get to Eric directly, and how did the broker react? Rod, my friend, just stick with me. How do I get with Eric directly? Go to truepeoplesearch.com for you people that like free stuff. Free truepeoplesearch.com. That's how you get to the seller directly. Just pick up your phone. It works. I don't know what else I would do, but it's a phone call. All right. So the seller says, well, no, I just want to sell the property. I'm like, Eric, here's the thing. If you sell for $5 million, I explained to him the tax implications. I explained to him, here's the benefits, right? I said, here's the benefit, here's the downfall. You're listed at 4.7, you still haven't sold it. If you sell it even at 4.7, you're going to pay $750,000 in capital gains, and now you're going to have $3.85 million. And then you're going to have to go and find somewhere to place that money that has no risk. You guys know the scariest part about making money on something and selling that thing? Gardy, it's called truepeoplesearch.com for the freebies, the people that like free stuff. Truepeoplesearch.com. You won't use it, but there's the free resource. Pace, why are you so rude? I'm not being rude. I'm just telling you that new people, you guys want all this free resources, you won't ever use them. You just simply won't use them, and I'll talk about why that is today, okay? I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to like teach you something really important. Okay. Okay, cool. So what is the biggest risk to the seller? The biggest risk for the seller is, where the heck is the seller going to put his $3.85 million? Has anybody ever in here gotten a big chunk of money, 20 grand, 30 grand, 40 grand? And you go, oh, I can invest it in this. And then your immediate thought is, but what if I lose it? But it's not secure. But it's not guaranteed. What if I now, how many people have ran into that in your life? Could be 10 grand, 100 grand, whatever it may be. It's significant fear. And so I understand that about the seller. This is where brokers fail. This is where people that don't have skill, we talked about this earlier, why people go into arbitrage, why people go into BRRRR strategy, why people go and do house hacking, is because it's the least skilled thing on the planet, which also gives you the least amount of benefits. It's honestly the biggest quicksand you could step in real estate, is being a lazy, non-skilled person. It's quicksand, okay? So I understand that if the seller, and I understand the mindset of the seller, that if he receives this $3.85 million, this is a skill. This is a skill, my friends. To understand the fear that that seller has of receiving that $3.85 million, and this is where the skill comes in, is being able to educate that seller through asking a question. So when I'm on the phone with the seller and I say, so Eric, I understand you want to get that money. Let's say you pay the $750,000 in capital gains tax, so you're now left with $3.85 million. I know you have family members that you're fighting with on this particular situation. You just told me that a couple minutes ago, but after your portion, where do you plan on putting your money that's safe, secure, guaranteed at your age, that will also give you a return that you understand? Do you see how I'm educating him on the fact that he does not want to receive that money? Do you guys understand what I just did there? How many people do you think that know the BRRRR strategy, arbitrage, or these traditional waste of your time strategies actually know how to communicate in that way? You understand these minor little things, you will go, why? You'll start asking, why would a seller take their money out of a deal? It makes no sense. Actually, when you understand creative finance, it makes no sense that this seller would take their money. Well, I just want my money out. Why? Where are you going to put it? Well, I'm going to go invest in something else. Cool. please, for my knowledge, this is what I told Eric. This is how I got Eric on the hook. As I said, for my knowledge, I want to be you one day, Eric. I'm a young buck trying to come up in the game. Where are you going to put your money so that I know when I get to your age, where you put your money so I don't make the mistakes I see other people make, which is taking their cash out, paying all the taxes, then putting that money into something that loses them money because it's not safe, it's not secure, and it also doesn't give them a return. What is the thing? He goes, well, I don't know yet. And I go, okay, well, let me pitch you on an idea, and I'll give you a couple of days to think about it, but let me pitch you on an idea. So this is, do we all understand the downfall on the traditional side? He sells it for 4.7. He has to pay the taxes. Now his biggest worry is actually, where the heck am I going to put that money? Okay. All right. So that's traditional real estate. You guys understand something now that people that do the dumbest strategy on the planet, BRRRR. By the way, I do BRRRR too. It's just like one little tool in the tool bag. You have no clue what the seller needs. And sometimes the seller doesn't either. And so I tell the seller this, watch how simple this is. Eric, here's what I propose. Let's go back to the original purchase price of $5 million. You become my bank. Okay, Eric, you become my bank, and I will send you a payment every single month on this property that has 3% interest on that money. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but I want to teach you guys something really important in a minute. And this is, again, another piece of education. Okay, another piece of education that you might want to know. When you are getting 3% interest, you guys have no clue that this is more like 9% interest. This is another skill. Okay, have we all learned a couple of skills just in the last couple of minutes? Skills that you need to acquire. Have we all learned that? Understanding sellers' tax implications, understanding where the seller's going to put their money, understanding what their motivations are and why they're selling, and why do they list their property so much is not because they're greedy. It's because they are fearful of commissions. It's because they're fearful of taxes. It's because they're fearful of redeploying that capital somewhere that's safe, secure, that will give them a return in their retirement. It's because they don't want a 1031. Have we all learned 4 things just in the last 15 minutes that will absolutely change your life, and that these brokers that you are working with and these knuckleheads that are doing the BRRRR strategy are wasting your time teaching you stuff that is not a maximum skill? Okay. It's kind of like teaching a 16-year-old kid, hey, you want to go from A to B? Let me teach you how to ride a skateboard. Can you just teach me how to drive? Like, why would you teach me how to skateboard? Well, because it's cool and it sounds cool. It has a cool, fun acronym, the BRRRR strategy. Okay, but I'm going to get beat up. I'm going to get scarred, and it's going to be the slowest strategy ever. After like 13 blocks, my leg's going to be tired. I've fallen down 4 times. Dude, can you just teach me how to drive? What I'm teaching you guys to do today is to get from A to B in a car with a fast engine that's easy to drive. That's actually, like, in some ways self-automated. The difference is you have to get in the car, you have to learn where the button is, and you have to learn about the steering wheel. Guess what? The BRRRR strategy is actually way more challenging. What would you guys rather do? I'm not exaggerating on this analogy. The BRRRR strategy is way more challenging, requires way more effort, and is way slower to do traditional real estate, and actually doesn't really solve a lot of people's problems. So why don't that's like skateboarding from A to B. I got a job as a 16-year-old kid. I got to skateboard 15 miles. How about this? I get a car. That car's faster. It's easier. I have a couple of things I got to learn, but I can also take people with me, which means I can solve everybody's problems. I can't solve the seller's problem in the BRRRR strategy. Please write this down. Remember this for the rest of your life. The BRRRR strategy does not solve the seller's problem, because in order for you to make money in traditional real estate, you have to take your profits out of their pocket. Write that down. The second I realized this with traditional real estate, and as somebody who loves helping people, there's nothing worse than taking money out of somebody else's pocket in order for me to make money. Traditional real estate is a zero-sum game, which means in order for me to win, you have to lose. Tell me I'm wrong. I'll wait. In order for me to get a good price on a fix and flip. Now, do I use creative finance 90% of the time? Yes. Do I love traditional real estate when it's appropriate? Yes. We'll talk about that in another story a little bit later. Anna Martinez says, would you please repeat? Yes. In order for me to get a good deal in traditional real estate, I have to take money out of the seller's pocket. I have to take money out of the seller's pocket. This is a person who's owned the RV park. This is somebody who built the RV park up, or the apartment building, or the self-storage, or the co-living, or the Section 8. Does not matter what you want to do. We will talk about all those things today. In traditional real estate, somebody has to lose. In creative real estate, nobody loses. In fact, everybody wins more than they would have in traditional real estate. Everybody wins. So why would you learn how to ride a skateboard? One person vehicle, one person wins. It's way more challenging, takes way more effort when you could just have a car and bring people with you. Do you see the analogy I'm drawing? So both of them are skills you have to acquire, right? You have to acquire a skill to ride a skateboard. More brutal, more challenging. You guys have people convincing you that riding a skateboard to work as a 16-year-old is a better idea than just learning how to drive. That is the problem with creative versus traditional. They have poisoned your brain into thinking, putting 30% down, using bank loans, going through the bank and asking daddy bank if I can use their money. I'm a 43-year-old man. I'm not going to ask a bank for money. I'm sorry. I will structure the deal with the seller who owns the property. I'm sorry. What do I need you for? So here's the deal. Now, do we use banks? Of course we use banks on certain types of transactions. And do banks serve their purpose? Yes, but I'm trying to prove a really strong point for you. Okay. So here's what I pitched to Eric. Okay. Here's what I pitched to Eric. I said, Eric, you had this listed at 5 million. How about I just give you the 5 million? I give you no down payment is what I told him originally, no down payment, and I will pay a monthly payment to you. So here's terms. When you guys hear what terms are, okay, here's what terms are. If you've never heard what terms are, there's 4 parts to terms. So when people are like, hey, give them terms. Creative finance is terms, not price, it's terms. You'll hear this 1,000 times. Terms is purchase price, down payment, interest rate, and length of time. These are the 4 basic parts to terms. Okay, these are the 4 basic parts to terms. Pace, your presentation screen is too small. April, you're watching this on your phone. Get a laptop. Okay. All right. So those are the 4 parts to terms. And so what I brought up to Eric is I said, all right, Eric, let's bring up your purchase price, right? This is where sellers really care, purchase price. $5 million. Nisha, if Trey guy or anybody in here tries to get a deal done in here with their Blink card, kick them out. No exceptions. I don't care. I've already said this 1,000 times. Guys, don't be putting your Blink cards in here. Okay. Purchase price, $5 million. Down payment is what I told them. So purchase price, down payment, I said $0 down payment. Why would a seller do a $0 down payment? The reason being is because when they receive a down payment, they get taxed on the down payment. And so I convince most of my sellers that if you take a large down payment, you're paying a large tax on the money you receive. And that convinces most sellers not to take a large down payment. Have I answered the question of how does PACE solve the problem of when a seller wants too much money down payment? Okay. So purchase price, he wins, right? Seller wins, right? He had it listed for 4.7. Zero down, some people would tell you, oh, the seller's losing there. Nope, I think the seller is winning here because I'm actually educated. Then the next thing is, Shamika says, wow, I'm blown away. I'm learning a lot. Ryan Anding says, I was asked, but aren't I paying the taxes at the end of the year anyway? No, you only pay taxes, Ryan, on money that you receive. Okay. So down payment and then interest rate, I asked him for 3% interest rate. Length of time, I asked him for 20 years. So this is my pitch. Can I get a yes, you understand, here's the structure of my deal? Okay. What if the seller doesn't care about taxes? What is he, a freaking robot? What is he, dumb? Every seller cares about taxes. Okay. All right. So there's my pitch. Next thing is, guys, by the way, we're just talking about one deal. Can we hold off on the questions, please? We're talking about one deal. Hold off on the questions. We'll do questions at the end. Okay. Hold off on questions. And by the way, Heidi Deer, we've already answered the question of how old is this seller. Okay. Pay attention, guys. I'm going slow and methodical, and I'm going through chronologically. Please pay attention. Just hang out. All right. So Eric comes back and he says, no, this doesn't work for me. And what he says, he goes, I like the 5 million, but I really do need some money down. So he asked for $250,000 down payment. Okay. So that was his down payment. He didn't want 3%. He wanted me to pay him 4% interest. And instead of 20 years, he said, not 20 years, I want 10 years and you have to pay me back. Cool. Now, I then look at my numbers and I will pull up the P&L on this deal. Okay. Give me a minute and I will actually pull up the P&L on this, the profit and loss. And I looked at this deal and I said, man, we can still make about 20 grand a month at these numbers. So if I can make 20 grand a month at these numbers, $5 million purchase price, $250,000 down payment, 4% interest, a 10-year loan from the seller, and I can make 20 grand a month in my pocket, would I do that? Yes or no? Hey, so how do I know if it's a good deal? Can you make money? Ask that question. Can I make money? Well, Pace, I'm not in SubTo. I don't know how to underwrite these deals. Okay, well, get with a SubTo member. Okay. Awesome. Now I'm going to pause the side chat for just a minute, just so we can focus on this and I can slow it down. I'm going to pull up my P&L, my profit and loss statement on this RV park. And I want to help you guys understand how I structured the $250,000 down payment. Because a lot of people that are newer are going to go, I thought there was, you don't have any money in the deal. Yeah, I don't. I don't have any money in the deal. And my credit was not used, right? The seller is my bank. That $5 million loan, I'm paying it to him. I become the owner. The deed, the ownership is now in my name. So I get the cash flow is all mine. The growth of the property is all mine. The tax benefits are all mine. And I want to show you guys why we buy real estate. Let's see, Molly, Montana. Let's see if I can even find this. Let's see, RV parks. This might take me a minute, guys, so please bear with me. I know a lot of people need to be entertained all the time. Like every second of their day, they need to be entertained. So please just hang with me. I did not think about this before today, and I think that you guys would probably like to see the actual numbers on this deal. Instead of me just telling you I make 20 grand a month, let's talk about it. Let's show it to you guys. Molly sent me an email and I can't remember where it's at. So Oh, this is good for me to do. Let's put this back in. Open that up. Sorry, guys. I get so many emails and I'm not in charge of my team. My team runs all this kind of stuff. So I'm not really involved in the financial parts. I can't just pull stuff up. I have to have my team send me things. I also have another park that we're in the process of buying right now. I'll show you guys the P&L on that as well. That'll help out. Let's see, Molly Tenant, call from RV Park Broker. Okay, there you go. Glacier Peaks data. I will remember this. Okay, cool. So this is a P&L, and my team made this for me so I could break these things down. It's kind of nice to look at owning these parks and making the kind of money that you get to make on these parks. Now, I love RV parks, of course. Carly also just put an RV park training that we're going to be talking about this a little bit more in detail tomorrow in the next couple of days. Sign up for that. The sign up is in the side chat. Carly, if you could remind people over on YouTube, that'd be good too. Okay, cool. So let's talk about this park. Check it out. You see the PML. This is the seller payment. This actually should be changed, but this is my payment I make the seller. $18,000 a month is what I pay to the seller. This park in June brings in 66 grand. July, 122 grand. August, September, you can see I make most of my money through the summertime on this park, but this is the park. Okay. Now I haven't ran the financials since June of last year, but I'll have to have my team kind of update this. They updated themselves, it's just not to me. So take a look at this. This is my net income. Net income. Net income. What does net mean? It means I can capture all of that in a net, put it in my pocket, and I don't have to pay any bills out of it. That is after all payroll, after all management, after all repairs, after all vacancy, after the payment to the seller, after my payment to every single thing. That is net. I'm going to bring it back up, but I want to get a yes in the side chat. You guys understand when I say net, that is true net in my pocket. Can I get a yes that you understand that? Other idiots use the word net, not net. It is not net. That is gross. Gross means money comes in, I have bills to pay. After all the bills are paid, every single freaking bill, insurance, taxes, payment to the seller, who's my seller, finance bank, after the payment to my payroll, my management, after payment to the landscape guy, all of the things you can imagine, net. Okay. Do we understand this? Can I get a yes? Because I got engineers in here that are like, but does that include this? Yes, it includes everything. Okay. Everything. Please don't make me say it again. Please don't make, well, Pace, what about advertising? Please, for the love of mercy, spare me and yourself some time. The answer is it's everything. Can I get a yes? Please, can I get a yes? Somebody's going to go, but what about this? Okay, it's everything, all right? Sorry, you can tell I've taught on this a bunch of times, right? People have these silly questions, and I understand silly questions, so I have to emphasize in weird language and be weird and like a little bit aggressive. And you're like, wow, this guy's kind of a dick. No, I'm really smart about educating. I get people to pay attention, and I emphasize certain things, and I would go, oh, people, oh my gosh, I better pay attention. That's all I'm doing. Okay, so here you can look at the bottom. There are months I actually lose money. Look at these months. I lost 20 grand. I lost 11 grand, 27 grand. But overall, let me look at the net income, and I'm going to add it up over the next I'm going to add it up over these months. In 1 year, in 11 months, this park brought in $18,000 my first year of owning it. I'm sorry, not 18,000, 181,000. If you look down in the lower right-hand corner, it says sum. So all of the numbers added up. That's the good months, the bad months. That's every month in between. That park in its first year of ownership, netted $181,000. Okay. Does everybody understand? That is take home money. I can do anything I want with that 181,000. Does everybody understand that? Okay. The reason why I need you to understand that is because of the next part that I'm going to explain to you. Okay. So when Eric told me that he wanted to do this deal, $5 million. Okay. Yes. So Jem Sharma, this is a great question. Jem Sharma has a question. Rachel Davis, I love you, but you ain't promoting in here today. We've already talked about that. Thank you, Nisha. Rachel, you should know better than promoting my stuff on open Zooms. Brianda says, can we see the net again? Guys, do you really want me going backwards all day in a training that I'm only here for 5 hours? Do we really want me going backwards? Can we just pay attention so I can move fast? Okay. Let's see, who said that? Jem Sharma, she has a really great question. Let me go to Jem Sharma. Shara, sorry. Jem, what's up, Jem? How you doing? Jem. Some people don't know how to unmute themselves, sadly. Shirley says, yes, we do. If we did not get it. Okay, cool. No problem. Okay, Jem, you guys ask questions and you don't know how to unmute yourself on Zoom, sadly. Okay, so Zandra. Cool. I'm going to pause the side chat and go through a couple of questions on this, but here's what I want you guys to understand. I want you guys to just write a word in the side chat real fast. The word I want you to write is guilty, but not yet. I want you to write guilty as I tell you something about yourself. You will ask questions that have nothing to do with what you're learning about, because your brain wants to keep you from taking action, and it creates a bunch of what if questions. What if? You spend your whole life asking what if questions instead of just staying on topic and learning the way that I'm teaching. Have you not learned in the last hour and 40 minutes that I know how to stay on topic and I know how to teach in a chronological way, that things will start making sense if you just pay attention? Can we get a guilty? You've never taken action in your life. You've never dealt with any of this stuff in your life. And so your brain is fabricating questions to prevent you from taking action. Can I get a guilty? Okay. Joanna, I hope for the love of mercy, Joanna can unmute herself. She has a great question. Joanna Trevino. Joanna, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, good morning. Thanks
You
for
had a good
taking my
question. Let's ask it.
Yeah. So I want to understand, like I get on the
Are you ready to write
buyers.
all these down?
I get on
You
the yes,
got a
I'm
pen
ready.
and paper. You ready to write them down?
Yes. I get
I'm
on
going to
the
list them.
buyers.
I'm going to list them for you, but you got to
Okay.
be writing them down. And you're going to tell me, I want you, when you have an O moment, I want you to say, oh, out loud.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So on the seller side, what is the benefit of them entering into one of these deals? Like I get the tax benefit, not being
Okay. But
taxed.
hold on a second.
Okay.
I don't think you truly get the tax benefit if you're asking this question, because if you got the tax benefit, you would understand what $750,000 actually is. Like, it doesn't seem like you understand how significant that is to a seller's retirement plan.
Okay. Maybe I just need to go deeper there.
Can I ask you can I tell you to ask the question in a different way and kind of educate you on this?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. The better way to ask this question is, oh my gosh, I see why a seller would do that. Are there other reasons on top of that that I could write down to help me out in future negotiations?
Okay.
Because the way you're asking
Fair
the
enough.
question almost deflates the fact that the taxes are one of the most massive reasons why a seller would do that. And the people watching and hearing your question, which is actually a really great question, are going to go, oh, wait, so the taxes are not good enough?
Got
Joanna,
it.
you are not in retirement yet. But when people are in retirement, how likely are they to want to pay $750,000 to some Somalia scam in Minnesota?
Fair enough. Understood.
Okay, they don't want that, right? So let's change the question, because it's a freaking amazing question. Such a good question. Question is, what are the other benefits to the seller? By the way, we are derailing for just a minute, but what are the other benefits besides this incredible benefit of taxes? That's a $750,000 benefit. Don't we want that benefit? Yes, we do. That's not what Joanna's saying. Okay. So what's another benefit to the seller? Another benefit to the seller, this is a big one, and I think you've probably missed this, is before I came along with this strategy, had they sold the property in 180 days of trying? Yes or no, Joanna?
No, they didn't sell.
Okay, so let's say you're in a bad situation, okay, something in your personal life. I don't know your personal life, Joanna. You and I are new to each other, I think. So you're going through something in your personal life, a headache, you're going through migraines, you've got something. Has anybody having a migraine that you will do anything to get rid of that migraine? You're like, I'll pay $1,000 to anybody that gets rid of this freaking migraine right now. What you're not understanding is that there's pain and motivation. The pain is that he's fighting with a family member right now for an entire 6 months. Have you ever tried to avoid people in your personal life, your family life? You don't want to go to family parties. You don't want to go do things because there's people there. Yes or no?
Yes, I'm sure.
I'm sure says you're not sure. Have you gone through your life at any moment trying to do anything you could to avoid a specific person at your W-2 in your personal life, anything because you do not like them, because you guys have some sort of conflict going on? Yes or no? Neighbor?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, yes. And you will do anything to alleviate that. Give me a yes, you guys understand this. Okay, so some of the things you're not paying attention to, you're like, oh, they're just selling the property. They wanted to sell the property. They weren't selling the property without me for half a year. I'm not calling sellers on the first day they tried to list their property. You need to understand that I'm alleviating a massive headache for them immediately. Now, here's another thing, and I got a lot more than this, Joanna. Okay? Joanna's like, dang, I didn't know I was going to be put in PACE prison. I got to mute myself. This is crazy. Okay, so taxes are a big one. 180 days of trying. Guess what? We now have accomplished selling the property, haven't we? That's a massive win. They attempted to sell the property. They couldn't sell it. Okay. Is that not, give me a 1 out of 10, give me a rating of what the seller's satisfaction is on these items as I go through them. They finally sold the property after 180 days of trying, and they've been fighting with a family member. And you guys that are new, here's what you'll say to yourself, like, well, that's a unique situation. No, that is literally every situation with every seller that is trying to sell a property. There's a pain and a motivation. The problem is you don't know what it is on the listing. And because you haven't gone beyond and had a conversation, you don't know that this is not just happening. It is happening in every single transaction that you will ever do. Now, it's not always a family member fight, but it's a divorce, it's a bankruptcy, it's a job relocation, it's 1,000 different things. That is something you need to understand, that every single one of these sellers has a headache that they have been throbbing for 6 months and nobody's been able to solve it. It cannot be overstated. I have sellers begging to close escrow in a week. I have sellers begging to close escrow in a month. They need the deal. In fact, they will not sell to you unless you are closing in the next 2 weeks. I need this property gone. I need to be done with this situation. You haven't experienced that, so this is a wonderful question that Joanna is asking, and I'm saying it with a lot of emphasis because I can't take all the experience I have and give it to you in a capsule and have you swallow it and you know all of the experiences I have and all of my students' experience. I got to say it in a very intense way so it hits a little bit harder because I can't give you that pill, sadly, okay? So they do have pain, not just motivation. They have pain, okay? So that's another one. So what about speed and certainty? Now, here's a part you don't know. Joanna, this seller was already under contract with another buyer. The buyer failed to perform. Joanna, you're newer to real estate, I would imagine. Why would a buyer fail to perform on their purchase price? Do you have any idea?
Maybe they couldn't get financing.
Yep, maybe the bank falls out. All this happens all the time. It sounds like a fringe thing that doesn't happen that often. It happens all the time. And so this buyer, Eric, had already been through a couple of buyers that failed to perform with a traditional transaction. And so they'd already failed. So again, speed and certainty are pretty important for those types of people. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Here's another big one. How about price? Is it not important for a seller to get their actual price that they want? Is that not a motivation that would satisfy that itch?
Yes.
Okay. You're still not happy, and I'm okay with that. I have a couple of big ones for you. So taxes, huge. Certainty, speed, all of these things are massive. 5, here's another one. What are they going to do with the money? If they receive the money in a cash transaction, Joanna, what are they going to do with that money? And how do I solve that?
Meaning
Any
it,
idea?
so if they were to get the price that they're looking for the home, is that the question? Sorry.
Okay, so Joanna, did you show up late?
No.
Okay, cool. So seller sells the property for 4. Let's go to a traditional transaction. I'm going to redo this for everybody. Okay. I'm going to pause the side chat just for a second because there's got so many people that are thinking that we should just derail, and I got to get it back on track. This is the traditional transaction. Traditional means he was going to take this for cash. This is Eric and the broker working together. Do you remember this part of the story?
Yes.
Okay. If he sells it for $4.7 million, he's going to pay about 10% of that in transaction fees. Did you know the average cost to sell a property in the United States is about 10%? Sounds crazy.
Yeah.
You're gonna say, wait, wait, aren't agents 3% to one agent and 3% to another agent? Isn't that 6%? Where's the other 4%, my friend?
Title companies?
Yep, title,
Please.
inspection, all sorts of things. But the biggest thing is that once you're under contract, so this is how a contract works. Have you not done a real estate transaction, my friend?
Yes.
You
A
have
while
your own
ago.
personal house?
That's right.
Okay, cool. So you will probably forget this, but when you bought your property, here's Joanna, you went with a real estate agent. You guys went into this world and you made an offer on a property, correct?
Right.
Okay, then the next step is that real estate agent, the listing agent, looks at it. That's the next step. Then what ends up happening is the listing agent and the seller decide, yes, let's accept this offer. And then finally you go under contract, correct?
Right.
What happens after you go under contract? What do you do as the buyer?
You do the home inspection.
Ooh, okay. You do the home inspection. And what does the inspection return back to you?
Just if there are any deficiencies with the home.
Okay. Cool. You sound like you sound like a real estate agent.
Well, I mean, I know the process pretty well.
Okay. So if you know the process, then when they come back with a reporting, they report the deficiencies through the inspection. Are they not asking for credits, or they're not asking for discounted price based on the deficiencies on the property? Yes or no?
Oh.
So most buyers, I don't know if you did on your house that you live in, but most buyers will go, hey, there's a list of 50 pages of things that are wrong with this property, little things, but they all stack up. Either A, I want a reduction in price.
Oh, yes, yes. Okay, yes.
Or B, I want you to pay for these things to be fixed. These things are free, right? To the seller, they don't cost any money?
No,
Okay, cool.
they do cost money.
They cost a lot of money. So if I'm selling a property for $4.7 million, and I'm obviously going to have to be subject to an inspection, and I'm Eric, the seller, my buyer comes along and does an inspection on this property and gets a 50-page report on everything that's on my RV park. A traditional buyer is going to ask for a reduction in price or those things to be fixed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we understand why a property on average in the United States costs 10% for seller Eric to sell that property. It's not just the 6%. Can I get a yes that everybody just finally had an epiphany in their life that it's a very expensive to sell a property for these sellers? Can I get a yes? You guys just had an epiphany? There's so many things in these transactions that you guys forget about, and you guys are the owners of properties, and you forgot about the pain that you went through to go through a traditional transaction. You hired inspectors, you asked for reduction of price, you asked for credit. David says 10% is a lot. Well, yeah, it is, but it's also just called average. That's the average cost to sell a property in the United States. It does not matter if it's an apartment building, a single family home, a home you're buying, a home you're living in, does not matter. It's 10%. Okay, unless you're an investor and you buy as is. And so we in the investor world, we forget that that is a massive, massive benefit to a seller that you have maybe forgotten in your processes of going, wow, okay, so the seller can avoid all of that. So number one, he's getting the price he wanted. Okay, so this price for the original difference is $300,000 difference. The second one is taxes. So that's a $750,000 difference. The third financial reason why he would do this, Joanna, is because now he doesn't have to pay 10% to sell the property. So if he's going to pay 3% to the listing agent, but the other 7% is saved because I'm buying it as is, I will do an inspection, but I'm not going to reduce in price. And I also don't have an agent representing me. I saved this man 7% on $5 million, which is $350,000. Does that make sense, Joanna?
Yes.
Are we starting to learn multiple reasons that are so massively beneficial, and you understand now why your question was so good?
Got it.
Okay, another massive one. Massive, massive, massive. We got speed, right? We got convenience. We got all these things. Certainty of close. We talked about these already. 6 is certainty of close. Those people don't care about these because you guys don't realize, you haven't been a seller. You don't understand how painful these things are. You guys only equate everything to money in your mind because you're new, but you don't understand a seller really cares about these 3 things in a massive, massive way. Okay. All right. So let's go to another big one. If the seller takes this money, so let's go back to what I asked you a little bit earlier, Joanna. If the seller sells the property for $4.7 million on a cash transaction, he then takes $470,000 off that because he's going to go sell the property, pay the agents, pay for the inspection items, all of those types of things, title and escrow, whatever, all of those reductions. He's also going to pay $750,000 in capital gains tax. Okay. He also missed out on the $300,000 he could have sold it to me for. We're already at let's just kind of round it, about $1.45 million. Is that a good enough reason for you to already sell to me on seller finance? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I still don't think it's good enough. I want to put a hammer in this coffin. I want to put a nail right through this. I want to hit this with a hammer. So here's another massive, massive reason. If we already know on traditional real estate, he's going to be now screwed. Why? Because now instead of 4.7 million, he's getting $1.4 million less. So he's going to walk away with about $3,250,000 roughly in his pocket. Got it? Cool. What's the problem with that? Well, nobody understands the problem with this except for the person that has $3.2 million that is now sitting stagnant, eating up with inflation, that has no growth and no certainty of growth. Will you just invest in anything somebody tells you to invest in, Joanna? Or do you have fear and uncertainty even putting $5,000 into something?
Fear and uncertainty.
Okay, so how would you feel as a retiree at 75 years old? That's how old Eric is. Mm-hmm. Being 75 years old now, I just gave you $3.25 million. And not only do you need to live on that money, you need to find a place to invest it so it does not erode while you live on it.
Got it.
My friend, that is a massive thing that dummy brokers will never understand how big of a problem it is for their seller. Does everybody now understand that is a significant fear of your seller? They just have not faced it and nobody's addressed it. By the way, do you see how I'm amplifying my intensity to make sure I'm proving a point? It's not because I actually talk this way in regular life. I just do this through teaching. So Joanna, are we getting there yet? I'm not there yet. I have more reasons, by the way.
Yes, I'm getting there.
Okay, so instead, what I do is I go to the seller. This is actually part of my pitch. And I say, hey, Eric, I know you're going to walk away in a traditional transaction with $3.25 million. It's going to go into your checking account, probably. And you are now going to go, oh my gosh, what am I going to do with this money? I'm going to have to live on it. I'm going to have to make sure that I actually can survive through my retirement and leave something potentially to my kids. What happens if you invest that money into something that loses money? Let's say a company you buy stock in goes bankrupt. Let's say the stock market crashes. You're number one, you're not getting any cash flow off stock market typically. Two, stock market drops. That happens all the time. Is that something that you want in your life? Yes or no? And he says, absolutely not. What would you do in my situation, Pace? Now I speak with confidence, don't I, Joanna?
You do, yes.
Okay, so when people have trepidation and they're sissies on the phone, sorry to use an intense word, but when people are, they have trepidation, fear, hesitation on the phone, and you're trying to convince a seller to do this stuff, do you see why people would rather ride a skateboard to work and do the BRRRR strategy? Because it does not require you to learn anything. This is why people go and choose inferior vehicles like the BRRRR strategy, like house hacking, like arbitrage. These are inferior vehicles, but they don't require you to learn where the button to start it is. And here, what I'm teaching you guys is what the button looks like in order to have these conversations with sellers. Now, Pace, you're not teaching us that. I'm teaching you that it exists, and I'm teaching you why creative finance is so powerful. And I'm teaching you why a seller knowing creative finance would never sell to you on cash. They would never do it. It's silly. Silly. It makes no sense. And I'll tell you why now. Do we understand the pressure the seller has right now that they've just received $3.25 million in a traditional stupid transaction on traditional stupid real estate? They now have a massive, significant problem. Sorry, I teach intensely so you guys can pay attention and go, oh my gosh, he's mad. I'm not mad. I'm teaching in a way that is amplified. Okay, cool. So Christopher Burton, please, for the love of mercy, please stop copying and pasting the same question in the side chat. Do yourself a favor. Okay, so what you need to understand is how I bring something different to him. This is his current problem. Massive problem. Massive, 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 massive problem. Cannot be overstated. What I bring him is certainty through something else. So we know this situation. 4.7 million cash offer, 10% to sell, taxes, reduction in price because he couldn't sell it for the 5 million. Okay. He now has lost $1.45 million in a transaction through traditional real estate. Stupid, 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 makes no sense. Then he has a massive problem because of his stupid mistake of selling. Sorry, again, I'm saying stupid a lot. People are like, wow, he's very intense. No, I just know how to teach so you remember it. Okay. How do you determine capital gains tax? Philip Warwick is not the topic of today. Please ask questions that are on topic, my friends, so we can all learn together, okay? All right, so now let's go side by side. Let's go to Pace's solution here. Pace's solution is, Eric, I will pay you $5 million. And I will then pay you a $250,000 down payment, and you can pay your agent with that, or however you want. Then you will seller finance $4.75 million to me. Joanna, look at the difference in the numbers already. He has $3.25 million sitting in a bank account, not making him any money through a traditional transaction. See this?
Yep.
With me, how much money is he seller financing?
4.75.
4.75 at 4% interest. My friend, I've just given him security and an $18,000 monthly payment for basically the next 10 years.
Got it.
Not only did I give him more money, I gave him interest on that money. And you might say 4% is not a lot of money. Well, that's because you don't know amortization. Okay. You guys that missed the P&L, okay, the P&L where I showed you guys the monthly payment, some of you guys are like, well, 18,000 is for what? Felix, if you show up late, please don't ask questions. I love you. I appreciate you. Okay. here's the P&L on this park. Okay, these are the expenses. These are all the income. Here's the income at the top. Okay, then you have the payment to the seller. The seller receives an $18,208.33 monthly payment. $18,208.33. And at the very bottom, I'm making my money, right? $180,000 my first year. Now this park makes me 300 grand take home per year. Okay, so $18,000 is the payment to the seller. Now, Joanna, I'm going to teach you something really powerful here. Have you already been told all the benefits that you would now be convinced that a seller would not, if it was your mom, you would not tell a seller to sell your mom, the seller? Would you tell your mom to go through a traditional real estate transaction or a seller finance transaction? Which one is better for your mom?
A seller finance transaction.
Isn't it crazy how the mindset shift is like, why would anybody ever do a transaction this way over here? What's the answer? They're uneducated. Period. They were on bigger pockets learning traditional real estate, and BRRRR strategy is a good idea for them. Okay. So here's the most powerful part. Here's the most powerful part. You guys are asking questions that have nothing to do with creative finance, my friends. Okay. Jag says, sorry, unclear. No, Jag, you are impatient. Jag, not unclear. You are impatient. I'm teaching slow, methodical, and chronologically. Please, guys. Please. I want to keep I'm going to turn the side chat off. Guys, can we keep the side chat on without the questions that have nothing to do with what we're talking about? Can we keep it on, or do I need to fly to your house and karate chop you? Stop it, please. I'm teaching. I want you guys to be able to network in the side chat. All right, more people are just saying turn it off. Okay, we're just going to turn it off. Okay, so Joanna, the problem with turning it off is you don't get this good question like I just got from Joanna. It's such a good question. All right. So it makes no sense whatsoever for a seller to sell on traditional real estate once you understand this. Now, here's the most powerful part of this, Joanna. Joanna, you own a property that you live in, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And you got an interest bearing loan for 30 years, I imagine.
Correct.
Okay. Joanna, you might want to just leave yourself unmuted for like 3 more minutes and I'll let you get out of here. You keep muting yourself, which means that you want to get off this screen with me. Okay. Joanna, what is your interest rate on your house?
4%.
4%. Great interest rate. You think you're only paying 4%?
For the mortgage, yes, I think so.
You are so incorrect, my friend. Here's how interest actually works. Your mortgage is broken down into 10-year increments. The first 10 years, the majority of your payment is all interest. And then the last 10 years, it almost is less than half. And so I'm paying 4% of the total time frame of those 30 years. Yes, over 30 years, my interest rate will only be 30%. But what these banks do is they front load my interest here in my first 10 years. Your mortgage does not pay you down that much in the first 10 years, does it, Joanna?
No.
And so here's your principal. Starts becoming way more significant towards the end of the mortgage. Why do banks know this? Why do banks do this? You are paying effectively about 3 times more interest in your first 10 years than you will on the back end of your mortgage, which means you're paying closer to 12% interest on your mortgage based on the principal versus interest payments that are paying down. How long have you been in this house, Joanna? Or at least in this mortgage, I apologize, this mortgage.
Yeah, about 13 years.
Okay, 13 years. So you've just started seeing for the first time some significant pay down on this mortgage. You're like right in here somewhere, right? For the first 3, 4, 5 years, like, gosh, dang, this thing just doesn't want to pay down. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
So
yes.
Why do I tell you this? How many people are having an aha moment? No, I'm not. Nisha, I'm not calling the seller today. Nisha and Carly, we're not calling the seller today. How many people are having an holy moly moment right now? That when I pay a seller 3% or 4% interest, are they actually only receiving 3 or 4% interest? No. In the first 10 years of the mortgage, they're receiving closer to 12% interest. So let me ask you a question. Would you rather have 3.2 million in cash that you don't know what to do with it, or would you rather have $4.75 million that effectively is making you closer to 12% interest on an asset that you actually understand, that you owned for several years, and you know has the ability to make money, that if I default, you can take that property back? What is more secure? You going and putting $3.25 million in the stock market that you have no control over, or you seller financing $4.75 million to me at 12% interest? Now, again, it's only 4% interest, but for those of you guys that don't understand amortization, it's 4% interest, but the first 10 years effectively are closer to 12%. So here's the security. They understand that asset. Wouldn't you say, Joanna? That seller understands that asset?
Yes,
Would you say that they owned it at one point and they understand how to manage it?
correct.
They know it makes money. They also know that if I default, they take the property back and my down payment and my monthly payments.
Right. Yes.
So you tell me, what is a benefit a seller would get by seller financing a property to me? Are you having any holy crap moments in the last 20 minutes?
I've had a lot of that.
Do you understand why creative finance is the greatest thing on the planet?
Yes.
Do you understand
I
that
love it.
traditional real estate is actually horrible for a seller, and that when you guys do traditional real estate for a seller, you're stealing money from their retirement? Does everybody understand that?
Mhm.
Would
Yes.
you want your mom, your dad, your grandparents to do a traditional real estate or a creative real estate transaction? Which one would you rather your family do?
Creative financing.
Would I ever go and like tell my parents to go do a traditional real estate transaction?
No.
No. Now, are there sellers that want to do a cash transaction and should do a cash transaction? The answer is yes, there are. Those people typically are younger bucks like me, and they have upgraded their mentality and their mindset, and they have now targeted larger assets that they want to pull their money out of a deal and put their money into a larger asset, and they want to do a 1031 exchange. This is why working with retired sellers is the way to go. Okay. Has this been massively helpful? Was this worth your guys' time coming here just today in the last hour? Okay. Do you see why people come into my community and learn all this stuff, right? This is basics, by the way. You haven't learned, like, where do I find it? How do I structure it? What do the spreadsheets look like? All of those types of things. Okay. So now let me give you guys a bigger part to this. Joanna, thank you for being a good sport. And guys, tell everybody, Joanna, thank you for asking the question. Can we all agree why I don't like, you guys understand why I think the BRRRR strategy is stupid? It actually takes money out of the seller's pocket. It does. Never one time has somebody done a BRRRR strategy deal and helped the seller get the highest possible price. And if I'm looking at my sister, my brother, my cousin, my aunt, my uncle, my father, my mother, my grandparents, I'm looking at my friends, I'm never going to tell them to sell traditionally, ever. It's never going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's a horrible way for you to make money, but the seller who's basically set you up for success, you're taking money out of their pocket. Welcome to traditional real estate. You now understand why I am the creative finance guy. Okay. Now, you guys will see other people teaching creative finance. They're all students of mine. The last 5 years, people have joined my community and then gone off and tried to teach their own version of it, change the name of certain things. But you can see that all the copycats have just learned from me. Why do I like this? Because I love solving sellers' problems, and I can't solve a seller's problems if I lowball them with some lame freaking cash traditional transaction. I can't. Okay. All right. Cool. Can I help you out maybe with my house in Canada? No. How do you convince the seller to do seller finance? Nephi, tell me you have not watched my YouTube channel without telling me you haven't watched my YouTube channel. Can we all agree that I have 3,700 YouTube videos? I have hundreds of seller calls, hundreds of broker calls, hundreds of cold calls, hundreds of pitches. Go on there. Or if you're in the private SubTo community, come in and I'll make the call for you. Okay. I make calls for the SubTo members and just solve the problems for you. Okay. If you are not in my community, then go watch my YouTube channel. Okay. All right. Now, did the seller own the park outright or did he have a mortgage to pay off? Great question. Not important for this conversation. I'm going to keep on topic. Okay, now I want to point something out to you guys. Very important. How did I get into this deal with no money out of pocket? This is a larger asset, right? So a lot of people are going to be afraid to do these assets, but it highlights a lot of the cool things that you can solve for a seller. Now, I don't really talk to the seller that often. I think the last time we got an email from the seller, we do talk to him from time to time. Sometimes he gets our mail sent to his house for whatever reason. Okay, let's see here. All right, so let's pull up. Last email I got from Eric. I don't talk to Eric that much. We've now owned this property for a couple of years, but let's see. Eric sent us a post the other day, or an email the other day saying our payment, or not our payment, but he sent us a thing saying our mail went to his house. There it is. Okay, so you rarely will ever talk to a seller that you buy something from Seller Finance, but this is something that I just got an email just to kind of show you. You probably talk to them once a year, maybe, but they're your bank. And so this is Eric. There he is right there. No, there's Colton, the title company. They came in and asked us, hey, we have mail coming to our property. You need to change the thing. That happens every once in a while. Okay. All right, so I want to show you guys how I bought the property and how I structured this deal. And this is a little bit more advanced for some of the newer people, but I bought this park for $5 million. I raised $250,000 for the down payment. I brought this in from my students, okay? I had students that have money that wanted to make 12% interest. If you guys ever want to make 12% interest on your money, email jade@pacemorby.com. I'll put you into one of these deals. No, I will not give you equity. Yes, I will give you interest. So my students put the $250,000 down. And how did I pay that money back? I'll answer in a second. And then I also raised another $100,000 for this deal on top of the down payment. So my students gave me a total of $350,000 towards the down payment. What was this $100,000 for? Well, I paid $60,000 to Jordan, who brought the lead to the table. My team closed it, but Jordan brought the lead. And then I paid myself $40,000 as an acquisition fee up front. Did you guys know you could pay yourself on a deal up front by buying a $5 million RV park? How many people just learned you can pay yourself up front to buy a $5 million RV park? Okay. Yep. There you go. Homer says, say what? So many people are like, oh, I've got to come up with money. You guys see why creative finance is so powerful. I have no bank involved, none of my own money. And I also over-raised so I could pay my assignment fee to my bird dog, my student. And then I paid myself $40,000 to buy the park. Okay. There you go. There you go. There you go. And meanwhile, you guys are over here going, I got to save up a down payment and I got to have a W-2 and I got to have good credit and I got to do all this stuff and put 30% into a deal. Do you see how it's such a waste of time? Hoosie Khan says, few YouTubers say Morby method is illegal. Can you please prove them wrong? Hoosie. Why are you listening to those idiots? Tell me, Hoosie, I'm going to ask you a question you don't have an answer to. Okay. And they're also not students of mine. Otherwise they would know the answer. Hoosie, what's up, man?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
How did I know it was an Indian guy?
I'm accent.
Because you guys overthink everything, right? So, Huzi, tell me the legal thing. Tell me the law that I broke doing a Morby method.
Well, I have not seen even a single one. That's why I just asked for this one.
So, you want me to prove something wrong on YouTubers that say Morby method is illegal?
Yes, they claim that this method is wrong because you are taking loan more than what the property is actually worth of. Like if the first, like the loan from the DSCR lender or the owner, and the second is the second lead position, and that becomes more than worth of the property. That's why it's illegal. For example, like property worth is like $1 million,
Okay,
and
so Huzi, I'm confused. Why is that illegal?
well, I don't think so. That's
Okay, so
why.
then why do you need me to why do you need me to like convince you otherwise?
Well, actually, like I need answers so
Because
I can
here's the
like
Huzi. Let me help you out. Pace, my name is Huzi. I'm an overthinker. And when somebody puts doubt in my mind, I can't get that doubt out. So I need to look up the legal reasons why those people are wrong. Because I want to believe you, but my
yes,
overthinking keeps me from being able to move forward. Is that right? What you're
yes,
actually
sir.
trying to say?
Yes, sir. Actually, that's
Okay.
the reason.
Okay. So a couple of things. Who is overpaying for a property? Let's do a little bit of lesson here for these idiots that are on YouTube that are not in my community. Otherwise, they would know that it's not illegal and it's done by attorneys and it's done by title companies. Okay. I don't know who these people are. I don't watch other people's YouTube channel. But let's say I buy a property, Huzi, for $500,000. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I go to a dumb bank and I put 30% down. Okay. $150,000 my own hard-earned money that took me 3, 4, 5 years to accumulate. And I go and get a 6.25% interest rate loan, which is what is going on right now. But the ARV, the property's value is $500,000.
Yes, sir.
And I buy it for $500,000, right?
Yes.
Okay, guess what? You've already broken your own law. Your law is you said, I can't pay more money than what the value of the property is worth. Did you know that I, as the buyer, am paying closing costs and funding fees? Am I not going to be like an extra $10,000 in escrow fees out of my pocket for a property that's only worth $500,000?
Yes, obviously, it's going to be.
Wait. So I'm buying something based on future value, even in a traditional transaction?
No, like you are actually paying more.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. So traditional real estate transaction after closing costs and escrow fees, I'm paying more money than what the property is worth, and even more money than what's on my contract.
Yes.
So by these people's argument, in every single real estate transaction on the planet, everybody has broken some law that does not exist. That's what you're basically telling me right now.
Yes.
Can we agree that these people are absolutely stupid and you should stop paying attention? Here's what it is, Huzi. I'm the largest real estate educator in creative finance. I'm one of the largest real estate educators on the planet, and I have the largest real estate community in the world. Do you think that maybe there's some men? There's not women. By the way, it's not women. How do I know this? Because women would never tear somebody down that is a man. Women tear down women, men tear down men. I
Yes,
already know
absolutely.
it's a man.
All of them are men.
There you go. They're all men that I reminded them, and I want you to go on their YouTube channel and go, you should watch Pace's video at this point, because I'm going to put this on YouTube. Go to this point, share the timestamp with them, and go on their YouTube channel, and I want them to look me in the eyes. I am a reminder of the fact that you have lost. You wish you could move as fast, work as hard, and articulate in the way that I can. You wish that you could do the creative finance strategies I can. You wish you could help as many people as I can. And instead of just going, Pace, I want to collaborate with you and be your friend, your inferiority complex, your self-esteem problem, your mom and your dad never told you they loved you. The best way to overcome that is to try and tear down me, who is working on Super Bowl Sunday on a 5-hour live stream. You will never, ever in your life come close to the work ethic that I have, because I don't have to think about working. I am in default mode all the time working. It is my hobby. And so when
Actually,
I don't know their names. I know they're men. Why do I know they're men? Because no woman would attack a man because they are not, men will attack men because that's the person they believe that they are. I should be that person. I should be
yes.
that person. No
And
woman's going to
moreover,
tear me
like,
down. And the other thing too is you'll see women tear down women too because they identify as that is me. Do we all understand that everybody that will hate on you is always going to be projecting their own self-worth inferiority? It will always be your same sex. It will always be somebody similar to your age. You're not going to have somebody 20 years older than you or 20 years younger than you hating on you. It's always somebody really close to who your avatar is that's going to project and hate on you and say you're doing something wrong. Guys, I've been doing this a long enough time. It's just jealousy. Go ahead. You keep trying to talk over top me. Just tell me what you want to say. Gosh dang it.
The reason I asked you the question that I'm following you from last like 4 to 5 months and I have not seen a single thing that you are doing illegal. That's why I asked you directly about this thing.
Okay, so here's what they don't like. Okay, I'll tell you on the Morby method. We'll go back to my topic, and I'm gonna have to freeze the side chat because you guys are wild. Do you guys actually want to learn what I came here to teach, or you guys just want to ask random questions that keep us off track? What do you guys want? Okay. So do we agree that people, do we agree that every traditional transaction is actually overpaying versus what the contract was? Do we all agree?
Yes.
So every homeowner that buys a house with traditional real estate overpaid for that property versus what their contract was. Do we all agree? Traditional, creative, do we all agree? Can I get a yes? Who's I'm asking you primarily.
Yes.
So by
Obviously.
their logic, by their stupid logic, their jealous logic, every single person on the planet has broken the law that does not exist.
Absolutely.
Okay, now that's not what they're actually trying to point out, but that was your question, so I want to point that out. Here's what they're trying to point out. When I'm using the Morby method, which is a specific strategy I created in 2012, we'll talk about that today, by the way.
Okay.
This is one of the creative finance strategies. There's SubTo, there's seller finance, there's hybrid, lease options, executory contracts. Okay, there's all of those things, but Morby method is what I created in 2012. Okay. Now my students do this a lot, and the people that don't like this are the ones that are watching their butts get kicked by people that are buying up deals and using the Morby method. Here's what their argument is. If I bought, let's say, a $500,000 piece of real estate, again, 30% down payment and 6.25% interest. This is what everybody's paying in traditional world. We agree with this. This is the traditional stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is what they think is awesome. Like, go do this, right? They're teaching people how to ride a skateboard. Dummies.
Got it.
Super dummies. Super dummies. Let's go skateboard to work. I have a different vehicle. I, in fact, have a lot of different vehicles. Morby method is just one of those vehicles of creative finance. Okay. Let me pause the side chat for a little bit. So the Morby method basically tells you, hey, I'll give the seller $250,000 down payment, and then I'm going to have the seller finance the other $250,000 to me. Is this correct, Hoosie?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So when I go get a loan for the down payment, I'm going to go get 6.25% interest, just like anybody else is, from a DSCR lender. By the way, my bank, I have a bank called 5 Star Bank. My students have access to this bank. Nobody outside of my student base have this. So people that are not students of mine are going to, I'm going to go Google 5 Star Bank. Good luck. But I go use 5 Star Bank. Does 5 Star Bank know that I'm putting the seller in a second lien position? Yes or no?
Yes, obviously.
Yes, I do not lie to the bank. The bank knows I'm putting the seller in a second lien position. By the way, I'm speaking in a higher level language right now. So some of the newer people, we've got an Indian dude. My best friend is an Indian dude. My right-hand operator in my company is an Indian gal. They're the smartest people on the planet, but they also have a big deficiency. Do you know what it is? They overthink. And so I have to communicate with Hoosie for a couple of minutes to help him get past his overthinking. Huzi, do you think I'm right about you guys overthinking? Your culture is
Yes,
very much an
you are
overthinking
you
culture.
are absolutely right.
Okay, cool. So I have this situation. The seller knows that they're going to be in second lien position. The bank knows they're in second lien position. And also I can fund, this is a completely different thing. This is for dummies that are not in SubTo, that say SubTo is the name of our community. When they say, well, you can't do a Morby method, there's 17 different ways to do a Morby method. I'm only telling you one of them. One of them is the seller goes in second lien position. The other ways I teach are only private in our community. We don't talk about it on YouTube. Okay.
Okay.
What their argument is that I will overpay for the property sometimes. Okay. The way I'll do it is sometimes what I'll do is I'll go get 350 from the bank, and then I'll have the seller finance 200 of it. So effectively I'm paying $550,000 for the property. Okay. So they're saying you're overpaying for the property. That's illegal. Really? Am I overpaying for the property? Think about this from the traditional people, Huzi. You're overthinking. You never overthought this. The person who does traditional real estate goes and puts 30% down out of their years and years of saving it up, being stuck at a job they hate, and they are paying 6.25% on the full purchase price. Meanwhile, I go do a 550 purchase price. 350 of it is at 6.25%. 200 of it is at 0 payments and 0 interest for 5 years. Who actually paid more than who?
Like you paid it, like
No, I did not. That is a traditional dumb way of thinking. By the time I'm done with this 30-year loan, who paid more money? This dummy that went and did traditional real estate paid at 500, or me who half of my loan is at 0% and half my loan is at 6%? Who actually paid more money?
the one who done the traditional method.
So the traditional person overpaid for the property every single month, Huzi. Every single month they pay interest payments, which is more than what they bought the property for. They're paying interest on top of interest on top of interest, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
So what your argument is that anybody that pays $1 more or $100,000 more than a property is doing something illegal?
No, like, okay, now I have one more question. Since you have
No,
mentioned
brother, we're not gonna, dude, your questions are so high level. This is a beginner training today. We're not gonna get into your questions. Hold on a second. Okay, I've already given you the respect of answering your first question. Okay, let's go to bank rate calculator, and we're just gonna go to like mortgage calculator. Okay, let's go to a bank rate mortgage calculator. Okay, and what we're gonna do, this is just basic stuff. I can just go into, let's see, get out of here. My computer wants to get out of here. You should not be in there. Okay, cool. Let's go to mortgages. Let's go to amortization calculator. So let's say I go buy a house for $500,000. Okay. And I go get an interest rate. By the way, nobody's getting 5.25% interest rate. The interest rate's right now about 6.25 for the average person.
6 to 7%.
Okay, of course, you, the Indian, would have to correct me on 0.02%. I love it. So you're telling me, look at this right now. You guys that say, wow, you overpaid for the property, you guys are forgetting the fact that somebody that bought a traditional mortgage will pay $1.1 million for that property.
Yes.
Tell me that these people on YouTube know what they're talking about, or tell me that they're absolute idiots.
They are absolute idiots.
Brother, this is a traditional transaction. They're going to end up paying $1.1 million for a property they bought for $500,000. The argument of you overpaid for a property is an uneducated uneducated thought process, because I didn't overpay for it. You did. I structured terms that the purchase price is not where I pay. The terms are where I pay. My interest rate, my length of time, my down payment, those things are actually where you can underpay for a property and justify a purchase price. Remember, there's 4 parts to a term. These idiots that use traditional real estate, they pay max price, right? They pay the full retail price. They then go put 30% down payment because that's what investors do that are doing traditional real estate. Okay, 30% down. That's 3 years of your life, by the way, for most people. 3 years of your life to get a 30% down payment.
Absolutely, it's minimum.
Do these guys not value this? Do they not think that this has intrinsic value? Does this not have any value? 3 years of my life?
It has a lot of value. Like you can do a lot of things in this time.
Well, I think so. But then I also have a lot of friends that are overthinkers, and they tend to overthink for 3, 4, 5 years, and they follow me for 3 years instead of actually taking action. So a lot of people, maybe even you, Huzi, don't actually value your 3 years of your life because you just follow people instead of taking action. But I hope today we can overcome that. So purchase price, they're paying full price. They waste 3 years of their life saving up their own money, 3 years. Okay. Then they're paying the highest possible interest rate you can pay in the land through a bank that they have to be approved for. And they end up paying double what the property is worth. Cool. I pay maybe a little bit more on the purchase price, maybe a little bit, like 50 grand, 20 grand, 15 grand. Most of the time I pay under the asking, but I put none of my own money, and I do not waste 3 years of my life saving down payments. I then also structure a lot of my deals as 0% seller finance, 0%, 2%, 3. And then I have 10-year, 15, 20-year, 50-year loans. Who overpaid doing what? Who was the person that actually overpaid on that property?
The traditional buyer, definitely.
Okay, so did I prove the thing that you need me to prove today?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, Huzi, the overthinking is not benefiting you at all.
No, absolutely not.
Here's what I want you to write down, you overthinker. I want you to write down, if I'm so daring to overthink the worst case scenario, I should be daring to think about the best case scenario and start taking action. Start doing things, brother. Stop following me and start doing things that will change your life, okay? All right, awesome. So let's go back to this. I want to go back to the structure of this particular deal with Eric. Okay? So remember, I did a deal with Eric, the RV park owner, and I paid $5 million purchase price on paper. I didn't give him the $5 million. This was a promissory note. I came up with $250,000 for the down payment from my students. I brought in some SubTo students that wanted a 12% interest. So I just answered this question. I saw some people go, where did you find those people? They're in the SubTo community. We do deals with each other. So I have a deal. I funded them they funded me for my down payment. Plus I raised an extra $100,000. So I ended up paying $5.1 million for the park. Can I get a yes that everybody understands this portion? Can I get a yes, everybody? Okay, cool. Guys, let's not ask questions in the side chat. Let's stay on topic. I just want the yeses, and I want, people saying, oh, I understand. Hey, I got value from this, that kind of stuff. We'll do some Q&A at the end, okay? So this $5.1 million deal, how am I paying these people back? How am I paying these people back that I raised $350,000 for? Well, remember, does anybody remember how much this park makes me every single month? Does everybody remember how much this park makes me every single month? Okay, my first year, it made $181,000. That was my first year in 11 months, by the way, 11 months, 11 months, 11 months, not a full year. So in a full year, let's do this real quick. In a full year of the first year of ownership, we're now at like 25 grand a month because we've improved the renovations, or we've improved the park. But $181,000 in its first year divided by 11 is $16,454 per month, which let's multiply that by 12. Okay, that's $197,000 in my first year. Okay, cool. So we understand where I got the money to buy the property, right? We understand that the property I bought, yes, but we made Christopher Burton, Elizabeth Simpkins, yes. You guys are great. I love your guys' questions, but you guys truly don't want to just hang with me for a little bit. You guys want to it's like you are so smart, okay? So let me bring up Elizabeth for a second. She really wanted to make sure that it was also in all caps too. She wanted to make sure I knew this. Elizabeth Simpkins, if you want to put something in all caps, you're coming up on the screen, my friend. What do you got? She's like, crap, I wasn't planning on this. Elizabeth, how you doing? You can unmute yourself.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay, you ready to hang with me for a couple minutes so I can teach you this? This is actually the next part of the lesson. So I'm glad you asked the question.
Yes.
Okay, so why is this a problem if I have negative months? Why is this a problem?
Well, no, I was just because you had really, when was that? July 2024, a really big month there and the one after. And
Okay, cool. So why is that a problem? Let me ask you a question back in return. Why is that a problem?
no, it's not a problem as long as you're in the, making more. Well, like you said, it was 180,000.
Okay, cool. So
Plus.
let me walk you through how an investor thinks. So we have this park. We can all agree. I just want a simple yes in the side chat. We can all agree that I'm making basically $17,000 a month on this park in my first year.
Yes.
We can all agree. And that money that I'm making is not before my payments. It's after everything. Payroll's made, management's paid, payment to the seller is paid, payments to my private money lender. Everybody's paid 100%. Make sense?
Yes. It's your
Okay.
net.
It's my net. Cool. So what do I do is that when you buy an RV park, by the way, I'm not doing RV park training until tomorrow. So we're doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week is RV park training. Nisha's putting in the side chat. If you guys want deeper dive on RV park training, we're doing that for the next 4 days. Okay. Today's just mostly high level creative finance. Okay.
Yes.
Cool. So I'm not going to go into like how to manage an RV park today. I'm not going to go into how to find RV parks today. I'm just going through why the seller would do creative finance on these deals and how we get deals with no money out of our pocket. Okay. So did I use credit on this deal? Yes or no? Elizabeth?
You did not, right?
I did not. Okay. Seller gave me seller finance, did not use credit. Did I have to show bank statements?
No.
No. Did I have to show tax returns?
No.
Did I have to have a W-2?
No.
Interesting. Okay, cool. So I didn't have to use any credit. I didn't have to use any credentials. And not only did I not have to use cash, I used somebody else's cash for the down payment. And
Right.
I got paid 40 grand up front to buy the park. We're all on the same page. You and I are on the same page, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now I bought this park in Montana. So I'm not an idiot. I know, I mean, I'm an idiot about certain things, but I'm not an idiot about this. I knew that this was a seasonal park. Why would this park be seasonal in Montana?
Weather.
Yep, weather's a big one. And Glacier National Park is where everybody visits this park for. So they go to Glacier. Glacier is closed 5 months out of the year. So I already knew, looking at the seller's financials, so please look at me. I looked at the seller's financials before I bought the park. I knew he had strong months and bad months. I knew that overall in a given year, he made significant amount of money, but there were months where I was not going to be able to pay my bills unless I kept the money in my pocket for a full year.
Right.
So what did I do? I bought the park, and for the first 18 months, I did not take a single penny from the park. Does this make sense? Are you following me, Elizabeth?
Yes.
So if I make money, okay, let's go back to my P&L here for a second. If I make a lot of money, like right here, I bought it in June of 2024. So we're coming on 2 years. I made 33 grand, 91 grand, 64,000, 23 grand. So how much money do I have in my pocket? I have, look at this, $213,000 in cash is sitting in my pocket before the winter comes.
Right.
Following me?
Yes.
You see that $213,000 right
I
here?
sure do.
Okay. This is helping you out.
Yeah.
Okay. So now if I have a couple of bad months in a row, check this out. Let's add up all the bad months in a row. That's $74,000.
Right.
Will I be able to make it through the winter if I was smart enough and kept so I have a negative 74,000 through the winter, but in that first 4 months of owning it, I accumulated $213,000.
Absolutely. You will be able to do
Cool.
it.
So I pay those bills, and then the summer comes back up. And you can see that boom, boom, boom. Now I haven't updated this financial report. Is this helpful for everybody to see that I am making money even though this park, and this is a high level deal, but it was good to teach you guys a lot of stuff, right?
Absolutely. And you said you did some research before you made the deal.
Yes, you always do research. I think that a lot of that, guys, should be assumed, right? I'm not just blindly buying deals. And is today the RV park training? Yes or no?
No,
Is
it's
today RV park training? No, today is what? It's just
creative.
kind of like
Fine.
kind of 30,000 foot view creative finance training that why would a seller sell to you on seller finance or creative finance, right? With
Right.
real addresses and real properties and all of that kind of stuff. So for people that want to deep dive on RV park training, I would show up tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay.
I'll be there.
Okay, cool. So has this been helpful for you to see this?
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Okay. Now, how did I do this deal? For the first 18 months that we've owned this park, first 18 months, I brought in a total of, and we've already made it through our second winter. Okay. We have brought in a total of $325,000 in actual net profit. Before I watch how this is so silly, but there was a guy in the side chat. He's like, he literally just asked, wait, is this after the payment to the seller? Isn't it amazing? I have to repeat the same thing 100 times. Guys, you see this $18,208 that comes out of my P&L every month? That's the payment to the seller. This is my full marketing budget, my everything. This is everything. I made $325,000. Can I get a yes that we understand it's literally everything? It's not figuratively everything. It's literally everything. Can I get a yes?
Yes.
Isn't it crazy that people will still ask, wait, hold on. Hold on. And then we wonder why people just can't get ahead. It's like they can't pay attention to four things, right? Can you express in single format, please? I don't know what that means, Nicholas Stevens. Does anybody know what that means?
Mm-mm.
Okay, cool. So $325,000 net. Now, I've already paid my monthly payments to my private money lenders, right? They get 12%. So they already have a monthly payment. Elizabeth, I'm going to ask you to unmute one more time for a couple more minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
So I've already paid for 18 months. I've already paid all my bills. Everybody's been paid for 18 months, every single thing. And after all those first 18 months, I have accumulated $325,000 in profit in my pocket. You and I are on the same page.
Yes.
So what do I do with that money? I then pay off my students. The $250,000, I paid them off last summer. They're paid off. I still have $100,000 I still owe. So I just paid off the other $75,000. I have one more month basically of cash flow at this point to pay off the final 25 grand. And now I am $0 out of pocket. Okay.
Okay.
And I now can start taking home our cash now coming on 2 years later is about $22,000 a month in pure net profit. We've amplified revenue, fixed efficiencies, all that kind of stuff. So for the rest of my life, I now have $22,000 a month coming in on this one park. Did I use any cash?
No.
Any credit?
No.
Any credentials?
No.
Okay. And more importantly, how many of these deals do you need to never have to work another day in your life, guys? How many of these deals do you need? 20? One? Half? Okay.
I'll take one.
Okay. Most people are going to say one. Okay. Okay. What happens? Getting back to understanding SubTo, what happens at the end of year 10? Okay. This is a great question. I like this question. This is on topic. So Elizabeth, have I answered your question very specifically and deeply?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. No problem. Okay. So Dana Copeland. Let's go to Dan. I think it's Dana. I don't know if it's Dana or Dana. Sometimes y'all have two N's in there. You just never know. Dana or Dana? What do we got? Dana or Dana?
Sorry.
You guys
I'm
want to?
trying-
There you
I
are.
know,
I can
I'm
hear
so
you.
sorry.
I can hear you. Okay. What's your question?
Yeah, just the end of year 10, like understanding all the cash flows and everything. I'm big mind blown moments, but I don't know anything about SubTo. So what happens at the end of year 10?
I don't think you know much about real estate if you're asking that question. Are you new to real estate?
Yes, fairly new.
Okay, so this has not, I want to be very clear. Most of your guys' questions are actually not going to have a lot to do with actual creative finance. Your question actually has to
Well,
do with regular
I-
real estate.
Yeah, I know a little bit about real estate. I've done some flips, I've done some stuff, but it's like in the big scheme of things, I don't know anything. Just listening to you, I realize a lot to learn.
Sometimes I feel that same way. I totally get that feeling. So, so let's talk about 10 years. Okay.
Mhm.
Did you know that every multifamily property, everyone that you drive by, these big apartment buildings, did you know that their average loan cycle is about 5 to 7 years before they have to get a new loan?
No.
Most people don't. And so what you guys think about is you guys think, oh, well, SubTo Pace has a 10-year loan with this seller. Oh my gosh, what do you do? I'll answer that question, but I want to be very clear. This has nothing to do with creative finance. People that are in the multifamily world, in the side chat, could you guys do me a favor and just attest and confirm that I'm right, that the average loan duration in multifamily is 3, 5, or 7 years? Okay, sometimes you'll get like 15 years, but they're like, it's very rare. Okay, look at this. So all of the apartment buildings you drive around, you see being built up, you see cranes being built up, they're 5 years, 5-year loans. Does that have anything to do with creative finance? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay, so I want to be very clear. A lot of people ask questions. They think it's a creative finance question. It's not. All of these people are doing 5, 7-year loans on traditional real estate in multifamily.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying.
I'll answer the
I guess-
question. I just want to make sure it's not a creative finance question. Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, cool. So we know this is not a SubTo seller finance lease option question. It's none of those. It's just, this is like a traditional question. It's a wonderful freaking question. Okay, so what happens in 10 years is what she's asking, right? She's fearful, right? Her brain is giving her what if questions. Is that correct, Dana?
Correct.
Yeah, your brain is giving you what if questions. The reason why our brain gives us what if questions is because it doesn't want you taking action. It doesn't want you jumping in. It wants to protect you and wants to put you in your comfort zone. So it asks questions that you don't deserve the answer to. That's a sad thing for me to say, but I learned that from my mentor a long time ago. She said, Pace, stop asking questions you don't deserve the answer to. A lot of the questions I've answered today are questions that most people don't deserve the answer to, which means they haven't taken action, which is actually going to prevent them from taking action when you know the answer to these questions. But let me tell you the answer. The answer is a couple of things. Okay, why would somebody? Let's just talk about. I'm going to go back to my RV park 10-year, which is actually your question. But why would somebody go and buy an apartment building? Right, all of these people just told you about 100+ people are in the side chat today, telling you that they've gone out and gotten 5 or 7-year loans. You want to know a fun fact today? Dan, is it Dana or Dana?
It's Dana.
Okay, Dana. So here's a fun fact. Did you know that in Canada, it is a legal requirement for you to get a new mortgage every 5 years?
No, I did not know that.
Interesting. This is why Canada real estate sucks, but they are legally required to get a 5-year renewal on their mortgage. Every single person. Does not matter who you are. So you could be Dana, my friend that's not in Canada, but let's say you're Canadian. You bought a house to live in your family and you get a 3.5% rate and you have a job that pays you a specific amount of money and you're budgeting and you're barely making it through. And then 5 years later, interest rates are 6.25%. Guess what? You have to renew your mortgage at a new interest rate. 100% of Canada has to do this.
Insane.
Crazy, huh?
Yes.
They are a socialist country, which means they are trying to make it so nobody owns anything. So they're penalizing people from trying to buy properties. They go, oh, you think you're going to buy a property? Great. We're going to make it so impossible for you so you continue to rent so that we are a renter's nation. Anybody want to move to Canada today? Anybody want to move to Canada today? And by the way, any Canadians think I'm wrong about this, they're going to be like, you're right. Pace is right. Give me, if you are in Canada, tell me, yes, you are right. Pace, you are right. Yep. Denise says, I live in Canada and he's right. Okay. Why would I go down this route to make sure you understand this? Well, I want you to understand that most problems that people fabricate in their minds with creative finance, like, oh my gosh, it's a 10-year loan. Well, most of my loans are 30 and some of my loans are 50 with my sellers, but from time to time I do get 10-year loans and that's okay. That's not a creative finance thing. Canada's 5 years. We're not Canadian, so let's throw that to the side. Multifamily's 3 to 5. Ooh. So all of these big multifamily properties you drive through or buy all over the country. I travel for a living. I see tens of thousands of them. They're all structured with 3 to 5 year loans. Okay, great. We've solidified that. We know that. And we know that these things are not creative finance transaction questions. These are just traditional, what do I do in 5 year questions? Okay. And this is a wonderful question. Will this property that I bought for $5 million, will this property be A, worth more? That's the goal, right? It'll be worth more. B, I will be making $22,000 a month, which I do right now. I showed you guys the P&L. I make $22,000 a month, which is basically, let's say $250,000 a year. So let's say in 10 years, I have now made $3 million in cash flow.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make a for instance for you guys. Guys, we're gonna do a for instance of why we buy real estate, okay? And I'm gonna give you guys a really bad situation. Can everybody follow me here? By the way, you guys might not think that this has to do with creative finance. It does. Okay, can I do a for instance for you guys? On this particular property, we're gonna act as if this park actually goes down in value. Okay, we're gonna act as if this property goes down in value over 10 years, not up in value, and assume it's going to go up in value, okay? So I buy the park for $5 million. Cool. Love it. No bank, no credit, no credentials. That's what creative finance is all about. Solved all those problems for the seller. Was that helpful for you to see all the problems I solved for the seller today, Deanna?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Okay. We've had some good questions in the side chat, which is why I like the side chat. Okay, so $5 million is my purchase price. I go with the seller and I give him $250,000 down payment. This is my terms. He gives me 4% interest and he gives me a 10-year balloon. So I have 10 years to either A, sell the property, B, pay it off with cash, or C, refinance him out with a new loan. Follow me what I would do in that situation at the end of 10 years? That's part of your question.
Right.
Okay, so your question is like, what do you do at the end of 10 years? Well, I either sell it to somebody else, B, I pay it off in cash, or C, I refinance it into a new loan. Or D, which actually happens a lot, I restructure and I add another 5 years or 10 years or whatever with the seller. You know, you can amend a seller finance note with no credit. You can just go back to the seller and go, do you like receiving these payments? You want to keep receiving these payments? It's been 10 years. Okay, you can restructure. I do that a lot. You'll extend. Okay, was that helpful? Just that part? I have way more to teach you.
I think so. I think I just got hung up on the interest only payments and in my mind wondering.
There is no interest only payments, my friends. I don't have any interest only payment.
Okay.
Where did you come up with that?
I was just roughly looking at the math versus the 4% interest over the 4.7 million and the interest for your 350K. I just was roughing into.
Oh, that part definitely is interest only. So this is amortized. So amortized means it's being paid down. Okay. So the 4.7 million, I'll kind of write this down for you. Okay. Let's start from scratch. You guys are learning a lot of basic real estate today, aren't you?
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to get off topic.
I think it's helpful. I think a lot of people are hanging out with me on a Sunday morning, 1,200 people here and 400 people on YouTube. You got 1,600 people probably appreciate some of these questions. Okay. If you want high level creative finance, then be in SubTo, period. End of story. Today, we're just doing some low level stuff, which is great. Gives people some understanding of why they should learn these things. Okay. So $5 million is my purchase price. I go and get a loan for $250,000 for my down payment plus $100,000 for paying myself and Jordan. And that portion is 12% interest only, not the total balance, which I think you know. Okay. The seller then is seller financing 4.75 million at 4%. And that 4% is not interest only. Okay. That 4.4% interest pays down my mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
So in 10 years, will I owe 4.7 million or no?
No, you'll owe less.
No, I will probably owe, I'm going to take a guess. I'll probably owe somewhere around $3.8 million. Okay. So that will pay down. Are you and I on the same page?
Yes, totally on the same page.
Okay, cool. Now for the first year, okay, I now owe the seller 4.7 million. And I owe my students who loan me money, 350,000. I have a lot of students who are like, I want to make money. I want to jump into a deal with you. I want to be a private money lender. Again, guys, jade@pacemortgage.com if you guys want to jump into a deal and make some interest on this kind of stuff. So how did I pay them off? They are 12% interest only. The way I paid them off is for the first 18 months, I took $0 out of the park. I just took the cash, the profit, and I paid them off. Does that make sense how I paid them all the way off?
Completely.
Okay, cool. So now that payment does not exist. That payment was $3,500 a month to make that payment. That payment is now gone. It is gone completely because I paid it off after 18 months of one, paying their $3,500 payment, and that was interest only. And two, after making that monthly payment, I accumulated about $325,000 in 18 months of pure net profit that has now paid off the majority of that 350. You and I are still on the same page, correct?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So now as it stands right now, I have 9 more years to go on my 10-year loan. The seller is probably owed about 4.5 million at this point. The balance of my private money lenders is how much? How much do I owe my private money lenders at this point?
Like $25,000, something.
25 grand. Cool.
Yeah.
And that will be paid off next month. Then I'll start taking monthly cash flow. Cool. So let's do $22,000 a month is my current cash flow on average. That's my trailing 22 grand on this one park times 12. I don't know what that number is, so let's come up with it. Now we're going to assume a couple of things here, Dana. We're going to assume that my park will not go up in any sort of value whatsoever. And we're also going to assume that my cash flow will stay where it currently is right now. Okay. I'm going to be really, really, really pessimistic. Okay.
Okay.
So $22,000 in net profit per month on this park times 12 is $264,000 a year in profit. I'm going to multiply that by 9 years. How much in net profit will I make in 9 years if my cash flow does not ever increase? It just stays the same. Is $2,376,000 in benefit from buying this park. Does this make sense?
Yes.
Where does this benefit go? Does it go to my private money lenders? Does it go to the seller? Does it go to me? Does it go to my mom? Where does it go?
I think it goes wherever you want it to go.
That is a great answer. It goes to me. Okay. So over the next 10 years, I'm going to make $2.3 million in just cash flow, correct?
Correct.
Cool. So if we go back to the very beginning of today, we talked about the 4 reasons why we should buy real estate, or 5 reasons we should buy real estate. Number 1 is cash flow. So over the next 9 years, the cash flow in this property, I'm just going to say 2.3 million, just keep it simple, a little bit lower than it actually is, but 2.3 million, I'm going to have that benefit over the next 9 years, right?
Right.
Okay, appreciation. I'm going to be crazy and I'm going to say that this park will not appreciate in value. It will, my friend, it will probably 3x in value where this location is. I'll probably make about $10 million just on the appreciation over the next 10 years. I already have, let me show you where this is and you can understand this, but I want to be really, really pessimistic on this and show you worst case scenario, okay? So this park, if you look at Glacier Peaks, let's go back out. You will see the layers where it's at. So you've got Whitefish, which is where the billionaires live, and you've got Kalispell, which is where the millionaires live, and Creston, which is where the multimillionaires live. This is where my house is in Montana during the summers. And then you have the airport right here in the center of town, big international airport that's doubling in size right now. And you have the main road that goes to the right, you turn right, and you go up into this beautiful part of this world called Glacier National Park, right up in here. Mm-hmm. The most, I'd say the top 3 most beautiful places on the planet that I've ever been. So people travel in here and they come in and they want to travel and they want to grow and raise a family. Montana was one of the fastest growing cities, or I'm sorry, states. And then Kalispell, which is where this is, was one of the fastest growing cities in the country for the last 5 years. So I've already had, if you look where my park is, it's right on a main intersection, right? Go to Whitefish, go to Glacier National Park or the airport, main intersection. This park right here, we already have gotten an offer at $9 million. I just bought this 2 years ago for $5 million.
Wow.
I've already made $4 million on this park. But I'm going to assume that it doesn't go up in value anymore over the next 9 years. We're going to just keep it at $5 million. By the way, I also own this park right here. Same seller. We bought 2 parks at the same time from the same seller. I have so many stories to tell you guys over the next 4 days to help you guys understand all of this stuff. But the same seller sold me this park as well for $2 million. But I have not told you that story today. Okay. I just bought his park. This is Eric. He sold me both of those parks. Okay. I also have another park under contract. I'm buying this park. It is right here in Hungry Horse, Beargrass Lodging and RV Resort. I just bought this. Actually, I close in 2 weeks. This is a brand new one. I have no money out of pocket on this one as well. This one doesn't make as much, but it nets about 12 grand a month. Okay. Net. Cool. Why do I like Montana? Because everybody likes Montana. So the location obviously is going to be mostly the person that I got an offer from, just FYI, is an apartment builder. They build apartments and they're like, this is the greatest location. They offered us $9 million to tear out the RV park. Okay. So do I worry about what's going to happen in 10 years? Yes or no, Dana?
No, I see it now. No.
No, but we want to make sure that we just, in this particular situation, we're going to pretend like that doesn't happen. Okay. We're going to pretend like there is no appreciation. We're not going to get any value from this at all. Does everybody appreciate that I'm not going to bank on future appreciation? Give me a yes if you do. Okay. Love it. Now I'm going to teach you guys something powerful right now. You guys ready for something huge? All right. Buy the U-Haul next door. No, that guy's overpriced right now. And he's a young buck like me. He's overpriced. He did try and sell. He's a young buck like me. He has no reason to sell. He's not in pain. Okay. Awesome. So here we go. I'm going to teach you something super valuable. Another reason why I love RV parks is because of this next number 3 that will lead into answering Dana's question. Cool. Ray Diaz says, I have the cash. I just want to buy like you. Yes, right, Ray, that's a good point. I also have cash, but if I were you, I would lend my cash and buy with creative finance. Lend with your cash and buy with creative finance. Lend your cash, buy with creative finance. Okay. I said it 3 times just so you'd pay attention at least once. All right, here we go. So here is one of the most powerful things I could teach you is the tax benefits of an RV park are significant. I'm going to show you something called a cost segregation. Okay. A cost segregation is something that we go to the IRS and we do not pay taxes. Okay. And it is all because of these beautiful things called cost segregations. And I want to show you a big cost segregation study, what they look like, so I can kind of demystify these things. They're kind of crazy. But I wasn't planning on bringing this up, but I think it's massively beneficial for you guys to know this. Glacier cost seg. Vegetation management. That's funny. I know that this might be boring for some people, but these are the things that change your life when you understand these things. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm going to give you, I actually have never looked at this report, but this I think will be even better. The reason why I think this will be better because it shows you a lot more than just one or two properties. Let's see, cost study. Okay, cool. Here we go. Let's look at a report that I have not looked at. There's a company I use. The name of the company is Madison Specs. Okay. Oh, this is crazy. All right. So Madison Specs, this is a company that does these things for you. So they'll take a bunch of property I bought, okay, $25 million in properties I bought, and they'll give me $21 million in depreciable value, okay, on these properties. So you can see the properties, you can see all these numbers. It's too hard for people to truly understand. But essentially, they do these reports on our properties, and they take these reports and they send them to the IRS. And what these reports do is they make it so I don't pay taxes. So watch how one RV park will absolutely change your life. Okay. I bought this park with Eric for $5 million, if you remember. We went and spent $2,000 on a cost segregation study. And they gave us a big report. And that report allowed me to wipe out $3,907,000, okay, of active income. Okay, so I don't know, how many years would it take you guys in the side chat? How many years would it take you to earn $3.9 million? How many years would it take you to earn that? 15, 20, okay, cool. 3.9 years, love that. Too many to count. Okay, cool. 3 lifetimes. 50 years, cool, too many. Guess what? That number of $3.9 million is the amount of money I can earn without paying any federal income taxes because of this one park. So for every year you just wrote down, like Damian Burns says 50 years, cool. Guess what? You buy this one park and you would not pay federal income tax for 50 years. You buy, Homer says 3 lifetimes, cool. Kara Conde says 10 years. How many people just had a freaking mind-blowing epiphany of, holy crap, this is why you should buy real estate, not the cash flow? I can go and earn $3.9 million without paying a dollar in federal income tax from this one park. This one park will make me so I can go earn that. Mariana says she has a question. What do you got, Mariana? How can I help you?
So I just had a question. I thought with cost seg, you pay the tax when you sell the property though.
Okay, so you're asking a different question, but I love the question. Let's stay on this and I'll answer that question for you too, okay? Stick with me.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, great question. Does everybody understand why people buy real estate now? And some of you guys that hate Trump because you're like, he doesn't pay taxes and blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't pay taxes. You hate me too? Now, I pay property taxes that go into schools and fire departments and police departments, but I'm not paying federal. Are you kidding me? You are irresponsible for paying federal income tax. You're irresponsible. You are irresponsible. You are giving your money away. For every dollar you give to the federal government, 42 cents right now is going to interest on money they have borrowed from overspending and bloating our budget. You are irresponsible. I am the responsible one. Okay. The reality is I am following the IRS's guidelines to not pay taxes. You are irresponsible if you're paying federal income tax. Okay. I knew Trump knew something I did not know. That this is one of the biggest reasons why rich people don't pay taxes, because they go buy real estate and they do cost segregation studies and they wipe out their active income. Okay. Do we all now understand you have a responsibility to follow the IRS? It's the IRC, Internal Revenue Code, IRC 168, IRC 179. These are actual laws that are in the IRS that tell you not only you can do this, you should do this, but they actually show you how to do this. Okay. There you go. Now I do this with single family houses. I do it with apartment buildings. I do it with everybody. Okay. Yeah. It's not a loophole. That's a great point. Michael Beatty says it's not a loophole. Okay. It is law. Yes, it can wipe out W-2 income. If you buy an RV park, you can wipe out W-2 income. Okay. If you buy an RV park, you can wipe out W-2 income. Yeah. No, you can't do it on your personal home. All right, cool. So now here's the challenge with this. This is what Mariana's question is, but I want to make sure I answer the first question. Let's go back to this. What is my benefit of buying this park? My benefit of buying the park, forget about the appreciation. We already wiped that out. I'm going to pretend like it doesn't exist, even though I've already made about $4 million on it. The depreciation, or let's just call it the tax benefits. The tax benefits of this already are $3.6 million in my first year of owning it. $3.6 million in my first year of owning it. $3.6 million in my first year of owning it. Now, number 4 is pay down. So when I pay Eric his $18,000 monthly payment, I'm paying down his loan about $7,000 a month. Okay, so let's do $7,000 a month over 10 years. How much will go down in value, right? Pay down what I owe this guy. $7,000 a month times 12 times 10. I will pay this down $840,000. Cool. We're not going to talk about number 5 right now. We'll just talk about these 4. Dana, are you still with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's add up my value of buying this property that did not go up in value at all. Okay. I've already got $2.3 million in cash over those 10 years. I've got $3.6 million in tax benefits that make it so I don't pay taxes on anything I earn on other things, even my W-2. And I've also got $840,000 I owe less to Eric because I've now paid those payments over that 10-year period. Does that make sense?
Totally.
Cool. So at the end of the 10 years, let's pretend that it does not go up in value. Appreciation does not happen. Let's say we don't, people go, appreciation doesn't, you see this on Instagram. People will say stuff like, oh, you can't depend on appreciation. Okay. Tell that to literally everybody that's invested in real estate for the last 126 years since we started tracking appreciation. Everybody that invests in real estate says, yes, you absolutely can rely on appreciation. It's been 126 years of scientific proof that appreciation does happen and it will continue to happen. You just can't depend on when it does happen. You might have 1 year where it goes down, but 5 years where it goes crazy high. 3 years where it goes down a little bit. 5 years it goes crazy high. So we're going to cross out the appreciation. And let's say that in 10 years, I now owe, okay, I now owe Eric, the property is worth $5 million I bought it for, okay? I now owe Eric about $4 million. What would I do? I would sell the property, I would refinance the property, or I would, if I had $4 million in cash, I would just pay the property off if I couldn't refinance or sell the property. Those are the 4 things I would do, but I would have already made 2.3 million, another million. So I would make about, I'd say a total of about $6 million over those 10 years. Was it worth it for me, even if the property did not go up in value one time?
Yes,
Interesting to think about real estate this way, isn't it?
it is.
Okay. Was this helpful for everybody else to see this? Now I'll jump on to Mariana's question. Dana, did this answer your question in ways you probably didn't even recognize you needed?
Completely. It totally brought it full circle. Thank you.
Okay, cool. All right, perfect. We are going to take her down and I'm going to bring Mariana up here. Mariana, is it Mariana or Mariana?
It's Mariana.
Of course. White boys can't say that. Okay. So here's what she's talking about. She's asking a what if question. Okay. She's asking a question you won't even run into for years and years and years and years, which is, well, Pace, if you take the $3.6 million in tax benefits, when you sell the property, don't you have to pay those tax benefits back? That's basically what you're saying. It's called recapture. Okay, I'll just make it really simple. Okay, you have to recapture those losses to people. Okay, And what that means is the IRS, here's why the IRS gives you those benefits. Okay, I'll give you guys a really good understanding of why people do this. Yes, I can do a 1031, but there's other ways to do this as well. Okay. And let's leave 10 years down the road alone and get back to the beginnings, skills, transactions, experience, fundraising, please. Dante, are you not learning anything? Do I come onto your live trainings and like tell you what to do, Dante? You bring Dante up here. Dante, are you not learning anything in the last 20 minutes? Dante. This is about to be Dante's Inferno. He doesn't know how to unmute himself. Okay, cool. So Mariana, so what she's basically saying is I just bought this property with, yeah, of course I use creative finance, which is amazing, right? But I just got a $3.6 million benefit given to me by the IRS. The IRS is trying to incentivize me to own property. So if it wants me to own property, but then I go and sell that property, the IRS is going to be upset and they're going to say, hey, you need to give us some of that benefit back, dude. Okay, so the way you get out of this benefit, or the way you get out of paying back that benefit, which would be called recapture, you can do this through a few different things. Okay, number one, you can do a 1031 and roll your money into another deal and not actually realize the gain. Number two, you can own it long enough, okay, that all those benefits actually run out over 30 years. So if I go and own this for, it's actually 27.5 years. If I go own this for 27.5 years, that's the IRS's number, not mine. All of those benefits will not have to be paid back. So Mariana,
Yes.
has that answered your question? I could either A, 1031 into a larger asset when I sell, B, I could own it long enough that I would never have to pay it back, or C, I could sell the property, okay, then buy another property that same year, or even the next couple of months. Doesn't have to be a 1031. This is called a slow 1031. And I could then do another cost seg to wipe out the money I still owe back to the IRS. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that part. And I was asking because I do multifamily, and like you said, typically the terms are 3 to 7 years, and we are doing a 5-year term. And it's not, this particular deal is not creative finance, but cost seg was an option for it. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah. So most people that are like, it sounds like you're probably pretty inexperienced. So you're probably raising money for somebody else's multifamily deal. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just started multifamily.
Isn't that crazy that I can pick up on that? Like I've been in real estate so long and I've talked to so many people, I can just say exactly what you're doing. It's like, oh, I'm in multifamily. So what you're thinking about is like, as people invest in your deal, you're going to give them options to do a cost seg or not. Mm-hmm. And the only reason you would do a cost segregation in a multifamily deal like that is if your investors are planning on rolling their money to the next deal. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if you do a cost segregation and your investors get all these tax benefits, they would have to pay those tax benefits back at the end of those 5 years when you refinance or sell the property, unless they roll their money into the next deal. Now, again, people are like, well, Pace, I thought we were going to talk about creative finance. How is this not creative finance to never pay taxes on the planet? Like you guys are, when you guys think traditionally and you think like, oh, I'm going to wholesale. God, man, you guys are robbing yourself of true wealth. Like wholesaling is money that will help you quit your job. Understanding all of these creative strategies will help your entire family quit their job, right? Like I would argue that this is actually more important than learning like so many other things. Okay. All right. So let's go back to the basics, but we've walked through an entire deal. Why a seller would do what they do. Has everybody been highly happy for the last 3 hours and 20 minutes? Give me a rating of, by the way, some of you guys have paid for mentorships and courses that they didn't teach you 1% of what I just taught you in 3 hours. Okay, you guys, some of you guys have paid $100,000 in education and have not gotten what this is. Okay, so yeah, good Sunday morning, right? The fun thing is you guys get to go watch Bad Bunny or whatever you're going to do the rest of the day. Okay, I want to take a pain pill for my throat. When I talk this long, my throat starts hurting. So give me just a second. I'm gonna pause and get like an Advil. I'll be right back. All right. So let's jump into other strategies, right? Besides seller finance and overall creative finance. If you guys have not learned why creative finance is 1,000 times better than traditional real estate, then you probably showed up late. Is everybody thoroughly convinced that creative finance will solve sellers' problems, your problems, everything is solved by creative finance? Now, here's the thing about creative finance, okay, is that there are so many different strategies in creative finance to acquire property, and it is all contingent upon what's going on with the seller, okay? So let's talk about a couple of those strategies for the next little bit. I have a question with tax deeds. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So we're not doing a tax deed training, so kiss my grits. All right, so let's go into the other strategies. I want you guys to write these strategies down. We've already talked about cash, okay? We've already talked about cash, right? BRRRR strategy, traditional kind of stuff. Cash, that's traditional, things that require your banks, all that kind of stuff. The deal I just spoke to you guys about was seller finance. But what a lot of people don't realize is that creative finance is an overall massive umbrella of all sorts of different strategies. So you've got creative finance at the top. And creative finance is very diverse. In fact, right now, there's so many strategies in creative finance, this big umbrella that we have, that I have gone around the country. We have about 30,000 members in our community, and we do about $25 billion in transactions every single year. We just took a survey of our students, of 2,000 of those students. And out of those 2,000 students, just a random survey. This is such a cool survey. We surveyed 2,000 of them, and we asked them, in the last 24 months, what was your net profit in your pocket for deals that you've learned how to do things from PACE? The answer was $800 million in net profit in their pockets over the last 24 months from just 2,000 people. Our community is dominating, not because we just do SubTo or seller finance or lease options. We do so many different types of strategies that it's impossible to describe in even just the next hour and a half, but I'm going to do my best. So, by the way, we have 4 more days of training. Those trainings, the 4 days of training will primarily be about RV parks. So that'll be tomorrow, the next day, the next day, the next day. So 4 days on all, primarily creative finance blended with RV parks, okay? And what you'll learn over the next 4 days as well is that you'll learn how to wholesale those deals, you'll learn how to develop those deals, or you'll learn how to partner on them and become an owner of those parks as well. So link is in the side chat. Next 4 days, free training, just like today, but not 5 hours at a time. My voice, I talk so much all day long that I can't handle 4 days in a row, 5 hours per day. It'll be basically 2 hours every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, okay? And by the way, I'm still on the road currently. I still have 22 cities to go in my 100 city tour. What I did is I saw how many of our community were winning, and I went to write a book. And I'm in the process of writing a book right now called The Creative Finance Playbook. It will be the end all be all of everything creative finance, and it will highlight over 300 members. So 100 cities, 3 members per city, and not one of those deals is remotely close to the same. Because creative finance really is that diverse. And creative finance really is that powerful that it solves problems that traditional real estate can't solve. And so we'll talk about that next. CreativeNationTour.com, by the way, if you want to come see me on tour, I still have 20 cities to go. We're in Pocatello, Idaho, Pocatello, Bozeman, Kalispell. That's going to be in my barn in Montana. That's a strategy we'll talk about today as well. And then we'll go to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Spokane, Washington, Seattle, Washington, Vancouver, Canada, Vegas, and then all the way down the west. California, I think, has like 5 stops, I think, something like that. So we'll see you guys in California a whole bunch. And then I zip back through Arizona, and we all end up at Squad Up Summit. If you guys are trying to do, how many people in here are trying to get their Quad Up tickets fulfilled? How many people are trying to still like hang out with people and get your Quad Up tickets done? Can we put a rule in for the next hour and 30 minutes that the only stuff that should be going on in the side chat is people trying to pair up with each other for their Quad Up? Melissa Spooner says no Florida. So Melissa, I tell everybody to go to creativenationtour.com. The link goes in the side chat. And instead of going and looking at the link in the side chat, you decide, well, Pace, I guess, didn't want to go to California, right? Do you hate me? Is that what it is? Do you hate me? Go to creativenationtour.com. And you will see that I started in October. And I went to Hawaii, Anchorage, Alaska, Oklahoma, Illinois. Look at all these. And you can click on these videos. These are all YouTube videos of me doing a vlog. If you guys are asking what Quad Up is, it means you're not in our private community. How about coming to Austin, Texas? Guys, can you guys not try and drive me crazy and actually go to the creativenationtour.com? Look at this. I was just in Florida, you freaking weirdos. Look at this. Tampa, Florida. Actually, look at this. Miami, Florida. Puerto Rico, Tampa, Florida. Orlando, Florida. Jacksonville, Florida. Tallahassee, Florida. Did I go to Florida? Yes, you freaking weirdos in Florida. Yes, Florida's full of weirdos. Got 5 stops. You got 5 stops. Nobody else got 5 stops. You weirdos in Florida did, okay? So I then went to New Orleans, Houston, Texas, San Antonio, and we were going to go to Dallas, Austin, Lubbock, and then the ice storm came. I came home for a week instead of the ice storm. We rescheduled those, and we rescheduled New York. So if you guys are smart, you would go to creativenationtour.com and look at those dates instead of asking me in the side chat. Okay, check it out. Tempe, Arizona, we just did that. That was a big one. 1,300 people showed up for that. Albuquerque just finished that. Colorado Springs, Denver, Cheyenne, Salt Lake City was just 2 nights ago. Tomorrow I will be in Pocatello, Idaho. Okay. Then Salt Lake City, Pocatello, Bozeman, Kalispell, Spokane, Coeur d'Alene, Vancouver, Vegas, Seattle, Portland, Bend, Boise, Reno, Lake Tahoe, Sacramento, San Francisco, Fresno, Los Angeles, Yuma. I actually feel like Florida got more. I feel like Florida got more than even California. That's crazy. Then I'm home, Lubbock, Texas, Dallas, and then we are putting Austin and New York on here as well. Okay. You don't like New York at all? What? I'm going back to New York again. Yeah. What about non-US residence pace? Ronnie, is Canada America? Yeah. Al Kaiser says, Pace, I give you a 10, but reduce it to a 7 due to the nonsensical. I'm going to teach you guys something pretty awesome. Do you realize like how few people actually pay attention to things? Like, have you learned that through my trainings? I actually really like interacting with the audience, and I love getting to know people. I'm not one of these gurus that's holier than thou and you can't touch me and meet me and all that kind of stuff. I'm on a nationwide tour. I've met personally 30,000 people, which is why my voice hurts. Every night I'm meeting an average of 200 people at meetups that have 500 people average. I can't meet everybody, but I meet about 200 people. Obviously that's crazy too, 200 people. And I love people and I love meeting them and I love helping them, but you should be really, really encouraged by people's nonsensical questions. Don't think about it as a negative thing. This is how I'm patient all the time. And I know I amplify and I know I act like I'm mad, but it's to prove a point or prove some teaching element that I'm doing. I've just learned how to educate through amplifying or slowing down or whatever else. I just know how to adapt to the audience. You should be encouraged like I am that most people are not going to make it. Their biggest problem is they overthink. That's their biggest problem. They underact, and their fear. They have all this fear. And they should be deathly afraid of what their life is going to look like rather than what could potentially and probably will happen to them. A bad business deal, a bad partnership, a bad relationship. I am so encouraged by people's inability to pay attention that I'm like, there's really no way I can lose. There's no way I can lose. So can we all agree, like when you see these knuckleheads asking the same question that's been answered 25 times, can you all agree that you should be heavily encouraged that there's no way for you to lose? Because those are the people you're competing against, the ones that are so stuck in their concrete shoes, they can't move, right? You guys are looking at them like, wow, what's wrong with you? The reality is those are the people you're competing with. Be grateful that they're not as smart. Not smart, they're smart. In some ways, they're even smarter than you. Some of the most unsuccessful people I've met in my life are twice as smart as I am. They just simply don't do anything with their intelligence. So the reality is you should be encouraged when you see people in my side chat. You should be happy when you see people in my side chat. And also, if you are in here telling me to turn my side chat off, you can leave. This is my free time. You didn't pay me $1 to be in here. This is a freaking Sunday, open Zoom. Kiss my grits. Okay? Don't tell me what to do. Ever. Don't ever tell this man what to do, ever. My wife doesn't tell me what to do. Nobody tells me what to do. I do what I want to do, and I'm here on my own accord helping you guys out, okay? All right, awesome. The other thing too, I'll give you guys a really good tip too. If you guys are like, I want to know like every strategy of creative finance, you guys want me to give you a really awesome playlist. If you're like, I didn't get everything I wanted, I'll give you a really cool playlist that you should go and watch that Jerry Norton, my best friend, and I made. And we put on his channel and my channel wasn't big. Now my channel is big enough that I'm actually going to be recreating this playlist this summer. I'm going to do this live actually for the SubTo community. Okay. Thank you. Jem says, respect. You've already done more than anything anybody could imagine. Thank you for saying that. I will work for compliments. So thank you for that. It makes me want to work harder when people say nice things. Okay. So we did a private money masterclass together. And then we did a creative finance playlist. Wow, it's been 3 years. So I will give you guys this. Okay, there is a playlist. So it will suggest the playlist. This is video number 1. I feel like I should just find the playlist. Oh, here it is. So here's the masterclass. Okay, cool. Him and I have 22 videos together. Introduction to creative finance. But here's the thing is the first video is 35 minutes. Okay, it's for 35 minutes. I've given you almost 4 hours today, way deeper dive. But these are all, this is about half of the creative finance strategies that are known to man. The other half I give to the creative finance community called SubTo. Here is that playlist. Do me a favor. Right now, go on this video right here. We have like, 593 comments. Go take this to 1,000 comments. And I'll send a screenshot to my buddy Jerry and be like, look, we went to 1,000 comments. Anyway, this video obviously gets a lot of views and it kind of has like this organic reach and people continue to go watch it. I'd say it's like one of the top 5 things that people say to me when they meet me is like, dude, that creative finance playlist changed my life. You know, stuff like that. Then they join SubTo and they're like, oh my gosh, it's like 1% of what you teach us, but it's a really good playlist. So if we can't get through everything today, that playlist is super powerful. All right, cool. So let's go into, you guys know about the tour. I'm still on tour for 20 more days. For those of you guys who are in SubTo and Gator and Top Tier TC, we want to see you guys at Squad Up Summit. Please get your guys' tickets. The current promo we have of Quad Up is ending in a week from today, so Valentine's Day. Okay. One of the most powerful strategies I want to talk about is SubTo. Okay, one of the most powerful strategies is different than seller finance. We'll go to like single family type of stuff, help you guys understand how you can wholesale more often, and I'll actually show you guys where some of these deals go and where they come from, and then I'll do like some Q&A. We'll let you guys raise your hands and we'll go through stuff as long as it's on topic, and it won't be. You already know people have no respect, but it's fun either way. I can turn a weird question into something that gives value to everybody else. Okay, cool. So here's what's so crazy about what's going on right now in the world. What's going on right now in the world is that real estate agents, BRRRR strategy investors, they've all been torn out. And this is not hyperbole. I don't think these people are my enemies, so I don't want to like relish in their lack of success, but the overall industry has taken a massive loss, but people that know creative finance have actually accelerated, doubled, tripled, quadrupled. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys proof of this. Okay, if we go to Nation Debt Clock, okay, the National Debt Clock, if you guys go to the National Debt Clock, it's freaking awesome. And you can see the internet is slow. Okay, we're going to pull up usdebtclock.org. You guys can pull this up. And I want to show you some data on here that most people don't even know exists. US Debt Clock really doesn't want me to be here, apparently. There it goes. Okay, so this is kind of disgusting. By the way, this is also why I do not ever want to pay federal income taxes, because they just are wasting our money. Check it out. US federal spending, $7 trillion, but they're only going to bring in $5 trillion. That's a disgusting thing. If my wife was running our household budget like that, I'd divorce her. Like, that's how big of a deal it is, right? Okay, but a lot of people don't know this, is you can come right here and go to home sales, and you can see historical data. Of course, there's always an ad of some sort. That's okay. People got to get paid for their cool things they give me. Okay, so check this out. We are, in 2025, we sold 4,034 homes. The lowest year on record was 4 million, not on record, but 4,016,000 was in 2023. So it bumped up just a little bit in 24 and 25, but it's been so stagnant. Look at this. It's literally 1 million more the year before, 1 million more the year before. And we had not been that low in home sales in over 15 plus years. Now we are on track right now. 2026, we are on track to have the worst retail sales in 20 plus years. Okay, why is that important for creative finance? It's important for creative finance because no matter what is going on inside the real estate market or buying business, remember, I teach creative finance. So that means I can buy planes, trains, automobiles, businesses. I can do everything with creative finance. That's why I focus on creative finance. I don't focus on Section 8 or co-living. Those are exit strategies. And you guys need to learn this before I jump into the SubTo stuff. You need to learn that there are, my pencil doesn't want to work. Silly thing. Okay, cool. There are, the heck? Okay, there are ways to make money on a deal. There are ways to find deals. There's ways to fund deals. And there are ways to keep those deals, okay? And what a lot of people do is they go, I'm gonna go learn, let's say, Section 8. Okay, well, Section 8, does that teach you how to finance Section 8? No. What about co-living? Does that teach you how to find co-living properties? No. Funding them is where creative finance comes in. Finding them has nothing to do with creative finance other than understanding the avatar of the people you're looking for. So the way it works is the number one skill you should acquire. Okay, when we're talking about acquiring skills, the number one skill you should acquire, in my personal opinion, is learn creative finance. Okay, learn creative finance. Number two skill you should learn is where to find deals. Okay, so now I know creative finance, the high level type of stuff, like what are all the strategies? I already gave you a playlist, it's in the side chat. Let's see if anybody made comments on Jerry's video. We got 593. Let's see if we can get to like 1,000 tonight. People don't really take, okay, we got 34. Isn't it amazing? I have literally 1,800 people watching this video right now, and I can't even get 60 comments on that YouTube video. Guys, do me a favor. I want to like surprise the crap out of Jerry by saying we have 1,000 comments on that playlist. Go in there and help me out. There's only like 60 people went over there and did that. Okay, so when you are going out and you want to make money in real estate, you should not be learning Section 8 first. You shouldn't be learning co-living first. You shouldn't be learning even RV parks first. You shouldn't be learning multifamily first. You should not be learning any of those things because those are the ways to make money after you've already found out how to fund deals and how to find deals. Okay? It is a massive waste of time for you to go take like a Section 8 class if you don't know those things. It's a massive waste of your time to go take an Airbnb class if you don't know those things. It's a massive waste of your time. It's kind of like this. Like, this is the way I would look at it. We all know what creatine is, right? You take creatine so you can lift better, stronger, etc. Would it make sense to take creatine? Answer this question in the side chat. Would it make sense for me to take creatine if I am not working out? Would it make sense for me to eat 200 grams of protein if I'm not working out and stressing my body? Would it make any sense? And so essentially when people go learn Section 8, Airbnb, co-living, any of these exit strategies, what they're doing is they're not looking for opportunities and learning how to fund them, which is the workout. The creatine is a waste of your time. Do we all agree with this? By far, the biggest waste of your time is I watch people on Instagram going, you need to learn Section 8. No, you don't. Section 8 should be a byproduct of being in the business. And here's what I want you to understand. I wonder if I can find this. I have this infographic. I wonder if I can find it on my Miro board. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. It's been a while since I brought this up, so let's see if I can find it. People say, somebody says that's incorrect. They probably teach Section 8 for a living or something like that. It's a waste of your time. You shouldn't be learning Section 8 at all. Waste. Oh, yes, Damien, come on, bro. Like, you get the point, right? Not every analogy is going to be a perfect thing, right? Chill out. Okay, so I have an acquisitions. Okay, got it. Ooh, this is old. This is old, but let's see if we can pull this up. This is crazy. Go away. This is old. I should update this. Okay, check it out. So check this out. You see all these little arrows in the acquisition strategies. So these are all the acquisition strategies. So the yellow is like cash, SubTo, seller finance, hybrid, executory contract, lease option, novation agreement, short sale, Morby method, dating contract, arbitrage. Okay. Then you need to find these deals first, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Okay. Which is, where is my deal coming from? How am I financing these deals? These are more important questions than anything else. Then once I find these opportunities, I then can turn them into a Section 8. You see how little and insignificant this Section 8 is right here? Like, look at this. In the grand scheme of things, people are like, oh, go learn Section 8. It's the most unimportant part of the entire process. Can we all agree that learning Section 8 is almost a waste of time if you have not learned where the deal comes from and where creative finance can get you? Okay. Same thing with Airbnbs, corporate rentals, student rentals, group homes, any of that kind of stuff. These things over here for like long-term rentals, I'll remake this and I'll share this with everybody that's on here today. I'll remake this. Okay. This is where a lot of people get stuck, is they want to go learn like, oh, let me go learn assisted living. So you learn everything but where deals come from. I'll tell you how I know this. Okay. I know this because I speak for a living, right? I speak for Tony Robbins. I speak for Dean Graziosi. I speak for all the big real estate educators, and they're all my friends. But when I go to their big conferences and I speak about where I found deals, like go to Crexy, go to here, and I'll talk about these things more today. Sorry, guys. I've been on tour for 100 days. My voice is like to the point of just true death. And somebody's going to be like, go eat honey and go get, guys, I've done everything and all of it works. But I still talk way more than what you can even imagine. So all the things that you're going to suggest to me, I've already done them. You're going to DM me and you're going to tell me all the 85 things. I've already done them. They all work. Okay. So I get off stage at like an Airbnb conference and I go in the hallway and I get swarmed. And why do I get swarmed? Not because I'm that cool, but because they've spent 4 years never doing a single Airbnb, because they've been learning about wallpaper design and property management and finding the right contractor and underwriting and looking at all these stupid things that make no sense. Like, me caring about wallpaper is the most unimportant thing ever. I literally have gone to Airbnb conferences and they had a wallpaper sponsor that took up 45 minutes on stage. And I was like, this is literally the last thing these people need to learn. What are you doing? And I then look at the whole entire 3-day event that they have, and not one element was, where do we find deals? Where do we submit offers? How do we get the money? How do we structure a creative finance deal? It's because they don't understand it. They're all just Airbnb people using money from their W-2. And then they start a coaching course and then 5,000 people learn from them and they're all failing. Everybody in Airbnb is failing right now because they learned the dumbest thing on the planet. And here's what I mean. That's obviously an exaggeration, but you get the point. When the market shifts, right, where people are no longer vacationing, should I be in Airbnbs or not? Okay, so should I really be an investor that focuses on one exit strategy, or should I be an investor that when I find a house, I determine what exit strategy it should go into, right? You mean the way people who work at regular 9 to 5 and pre-work? There you go. Yeah, 100%. You want to be an investor, okay? You want to be an investor, not a Section 8 investor, not a co-living investor, not an RV park or mobile home park investor. You want to be an investor, and you want to be able to find opportunities, okay? There you go. Deborah Chandler says, we should be flexible on exit strategies. Is there a place we can access the flow chart? Yeah, that flow chart is actually inside of our private SubTo community. I haven't updated it in like 4 or 5 years. It's really ugly. I made it myself, and now I could probably have AI clean it all up and like make it look really pretty. So here's why I brought up the slow real estate market, and here's why I brought up like finding deals. When you understand what's going on inside the real estate market, you'll find out that there is 2.1 million real estate agents in the industry. 500,000 of them left because they can't make money. Why can they not make money? Because they're not using creative finance. Pace, that's an oversimplification. No, it's not. the largest EXP downline in the country is in SubTo. Okay, he has 50,000 agents underneath him. They are using creative finance now. He joined SubTo. His name's Brent Gove. And I talked to the CEO of EXP. I've talked to high-level people of EXP. They've learned from my team, and they've taught their agents creative finance. And all of a sudden, their downline starts surging in the numbers because they can actually help their sellers. Okay. I'm at dinner the other night. Let me see if I can find these photos, but I'm at dinner the other night with like Dean Graziosi, Tony Robbins, and a handful of other guys. And all of these guys are inside the SubTo community, really high level dudes. And they're all bragging about their SubTo deals and their seller finance deals. Like, Pace, oh my gosh, it works. I know it works. But there's 2.1 million agents in 2023. And as you could see on the website, right, the Census Bureau, not the Census Bureau, but the World Debt Clock, 500,000 of them have left because they never learned a skill called creative finance. Okay, cool. So how does that help us in 2026? Well, here's how this helps us in 2026. We now know where all the pain is, okay? Where all the pain has existed for the retail market since 2022 when rates started going up is on market listings with agents, okay? So you want to get a deal today. This is really simple. I don't care if you want to do Section 8. I don't care if you want to do co-living. I don't care what you want to do, assisted living. I don't care what you want to do, all right? You need to find deals. So let's find some deals. Let's find people that have pain based on what's going on in the marketplace. What's going on in the marketplace is agents can't sell houses. Agents can't sell houses. They're having a really hard time. And how do I know this? Well, because I research and I spend a lot of time in my life doing this. And I talk about this and I look for deals and I'm constantly online talking to high-level people, understanding what's going on in the marketplace. There's a really good article I just read the other day talking about, for the first time in like 30 years, something massive just changed in the real estate market. I got to pull this up. I wonder if I saved it. I thought I did. I guess it's gone. But right now, for the first time in like 25 years, we have more sellers than we have buyers for the first time in 25 years. So there are so little demand on houses right now because of interest rates and the economy that agents are having a hard time selling houses. Okay, cool. What does that mean for us specifically? What that means for us specifically is that if we know that there's pain there, we can just go in and solve that pain with creative finance. So one of the biggest pains right now, I will show you on my software. And by the way, you guys are going to ask me what's the name of the software, and I'm not going to answer that question. Can I get a yes that we're not going to answer that question of what's the name of the software? Can I get a yes that we're not here to teach you guys software today? We're just going to give you general understanding. All of my overthinkers are going to be like, what's the name of the software? It ain't going to help you. You're not ready for it. Okay. I'm just going to show you how abundant the opportunities are. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you something really interesting. So if there are sellers, which there are hundreds of thousands of sellers that are trying to sell their properties through real estate agents, and real estate agents don't have any tools to sell these houses besides price, and all they keep doing is dropping the price, and they still can't sell the house. These agents don't know creative finance, which means they don't know that we care less about the price. We care way more about getting the house for free. Okay, we care way more about getting a 2% interest rate or a 1.9% interest rate. I have a deal I'm going and looking at from one of our SubTo members today. He has a SubTo deal at, I think it's 1.87% interest that I could just take over the mortgage today with no money to the seller and just pay the student a $20,000 assignment fee. How you pay those assignment fees is another thing I'll cover in a little bit. So I want to go and find agents that have no idea what this means, which is like 99% of agents don't know they don't know this stuff. So what do? Is they keep lowering the price. Well, I want to then add this is long days on market. This is a filter, right? I want to find long days on market. You are not going to find these on Zillow. Don't be stupid and stop looking on Zillow. That's for losers. Okay. There's a reason why there's 2 L's in there. Okay. Those 2 L's is losers lose. Okay. Stop losing on Zillow. Only idiots use Zillow. Don't use Zillow. It's so stupid. It's the dumbest thing ever. Zillow is for retail buyers. Okay. So if you're looking to buy a house for your personal family, great. Use Zillow. If you're an investor, nobody that actually does deals use Zillow. Nobody. Like, nobody. It'd be like going into a gunfight with a water gun. Like, Zillow's a water gun. Like, yes, children do use water guns, and yes, they can be fun. And I even go on Zillow every once in a while to just kind of like, you know, brainstorm on, whoa, it'd be so cool to own 200 acres in Zillow in Northern California. Ain't nobody finding deals on Zillow. Okay. At least anybody that's a significant player at all. Okay. They're using other software. They're using dealsauce.io. They're using PropStream. They're using PropWire. They're using those. Dealsauce.io is what most people in SubTo use. And we'll go into that in just a little bit. But long days on market is the filter you want to start with. Now, another filter that Zillow does not have, this is why I always say it's for losers. Here's what I'll say. I'll say it's either, here's what the two L's stand for. One is losers. The other one is lovers. Okay. I have gone on there and thought about, oh, I'd love to have 200 acres in Northern California. And I'm sitting over there like mentally loving on this property that it was already sold 6 months ago, but Zillow didn't update the data. So it's for lovers too. So you're not a loser. It's just a funny way to describe things. Okay. All right. So these sellers go hire these agents for a reason. There's always pain. You just don't know what it is on the listing, except I do know because I'm not an idiot. I use data in 2026 to find out what the seller's pain is before I ever call the agent. Okay. People that go work on Zillow and just call agents and submit offers are dumb. Like, really? That's what you're doing? Like it's 1942? Like, are you watching YouTube videos from like 1997 on how to go get deals done? Like that, nobody does that. Okay. Nobody does that. All right. Okay. So here's what I mean by this. I want to find sellers that have pain. Low equity is pain. Foreclosure is pain. How about divorce, right? All of these things are pain. When they have pain and then they are also on the market for a long period of time, you got a double whammy. I'm not going to call anybody that doesn't have a double whammy. Okay. If you don't have a double whammy, you're not going to hear from me ever. I want a double whammy. I want the agent to be in pain and I want the seller to be in pain. Do we all agree we should never be calling or negotiating or reaching out to people that don't have a double whammy? Can I get a yes? Man, this would change our whole entire industry if everybody understood this. Okay. What people are doing, how many people can give me a guilty that you guys are like driving for dollars, guessing whether somebody wants to sell or not? You don't ever call them, or you call agents and bother them. You have no clue what's actually going on. Tamara White has asked a good question. Give me a guilty if you've wasted your time, agents' times, and you've also wasted sellers' time doing just absolute asinine activity. Elizabeth says, I'm guilty and I'm an agent. Okay, cool. Somebody said, Erica M says, I'm new to this. Perfect time. Yeah, we just saved you 10 years, homie. We literally just saved you 10 years of what every idiot has done. How many people have wasted their time doing this for like a year, 2 years, 3 years, the wrong way? Okay, cool. We just saved you a bunch of time, like more time than I could even describe to you. So let me show you how it should be done. I'm not trying to sell software. By the way, here's the article I found, okay? New U.S. existing home sales totaled 4.6 million in calendar year 2025. That's tied for the lowest year. On a seasonally adjusted annualized basis, U.S. existing homes are blah, blah, blah. This shows you that we are heading into even a worse 2026. Is the market going to crash? No, it just highlights to you where the pain is. And that's what you guys need to understand is where is the pain, okay? Awesome. Richard Greer says, or Geyer says, did it for 3 months. Cool. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to property search. I'm going to go to residential. Yes. Deal Sauce does also have commercial. We're not going to talk about that. It has RV parks and mobile home parks and all of those types of things. It has all the things you want. Okay. But what we are going to do is we are going to go to, let's say let's go to Maricopa County. That's where I'm at right now. And let's just see what's going on in Maricopa County. I've now clicked, not Maricopa City, that place sucks. I do have rentals there, but I wish I didn't. Maricopa County. Okay, as you can see, the software says there's 1,397,000 opportunities for investors, and DealSauce will rate these. This is investor software. Okay, so for those of you guys that are going on Zillow, who is Zillow for? Zillow is not for you. Zillow is for losers who think it's a good way to build a real estate business, or lovers who are trying to have a family home. Okay, it's either losers or lovers. That's all it's for. You don't want to be on Zillow. It's a waste of your time. It's not built for you. There's not a handful of developers sitting there trying to make it better for you all day long as an investor. Zillow does not want to cater to investors. In fact, they hate you guys. Okay, so I'm going to look at DealSauce, and what am I going to look for? I don't even look through this list. I want to go to this filter. Can everybody see my button and the filter button right here before I click on it? Can I get a yes? Can I get a yes? Okay, we're going to click on yes, filter. Okay, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into active listing, and it's going to pull up, like, look down here on the bottom, 16,000. Okay, 16,482 active listings in Maricopa County. That is so many. I am now going to go on low equity, people that have no equity. So these are SubTo deals. Okay, so check this out. There is 1,904 sellers right now that have a listed property where they cannot sell the property without coming out of pocket to sell the property. There's 1,904 of those people that cannot sell the property without writing a check to get rid of it. How many people just learned how simple it is to find SubTo deals? Jesimar, thank you so much. We got the point. Thank you. How many people just had a holy crap moment of like, I have been wasting all my time. Meanwhile, there's 1,900 people right there that can't sell their house without writing a check. Those are the people who literally hand the keys over to you. So when you guys have watched me on seller calls where sellers are like, yeah, take the keys to my house. And I go, Sherry, I haven't gotten there yet. Give me a yes. You just like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I showed up for 4 hours today to learn even more. Like pace is nonstop. Guys, I haven't even warmed up. I could literally go 5 weeks just straight. There's so much fun stuff to know about this fun business. And these people actually need your help. Like they actually need your help. These aren't people I'm going to lowball. Let me be clear. I'm not a freaking loser wholesaler. I love wholesale, and I wholesaled for 8 years, giving people lowball cash offers when it was appropriate. But the majority of sellers do not need lowball cash offers. The majority of sellers do not need a lowball cash offer. Some of them do. And that's where cash wholesale comes in play. But when you, how many people in here play golf? How many people in here play golf? Okay, what's a club in your bag you use the least frequently? What's the club in your bag you use the least frequently? 2-iron, okay? Putter you use on every hole. Okay, putter is like a creative finance thing. You need it. Sand wedge, you should use it on almost every hole. Okay, 3-wood, that's a good one. 3-wood, 5-iron, okay, 3-iron. Okay, cool. Would it make sense for us to go play 18 holes of golf and only take our 2-iron? Would it make sense? Yes or no? No. So when you are submitting cash offers to people all day long, very few shots on the golf course, okay? The average golfer shoots about 120 shots on a golf course. You will use your 2-iron maybe 4 times out of 120 shots. So think about being a cash wholesaler. You are a 2-iron, okay? You should only be using that 4 times out of 120 shots. Cash wholesalers, here's what they do. They use their 2-iron on every single shot. Their drive, their putt, their chip. They're in the freaking sand with a 2-iron. Does it make sense? So they wonder, what, Paige, I haven't done a deal because you haven't learned creative finance. Okay. The BRRRR strategy is kind of like a 6-iron. You're going to use it probably a little bit more than you would a cash wholesale thing, but you're still going to use it maybe 6 times out of 120 shots. Okay. Creative finance is the driver. You use it almost every hole. It's the 9-iron, the pitching wedge, the 60. It's the freaking putter. You use it every single time. And more importantly, creative finance is like the golf cart. You use it to get from shot to shot to shot to shot. Okay. So are these things important? Yes, but these people right here, 1,900 people that are listed on the market right now, do they need a cash offer? No, because they don't have equity. I want to explain to you guys what equity actually means here in just a second for people that don't know. Okay. I don't know what Thomas is promoting, but we love you, Thomas. We just don't want to do. Bert says that's Bert. I shoot in the 80s and like high 70s, but the average golfer shoots 120. Okay, that's the average golfer. You're not average. I'm not average. Okay. Okay, cool. So that is where people are like, wait, so I should do wholesale? Yeah, you can do wholesale, but you look like the idiot out there swinging a 2-iron when it just doesn't make sense. Like, what are you doing? That person needs creative finance. That person needs that. That person needs creative finance. What are you doing? Right? So I'm also, before I'm calling people, I've already learned what creative finance is. I now know where to go find these deals. Remember what we talked about. At any point in here, do I need to learn what Section 8 is before I find deals? Yes or no? Do I even need to know how to underwrite a deal quite yet? No. Okay, cool. So active listing, it means they're actively listed with a real estate agent. Then you've got low equity. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I could even add pre-foreclosures on that, see if the number goes down a lot. Okay, so now let's say I'm a busy person. Okay, let's say I'm really, really busy and I can only handle so many leads. Look at this. We said double whammy. This is a triple whammy, right? Actively listed, which means they want to sell. They have low equity, which means they can't sell the property without money. Sherry says, that's where I get stuck. Too much time underwriting. I don't even know why you would underwrite anything. Yes, I can see days on markets down here. Okay, I can change the days on market down here, guys. Stop overthinking. You guys are asking questions ahead of time. You're overthinking. Okay, Dana says, I think where my active, Dana, I'm going to bring you up here. I'm going to bring you up here in just a second. This is a great thing. Okay, so if I have a lack of time, what should I be doing? I should be clicking on more of these filters. Okay, I should be clicking on more of these filters to get this results down to a lower number if I have no time to reach out to these people. Okay, so low equity. If I have a lot of time, I should take the foreclosure filter off and just go for a double whammy because now look how many more leads I have. The more pain points you look for, the less people you're going to talk to, right? My favorite one is vacant, low equity, actively listed. Look at this. Oh man, these filters. Can you guys write down a really, really important thing? I want you guys to all write down an important thing. Your filter will tell you the story before you call the seller. The filter will tell you the story before you call the seller. So let's talk about what this filter tells us. Okay. What this filter tells us is that I know there's a seller that wants to sell. Do I have to guess if this person wants to sell or not? Right? So you got a seller living in a house. They decide, I want to list with an agent. Do I have to guess if this person wants to sell or not, if it's sitting on the MLS? Do I have to guess if they want to sell? Yes or no? Okay, so this is why a lot of people like working with real estate agents, is because I at least know that the seller has a desire. Doesn't mean they have pain yet, but they have a desire to sell. Okay, cool. So that's one. Okay, that's one layer I want. Now I want to go for long days on market. Some people have asked, how do I know what long days are? Well, here's what I want you guys to do. Everybody right now, go to Google, and I want you to Google how many days, what's the average DOM, days on market? What's the average DOM in blank city? Whatever your blank city is. Mine's Phoenix. What's the average days on market in blank city? I want you to put it in the side chat, okay? I want you to put it in the side chat. Yes, Joe, you can use this for RV parks. I've already covered that. Remember, guys, you guys are wasting your time asking questions we've already covered. I love you guys, but you guys got to stay and pay attention. Yes, Jem, they do show in the filter. Okay, 64 days on market. So these are the amount of days you should never call an agent until the amount of days have hit right there. So if Diane says our average days on market is 93, so should I be calling people on day 60? Usually not. Now, I want to give you guys a little bit more clarity here, okay? A little bit more clarity. If I have a lack of time, I should be calling way later in the process. If I have tons of time and I want more leads, then it's okay for me to shorten that down. Does this make sense, everybody? Okay, so let's say that I'm somebody that's looking for opportunities. And I'll cover a couple of really cool things of like, what are you going to need? Here's your need box. Okay, some of the reasons why you don't take action is because your need box is empty. We're going to talk about that in a couple of minutes. But let's say that you are brand new. Okay, you're a newbie. And you have a ton of time. Okay, ton of time, and you could be calling a lot of agents. I want to do less filters. Okay, I don't need to double whammy, or I don't need a triple whammy or a quadruple whammy. I just want to know that it's listed and they have one layer of pain. That means less filter means more leads. More leads equals more conversations and more offers and all of that kind of stuff, okay? Vlad says 86 to 114 days in Kalispell. Vlad, that doesn't make a lot of sense. We got to know one. Like, what's the number? It should be probably closer to 86. I don't know. It would be between. It's just going to be one number, not two. Okay, cool. So let's say that in your city that you have chosen to work, the average days on market for an agent is 75 days. When does the agent start stressing the freak out? Okay, the average is 75 days. I'm going to say that this is like day 0. This is day 180 when they get fired. Okay, I'm going to say the agent's probably going to start stressing out about 45 days. Okay, they're going to start stressing out about day 45. Do we all agree with this, everybody? Everybody that's an agent, you're going to start really stressing out. You'll probably start stressing out on day 1. I get that. But really, like day 15, you're going to go, man, not a lot of offers, not a lot of showings. Oh my gosh. But day 45 is when you know you're in pain. Day 75 is where you can no longer lie to your client. Okay. And this is where a lot of people don't know, but agents are now going to, now remember, your agent is going to talk to these sellers and going to say, look, the average days on market is 75. Like, we're good. Inside the agent's mind, they're going, oh my gosh, nobody's coming to the house. We're overpriced. Things are bad. Oh my gosh. But on their face, they're going to continue to lie to the seller and say, don't worry. Average days on market, 75 days. We shouldn't worry. And then in their mind, they're praying, dear Heavenly Father, please, I paid my tithing. I went to church. I did the things. I stopped drinking Diet Coke. I stopped cussing. Please, Heavenly Father, help me sell it. Right? They're saying all of those things in their head, but they're lying to their seller. And so you are going to have agents that run into pain, okay? You're going to have agents that run into pain, at least mentally here, but their seller is now going to stop believing them about here. Is this helpful for you guys to understand this? Okay, so if you're a newbie, should you be wasting your time calling agents? And you ever ask the question of why do agents hate wholesalers and investors? I'll tell you why. It's because you stupid freaking newbies are calling agents one day after it's listed and submitting a freaking 50 cents on the dollar offer. What are you doing? That's crazy. Vince says, I have been a stupid newbie. Me too. That's how I know. I've been a stupid newbie multiple times. Okay. So do we understand why the agents hate you? Okay, we can't be mad at these agents. Do you go to call the agent or go directly to the seller at that point? We don't ever go around agents. That's disrespectful. We want to honor professional relationships. If you want to go to sellers directly, you should go off market. I'll show you how to do that as well. You want to see how to go off market? Watch how simple it is to go off market. Watch this. This is why we don't use Zillow, because Zillow's for losers, okay? See this active listing thing? We just unclick it. And now all of a sudden low equity is 1,913. Vacant. Vacant, low equity, 913. Take the vacancy off, low equity is going to be like 10,000. Oh, okay, my bad. 111,859. But now you're guessing if they want to sell. If you want to be a professional in this business, you should respect the relationship with the agent and the seller until they get fired. So that's how simple it is, guys. I'm telling you, like, how many people are having an epiphany that Zillow has been a waste of your entire life? There's no filters like this. You can't find these pain points. You can't click and on-click and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Zillow is an absolute freaking waste of your time, okay? All right, so I can go to active listing, and if I really want to go directly to seller, just unclick active listing and start clicking on more stuff. Vacant, low equity, or vacant, low equity, and they're in foreclosure. Like, that's, let's see how many there are. There are 28. Okay. I prefer to work with agents when I'm newer because I know, I'll tell you guys a really great story. It'll be one of the last things I talk about today is like your need box. And one of my favorite SubTo things that happens all the time, but I need to make sure you understand the timeline of reaching out to agents on single family houses. Okay. All right. So the seller now doesn't believe the agent. They've lost trust. And by the way, agents lie all the time. Okay. Agents lie more than anybody you'll ever meet in your life. They lie so much, and it's not even on purpose. They just don't know anything about real estate. Precious says, I was being taught so wrong when I started. No wonder I wasn't successful. Yeah. These agents have no idea what houses are actually worth. They're not investors. Okay. They're not, see. Hi, Uncle Lonzo. Good to see you, brother. Okay. Good to see you, brother. Okay, cool. So this is the timeline, right? Your average days on market in your town should be kind of a big pivot point for you. Day one is when they're listed. Day 180 is when they get fired. Your average days on market is when the agent has now ran out of excuses and cannot lie anymore. Okay. And by the way, agents don't know they're lying all the time. Some of them are just highly uneducated and you can't be mad at them. Okay. Yeah, Diane says, you're so correct about agents. I'm a seasoned one for 30 years now. Guys, do I love real estate agents? Yes. I just love the ones like Diane who are here on a Sunday morning learning. Okay. Awesome, 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 awesome. They're great people. They just are not. Yeah, Christopher says, I married one. Yes, I made babies with one. Hi, Inga. Good to see you. I love Inga. Okay, cool. So I'm not going to waste my time, in my personal opinion. If I am a busy person, I'm going to wait later in the cycle, like between day 100 and day 180. I'm going to wait later in the cycle, okay, because I want to talk to people that are in more pain. But let's say that I'm not busy and I'm a stay-at-home mom and my kids have all left the house and now I have got a ton of time and I want to help out. I'm okay calling here because now there's more leads. Does this make sense, everybody? Yes, Ryan, there is an expired listing filter, of course. Cool. So some people will say like they live in a black and white world, and black and white world is like, well, Pace says don't waste their time until it's hit the average days on market, like 75 days. No, it just kind of depends on who you are. Okay. If you're really, really busy, I want a higher filter. I want more pain points because I don't want to have as many leads. I want more painful leads. But I want less of those leads. If you are super, like you have a ton of time, I would be calling less filtered leads. Give me a yes, we understand this. All 1,100 people. Give me a yes, we all understand this. Okay, cool. Now, let's go back to the software. Pretty simple stuff. I can go back on here and I can go, all right, I'm going to go look for people that have low equity, properties are vacant, and active listing. I like that. What is the story I'm getting? There's 86 of these. Check this out. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me, guys? Oh my gosh. Look at all these houses. What's the story of every one of these houses? Okay. the story of every one of these houses. Deal Sauce is $900 a month. No, I think Deal Sauce is like $97 a month or something like that. I'm not here to promote Deal Sauce. This is what I use. Okay. I'm not here to promote it. It's just what I use. And a lot of people do as well. Okay. All right. So let's talk about what the pain is of this. Like, what's the filter? What's the avatar of what's going on here? The avatar of what's going on with this particular seller is this. The seller is actively selling their property. We know that because they're listed. Okay. We also know they have an agent involved because it's obviously on the market. Okay. Actively listed. I can now already know that there's another layer of pain. The other layer of pain is that the seller has a vacant house and they have no equity, which we'll talk about here in a second. And I'll walk you guys through a deal of how this works. Okay. David Hammond says, how low does the equity need to be in order for you to be a good deal? David, you guys need to get on phone calls way faster than ever underwriting. Write this down. If you ever underwrite a deal before you call the agent or the seller, you should just leave this business. You should not be in this business. And I'm going to shut up for a second so that can sit in your brain. If you ever underwrite or look at the numbers of a deal before you call the seller or the agent, you should just leave this business. Nobody, not one person I've ever met in my life will underwrite a deal before they call a seller or an agent. Not going to happen. Why, Pace? Well, because your spreadsheet doesn't make a deal work. Your rapport and understanding of the seller's situation is what helps a seller sell their property. Underwrite, explain underwrite to us. Tamara, underwrite. Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Hold on. It kind of makes sense, but I'll cover on this as well. And I want to cover like your guys' need box in order for you guys to make a lot of money in this business. Let me go to, I think it's Tamara. Tamara, is your first language not English? Like, that's a weird question. I know, but I just love people. I love it understanding. Your first language is English?
It's English.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it Tamara or
It's Tamara. Tamara, like a camera.
Cool.
There you
Tamara.
go.
Okay.
Thanks.
Cool. So Tamara, you want me to explain underwriting to you?
Yeah. Is that meaning to low sell when you could be upselling? Kind of.
Not even remotely close. I love the guess though. Okay. So here's what underwriting means. Okay. Tamara, like a camera. Take a picture of this like a camera. Okay. Tamara, don't mute yourself. If I'm going to put you in Pace prison, you're going to be stuck here for 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, I don't bring you up here so I can just answer your question. I bring you up here so I can build a relationship with you and answer your question in a way that makes sense, okay?
Awesome.
So if there's two things I want you guys to learn. There's a word called comping, okay? Comping means compare, C-O-M-P-A-R-E, compare. We call that comping, okay, comparing. So when are you comping versus underwriting? I'll tell you. Okay, comping is if I'm going to flip a house, usually comping is in single family homes only. You're not going to comp an apartment building. You're not going to comp an RV park. You're not going to comp, a grocery store or a liquor store. You're not going to comp those things. Comping means I'm going to compare what has sold in the neighborhood recently in the last 6 months. And I'm going to say the value of the property is going to be based on only the local comparables. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if I'm buying a house in this neighborhood right here, and I have a 3-bed, 2-bath house, single story, 2-car garage, right? All these details. And a wholesaler tells me it can be worth $500,000 when I'm all said and done, and I'm going to buy this deal from the wholesaler. But then I look in the neighborhood and the same exact model match, 3-bed, 2-bath house, 2-car garage, single family, actually a better lot. It has like a corner lot or something like that, sold for $421,000. What do I know is true?
That you can sell it for 500.
No, because wholesalers
Buy
lie.
it. I mean, okay, so you want to sell it at 420.
Okay, here's a way to look at this. You ever bought a car?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know you got a good deal?
Blue Book.
Okay. How does Blue Book know the value? Blue Book knows the value based on what other people are paying for a similar car. Okay. Did you know that Kelley Blue Book does not come up with its own values? Kelley Blue Books determines the value of a car based on what people are currently paying for that car.
Okay.
So they're comparing recent sold, they're bringing the data in, and they're comparing those other cars and saying, hey, don't pay 10 grand for this car because your neighbor just bought one similar, same color, same year, actually less miles for $8,000. That is a comp, right? Comping, comparables, sharing comparables, and coming up with a value based on what has recently sold. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, that's comping.
Got it.
Underwriting is, think about like all the nitty gritty details of a deal underneath the surface that you'll never be able to see. Let's think about an RV park. What does the contract look like with the landscaper? How many years until my septic tank needs to be cleaned out? How much cash is it bringing in December versus February? What are the ways I could amplify? You see how this is like all underneath the surface you would never even think about? This is why we call it underwriting.
Got
A
it.
single family house does not have those factors, right? You don't have a landscape contract in a septic tank there's just not those things. So comping is usually for fixing and flipping, okay? Or wholesaling single family houses. Underwriting is for larger assets. Has this been helpful to explain those things to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're not going to truly understand this for the rest of your, like probably today, but just stick with me, follow me for the next couple of months. You'll have a couple of epiphanies, but we don't use underwriting for single family houses. Typically the word, some people use the words interchangeably, but they are dramatically different. Underwriting is underneath the surface of this deal. How many employees are running it? How many of the tenants are Section 8 versus
Bless you.
Okay, so that's underwriting. Comping is I'm just looking at recently sold, and they're two different things. So will I ever comp an RV park? Pop quiz for you, Tamara. Will I ever comp an RV park?
No.
Hell no. Ain't ever going to happen, because only idiots use the word comping for looking at big assets. Will I underwrite a single family flip? No.
No.
I will comp it. I will comp
Right.
it. Okay. I'm comparing recently sold. Okay. There's just way less details on a comp versus way more details. Line after line after line after line. Does the county want me to be here? Could I extend? Is the zoning in my next door thing? So many more things to compare that it gets to a point where you're digging really, 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 really deep, which is why we call it underwriting. Okay.
Got it.
Helpful?
Yes. Thank you.
Cool. No problem. Okay, cool. So back on on track. How many people just learned what comping and underwriting is and what the difference is? And you're like, man, I've been in the business for 2 years and I didn't even know the difference. People use them interchangeably. And so that's why it gets super confusing. Okay. So what do we know about this seller, right? Going back to this filter that we just did, I want to stay on topic here. Why? What do we know? What do we know? Here's what we know. We already went to the filter. They're actively listing, they have low equity, and they're vacant properties. Okay. Well, that's a pretty obvious deal. That's a lot of pain. Okay, so let's talk about what the pain actually is. The pain is agent is trying to sell the house. So they're motivated. There's their motivation, right? They want their commission. The seller isn't even living in the house anymore. The seller is outside the house. So what do they have that they pay every freaking month, even though the house is empty? Okay. See the pain? We talk about double whammy. Guys, should we be just wasting our time just submitting offers on things when we don't understand the pain and motivation of the seller? Do you see how stupid we've all been in the past, me included? Like how dumb you are to be like, oh, Zillow, submit an offer. What's the pain? I will literally never, ever talk to a seller or an agent. You guys think I'm good on the phone? You guys think I'm good on the phone? You guys ever watch me on seller calls? Do you know why I'm probably the best closer in the industry? Is because I don't waste my time talking to people who have no motivation. I can be confident on the phone because I know that they're motivated based on the filter I pulled. Should I learn anything about Section 8 or co-living or assisted living before I learn what we're talking about right now? No, it's literally the biggest waste of your time. Okay. Now, what we'll talk about tomorrow, the next day, et cetera, on RV parks is like where to find them, how to underwrite them, how do we know they're good deals, all of that kind of stuff. Submitting offers on creative finance deals. I have like 5 RV parks I'm working on right now. I just closed one a week ago. I'm paying one of my students right now $150,000 on an assignment fee. So we'll talk about that for the next 4 days. But this is where people mess up and they don't understand like basics. This seller's in a lot of pain. The house is empty. He also has low equity on this house, which I'll explain in just a minute. We want to explain to you guys what equity is. Okay. And the agent is having a hard time selling the house. Would you say this is like a level 5 motivation or a level 7, a level 9, a level 10? What would you say this is? Okay. What if we added a filter? Watch this filter. You want to see me take it to a level 20? Watch us take it to a level 20. Okay. This is how simple it is. I'm going to show you guys a level 4. Okay. A level 4 is we have active listing, 16,482 people. I'd say this is a 4. Okay. Active listing. This is probably a 4. If I go to low equity, which means they can't sell the house unless they write a check, the seller has to write a check out of their pocket. They're not getting any money. This goes from a 4 to a 7. If I then go from now the house is listed, can't sell, house has no equity, but it has a good interest rate. I can show you that filter too. But now I add vacant on top of there. We just went to a level 10. Empty house that they have to write a check to get rid of, that they are making a payment on, an empty freaking house on a house that's not selling. Does everybody agree this is a level 10? I'll show you how to take it to a level 20. Okay. Now I have 86 leads. I want to go to a level 20. I could go to pre-foreclosures, people that are in the foreclosure process. Boom, level 20. There's 4 people right here in my team in my town. That's pre-foreclosures. People that are like about to lose their house are another 23. That's a level 20. 23 people right here, house is empty, would have to write a check to get rid of the house and the freaking mortgage. They're going to take the house back. Should you ever waste your freaking time anywhere but right here filtering these things out so you can find the 23 most pained out sellers, stressed out of their friggin' mind? Also, this is a little known fact. Where do you think the rich people live in this map? Where do you think the rich people live? Scottsdale, look how many people are in foreclosure, vacant house. Mesa, Chandler, Gilbert. This is where all the rich people live. This is where I live. I live over here in Mesa. All the rich people that are not in foreclosure, not empty houses, having a hard time selling your houses, are all in the areas where there's no opportunities. Those are the places you probably want to live. These are the places you want to invest. Okay. Has this been super helpful, my friends? Melissa Spooner, great question. She says, how do you get the funds out? That's a different topic for another day. How many people are going to show up to the RV park training for the next 4 days? Okay. I'll put the link in the side chat for the RV park training. We'll keep hanging out for the next 4 days. Okay. Put the link in the side chat, team, if we have it, if you guys don't mind. I have it too, I think. Never mind, that's Jerry's thing. Okay, cool. So this is a level 20, right? People that have a house that they're gonna lose. Thank you. If you don't mind, Nisha, will you throw that link on YouTube as well? We got like 300 people watching on YouTube, and they need that link for tomorrow's training as well. Actually, we're doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday training, so 4-day training. Okay, cool. So now let me tell you guys a story of how this unfolds, okay? I have a deal on flour, and this is what, this will come as a culmination of today's training of why what I taught you today was so critically important, okay? Everything was taught to you guys at the right time to get to this final story that I'll spend the next 25 minutes explaining to you guys so it all makes sense. Hey guys, I want to give you guys something. Be very careful out there. There's always somebody trying to scam you. Look at this. I'm pulling up my email for like to find an address of a deal. FBI government mailbox. Like the scammers can't even, like, come on, bro. We are informing you, Pace. We got several cases about you. No periods. No, like, do you know that there are people that get scammed by this? We are expecting your $25,000 clearance payment. We always got your back. Reply done when you make your clearance. Guess what? People will literally get scammed on this. Let's look at their email. The email is FBI government mailbox at gmail.com. This literally just came in like 2 minutes ago. I laugh at that because there are people that literally, like literally will get scammed by that. Okay, we're going to talk about a good deal of exactly how this works. Okay, step by step of how this works. Flower Street, Phoenix. I think it's like 1701. Flower. Oh, there's 4101 West Flower settlement statement. Okay, cool. There's a settlement statement. So I closed this deal. I want to make sure I find this where the seller receives nothing due to the seller. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. 4101 West Flower Street. Sorry, guys. I want to make sure when I tell you a story, it's like legit. What I do sounds like way too good to be true, except for the people that are in our community that understand it and are doing it every single day and perfecting it, even in some ways better than me. It's so fun to watch our community just thrive and just take over the entire industry. Okay, so this is a house that was on that exact filter. It's one of my favorite filters. Check this out. What? I should do the Google Drive by of this. This is what it looked like when I bought it. Let's see if my team, if Google has like updated what we've made it look like. Okay, this is what it looks like now. We have this is now a co-living property. We turned this into co-living, and I'll walk you through this deal. Take a screenshot of it, look up the address. I got thousands of these stories, but this is a really good example of how this all works, okay? All right, so step number one, when you're doing these deals in abundance, there's a lot of things that you're gonna have in your need box, okay? There's a need box that you have, okay? What's the need box? The need box is understanding where does the money come from, understanding creative finance, understanding what to do with the property, understanding the negotiations, understanding contracts, and paperwork, right? All of these things we agree are in our need box. We still need to learn these things this week, right? So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we still all need to learn these things that are in our need box. Do we all agree with this? We've learned some good creative finance, high level. Do we all agree that I'm about to tell you a story and you still have a lot of need in your need box, right? Like, I need somebody to help me negotiate. I need somebody to help me out with the paperwork. I need somebody to help me out with this, this, and this. We all agree with that, right? Cool. It does take a while to learn this stuff that will change your life, but it's fun. It's a lot of fun when you do this. Okay, cool. So check it out. Here's the story of 4101 West Flower Street. One of my students, his name is Kevin. Kevin has now retired as a 24-year-old kid. We met him when he was 19. He joined SubTo when he was 19, made millions of dollars, and he's already retired at 24. And now he's learning how to fly and hanging out with other SubTo members and just has a lot of fun. Young kid. You guys all know Kevin, little Kevin, little Korean dude. I don't get to see him that often because he's now retired, but here's a deal that him and I did together. I had just taught him this filter. Okay. So the filter is this. You go to dealsauce.io. You're going to look for long days on market. By the way, this is the recipe for a SubTo deal. Taking over mortgage payments, no money out of pocket. Long days on market. That tells you a couple of stories. The first one is it tells you that there is an active agent on the deal. It tells you another story, which is the agent is in pain because the agent hasn't been able to sell the house. So long days on market, the filter we chose was 80 days. At the time, the average days on market in Phoenix were 70, okay? So we chose 80. That was first filter. Second filter was low equity. Third filter is because I'm the buyer with Kevin's deals, I wanted a filter of 3% interest on the mortgage or less. And I also wanted a filter of vacant properties. So I knew the seller had a ton of pain and motivation to get the heck out of that situation. This was the filter. Does everybody know the software I use and the filter I created to create the opportunities that are in my market? Do you understand that? Do you ever need to ask the question of where do deals come from ever again? You've seen the software, you've seen us type in the thing, you've seen it happen. Stop saying you don't know where deals come from. Stop trying to learn Section 8. Stop trying to learn co-living. Stop trying to learn these things until you've learned this. Now, one of the most important things you will do is if you are in SubTo, is if you are newer, go and pair up with a SubTo member because they will give you all the needs in the need box, okay? If you are not in SubTo, heaven bless your soul. Pray, pay your tithing, go to church. Maybe God will bless you. Cool. Kelby says join SubTo. Kelby's obviously in SubTo. They don't need to join SubTo. I'm happy to give people free stuff. The freebies like the free stuff. Okay, so I'm buying an RV park right now, SubTo. We'll talk about that on Tuesday. Okay, we'll talk about that on Tuesday. On Tuesday. Okay, so this was the filter. Now, what do we do when we do this filter? Who are we talking to? Are we talking to the seller or are we talking to the agent? Well, we are talking to the agent, and I'll tell you why. This answers the question of, should I go around the agent when they say no and call the seller directly? The answer is no, you should not, because you're not a disrespectful knucklehead. So Kevin reaches out to the agent. We already know the seller has no equity, and here's what that means. The seller had bought the property for $300,000 in 2021. He got a 1.9% interest rate with a VA loan, and he put no money down. How do you know that, Pace? Pace, how did you know that before you called? Dealsauce.io will tell you all of this stuff. You can see what kind of loan they have. You can see the interest rate they have. You can see where they bought it, when they bought it, and you can see what the value of the house is. They had this property sitting on the market for $325,000. They reduced the price down to $315,000. Let's do a little test to people. We have 1,100 people on Zoom, 400 people on YouTube. How much equity does this man have? He owes the bank $300,000. He's selling it for $315,000. How much equity does he have? My SubTo students obviously know the answer, but some people that are not in SubTo don't know the answer. You will see over, I'm looking at YouTube right now. Okay, there we go. So people that are typing in, well, he has $15,000 in equity. For those of you guys that think he has $15,000 equity, he owes the bank $300,000. That's what he owes the bank. We are selling the property for $315,000. Your immediate thought is, well, he has $15,000 in equity. That is incorrect. That is so incorrect. And obviously the SubTo members know this. We're trained on this. Okay. $15,000 in equity. Equity is what you have in your pocket after the house sells. Equity is what you have in your pocket after the house sells. So if he sells it for $315,000 with this agent, her name is Sarah, by the way. If he sells the property for $315,000 with Sarah, the buyer that comes along is going to have another agent, and guess who has to pay for the seller agent and the buyer's agent? Is the seller. We already covered this earlier today. The cost to sell a house in the United States is 10% of the sales price. So 10% of that is $31,500 is what it's going to cost the seller. It's going to cost the seller $31,500 to sell a house for $315. So let me ask you the question again. If he owes the bank $300,000 and he sells the property for $315,000, how much money will this man have in his pocket on this house on Flower? How much will be in his pocket? He will have negative $16,500. He will have to write a check to sell the property. How many people just had an epiphany of what zero equity filter means? Tell me you just learned something. Give me somebody that said just learned something in the last couple of minutes, understands this. Okay. By the way, please pay attention to me. You are going to be like, that sounds like not that many opportunities. We just showed you. Okay. We just showed you. Okay. We just showed you how many there are. And I could sit here and spend all this time and this energy talking about this. I'd rather just show you real quick. Let's go back through and do the filter one more time. How many of these opportunities sit in your marketplace right now? Okay. Seller's name is Bob, by the way. But let's go back to Maricopa County. This is where this deal was. One click. I'm going to pull up my filter. I'm going to go active listing, low equity, vacant. How many Bobs exist in my marketplace right now? How many Bobs exist in my marketplace right now? There are 86 Bobs. What if I now take away the vacancy part? How many low equity on market opportunities are there? Guys, is there a lack of opportunity in the marketplace? Yes or no? Now let's change it up. Okay. For some of you guys that are like, well, I don't live in Maricopa County. Let's do another marketplace. Rose, relax on the questions, guys. I promise you, I always get to what I'm talking about. Okay. Hey guys, where did I tell you we can find the interest rate? Where did I tell you you can find the interest rate? Somebody says, do Salt Lake City. Okay, no problem. Let's do Salt Lake County. How about that? Salt Lake County. Okay, I'm going to go to the filters. I'm going to go active listings. I'm not going to keep going through the filters, guys. We don't have a lot of time. Stop being weirdos. There are 2,000 active listings there. I'm going to go to low equity. 266 opportunities right now. Okay. Do we understand how fast we can find these deals in any market? Low equity, these people would have to write a check to sell their houses. These people would have to write a check to sell their houses. These people would have to write a check to sell their houses. These people would have to write a check to sell their houses. Okay? Now, have you just had this epiphany moment of like, oh my gosh, there are so many SubTo deals out there. Like there's more SubTo deals than cash deals, traditional deals, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so what did I do with the property? I will tell you in a second, just hang tight. But have you now realized how many opportunities there are in every single market to buy a SubTo house, to live in it, to rent it out on Section 8, co-living? It doesn't matter what you want to do with it. Do you now realize that in your market, you can find hundreds of these people that will literally have to write a check to get rid of the house? And so when I come along, you're now going to understand, okay? You're going to understand why would this seller, Bob, literally hand me the keys to the house with a 1.9% interest rate with no money in his pocket? Do we understand why the seller would do that now? Crazy Eagle, stop asking questions that haven't happened yet. You guys overthink. You ask the what if question. Stop. Okay. Do we ever have to ask the question of why would somebody let you take over their mortgage payment? Do we ever have to ask that question ever again? Okay. Do you like the way I teach, where I lead into those things? And you now understand, oh my gosh, I get it. If I told you the story before I showed you the filter, you'd be like, why would somebody do that? But now with the story, you understand the guy's upside down 16 grand and he hasn't sold the house on a vacant property. Okay. Okay, cool. Here we go. Now, Vince says, I need to pay you for this mentorship. Please don't ever pay me for mentorship. I want to do deals with you. If you're going to ever do anything, just be part of our community. I'm not a mentor. I'm a collaborator, a friend, and somebody does deals with my members in my community, and I'm another member. I'm not a student. We're all students. So if we're all students, then none of us are students, right? But I want to collaborate and buy deals with people, which is why I teach people. Okay, so let's go back into this deal. So here's what happens. We call Sarah, the agent. This is going to happen to you your whole career. We call Sarah, and Sarah says, when Kevin, my brand new student, he's a greenie, okay? He's just super green, calls her up, uses the right script, does everything the right way. He says, hey, I see your house has been listed on the market for a certain amount of time. Would your seller be open to letting us take over the payments? This is on day 80 of the listing. She, just like a lot of agents that are not educated, says, no, he's not interested. Not because he's not interested, because she does not know how or what the heck that means, and she's too embarrassed to ask. Period. I wish I could explain this to you guys, but you new people will not know this until you actually run into it enough times. You're like, are you kidding me? Peso's right. These agents lie up, down, left, and right. Okay, so she says no on day 80. I tell all my students follow up another 10, 15 days later. What do you think she said on day 100? She says no. Okay, she was polite at this time. At day 120, she started being mean. No, I told you no. On day 140, she did not answer. On day 160, she did not answer. And finally, on day 180, so the final day of her listing, right? Agents get fired on day 180. Okay, 6 months. Okay, she finally answered and she said, no, my seller is not interested in any sort of creative finance offer whatsoever. Cool. So what do? We just give up like a bunch of sissies? No, she is now fired. Okay, now I get a lot of agents that say no, and then like deeper into the pain, they go, yes, let's figure out how to get the deal done. If you guys have ever been in my office during the No One Left Behind challenge, you will see me making calls for the new students. I show the new students how to set appointments for me. And then I go on appointments and I bring the students with me. I show them how to set the appointments. You'll see the agents will say no on the first call, no on the third call, and then yes on the fourth call. You'll see it happen. Okay. Cool. So sometimes, this is not always, but this is just a story. Sometimes the agents like Sarah are just belligerent and they say no all the way through. And what do we do? What do we do, my friends? This becomes what we call an expired listing. Okay, so when a seller fires the real estate agent, it becomes now an expired listing. At that point, it's no longer on market. It's no longer being represented by that agent. And what ends up happening is you, legally, if I'm not licensed, which I'm not, nor will I ever be, but if I'm not licensed, I don't have to respect the agent. I don't legally have anything telling me I have to call the agent. If I'm an agent and I'm doing this, I do have regulation as a licensed agent that I have to call the other agent all the way through. Okay, so if I'm not regulated this way and I can call the seller anytime, why would I respect the agent that kept saying no, 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 no? Because I'm a businessman and I think long term. I'm not a loser. Okay. Most wholesalers think short term, sadly. They think like next deal, all that kind of stuff. I'm not a loser. I want long term relationships in my life. And so I will respect the agent and I will show you in this story why that's so important. Okay. So you understand what happened with Kevin, my student. And you now understand also that Sarah is what? She's what we call fired. She's no longer in the picture. This now becomes an expired listing. So now Bob, who's trying to sell his house on 4101 West Flower Street, which I still own to this day. Now Kevin, my student, can just call Bob directly. Now we could have called Bob directly earlier, but I'll tell you why, and this will all make sense why I don't. Kevin then calls Bob, sets an appointment for me to talk to Bob, and I then said, Bob, my name is Pace, and I'm wondering why you did not like my creative finance offer that we kept submitting to your agent. What do you think Bob's answer to my question was, guys? What do you think Bob's answer to my question was? There you go. He says, I have no idea what you're talking about. What's creative finance? Take over my payments? What? We get deeper in the conversation. This is exactly what Bob says. This is on my YouTube channel, by the way. Bob says on the call, he says, you would take over my payments? What do you think is, I go, yes. I said, yes. He says, how much do I have to pay? Do you see why he would say that? He asked me, wait, you would take over my payments? Yes, I absolutely would. How much do I have to pay you? My screen is not small, guys. You are on your phone. Guys, you can see my whiteboard. Is that correct? Can everybody see my whiteboard? Okay, it's your phone. It's not us. It's everybody. We are fine. All right. So do you understand why Bob would let me take over his payments and actually ask me, wait, I don't have to pay you to take over this house? Do you understand the most important critical skill you should acquire is understanding creative finance and where do deals and pain come from? Those are the two most important things. If you don't know those, everything else you're trying to learn is a waste of your time. But Pace, I'm learning from these guys, Section 8 and co-living and Airbnb. Good, have fun with that. You will waste 2, 3, 4 years of your life. You will learn that from me after you have the house. You don't determine what the house does. The house determines what the house does. Wait, what do you mean by that? Let me explain it to you. Michael Deutsch says, what happens if the due on sale clause gets triggered? Michael, only idiots wonder that, and you're not an idiot. You're a super smart guy, so let me just give you the answer. Check it out, Dan, my man. Okay. Due on sale clause is not a myth. It does exist, but here's what I want you to do. I want you to go on YouTube, and I want you to go type in Pace Morby. Okay, we're going to go to Pace Morby due on sale clause, and you're going to see that there are 9 videos about due on sale clause. 9. I've been answering this question so long, brother. Please, for the love of mercy. This is actually a 2-hour due on sale clause playlist that is a waste of your time to watch. But if you guys are like Chicken Little and you want to know, there's the answer. I've spent years of my life answering that. We're not going to answer it today. It's actually the biggest waste of time is talk about due on sale clause. Okay, there you go. All right, so do we understand? Give me a quick yes, everybody. Do we understand why the seller would let me take over his payments? Okay, cool. Now, here's what we ended up doing on this deal. This house, okay, I end up getting a 1.9% interest rate. I buy it sub-2, so I take over the existing payments. If you guys want a full breakdown of what sub-2 is, Cameron says, how do you resolve the concern? What if the buyer stops paying on a sub-2? Bro, watch my YouTube channel. Like, y'all are wild. Okay, check this out. Let's go to Pace Morby sub-2 breakdown. I think that's what it would be called. That one's pretty big. Okay, 360,000 views. This one's a good one. This is a 32-minute video that walks you through every single step of a sub-2 deal, like step by step. Here you go. Go watch this. That'll help you out. Okay, what is sub-2? How does it work? This is actually Flower Street. This is actually the same house I'm talking to you guys about right now. Okay, I've now owned this property for a long time. You see how right here in this deal, you then determine the exit strategy after you buy the property, not before. Okay. All right, so let's go back here. So I get a 1.9, I think is what the rate was. And now I'm in the process of buying the house. I then determine what the exit strategy is at this point. Okay. Is this going to be an Airbnb? Is this going to be a co-living? Is this going to be Section 8? Is this going to be nonprofit? Am I going to wholesale this deal? Right? All of these things are determined not by you necessarily. Wholesale is, if you can't handle the property, you should just wholesale it. Okay. But these exit strategies, let's replace wholesale with assisted living. Yes, I wrote ass living, but you get it. Okay. Nonprofit, midterm rental, MTR, regular rental, like a regular rental. Okay. We understand there's a lot of exit strategies we could do with this house, but the reality is the house tells you what it is. If in the side chat, everybody here, if this house has an HOA, what is a strategy I'm not going to be able to do? If this house has an HOA, what's a strategy okay, cool. So I already know that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem, right? Section 8, a lot of people with HOAs hate Section 8 as well. It's not completely restricted, but usually higher end. Do you guys know houses have to be approved for Section 8? Okay, co-living, midterm rental is going to be okay in HOAs. Airbnb is going to be dead, right? Nonprofit is going to be okay. Assisted living is going to be okay. Regular rental is going to be okay. So you already know, let's say that I'm an Airbnb investor. Is this going to be a deal for me? No, this is why being an Airbnb investor is stupid, is because most properties don't work for Airbnbs. If you want to be an investor, you buy what you can, the house determines the exit strategy, not you. Don't tell people I'm an Airbnb investor. Tell people I'm an investor, and whatever makes sense with the house, I determine what to do with the house. Okay. So could this, okay, I could rent it, but I want to make a lot more money. I could wrap it too. A lot of people don't know what wraps are unless you're in sub-2. Okay. A lot of things you could do with this property, but you're going to make the determination based on the house, not on you. Okay. What we ended up doing on this property is we turned this into a co-living. And the reason being is because co-living makes more money than regular rental. I don't want to do that. Makes way more money in Section 8. I hate Airbnb. Midterm rental, I don't want to do. It's not really something I get excited about. Assisted living, a lot of my students do it. A lot of my students do midterm rental, Airbnb. I just like co-living. It's simple. In the property, we converted the living room, the garage, other things. David Thomas, I did not go small. You are on your phone. Turn your phone to the side. Okay. Guys, you guys can see me in full screen, right? Everybody that can see me in full screen, say yes. Man, y'all are wild. Straight up wild. Look at all the people who have no problems. You are wild. Okay. When you guys leave this today, go and tell your spouse, say, I learned today that I'm wild. I'm just freaking wild. Okay. So I converted this into a co-living property. Now, something I need you to understand about the agent. Okay. Once I closed this deal, what did I do with the agent? What did I do with the agent once I closed the deal? There you go. What I did is I called Sarah and I said, hey, Sarah, my name is Pace. We tried to get this deal done on flower. I want to let you know that I put $2,500 in escrow for you on the house on flower, even though we did the deal without you. I will release this money to you once you bring me another deal, and I will also pay you money on that deal. Her and I now have done 21 deals together. Do we understand why we don't go around agents and we don't disrespect them? Okay. To confirm, do you use a buying agent for on-market properties? Nobody uses a real estate agent to represent them as an investor when they're buying single family properties. That is a low level task. When I'm buying RV parks, I don't have an agent. When I'm buying, actually, no, I don't think I've ever had an agent represent me in the buy price or buy side of any transaction. I could be wrong. I've done thousands of deals. I don't think so. I don't think anybody like actually high level is doing that. It's a waste of your time. So you paid the agent fees for the fired agent. Yeah, Michael Beatty, great question. I gave the agent a, let's make sure we understand this because this could be, man, why do you all have two devices? Can you SubTo purchase your primary home? Melissa Spooner, great question. That'll be the last question I answer tonight. Michael, what's up? How many devices do we need to listen to today?
Sorry, I'm charging my phone.
Okay, so Michael, I didn't pay her unless what?
Unless she brought you another deal.
There you go. So did I actually come out of pocket on this deal, or did I basically goat her into giving me more opportunities? Was it a marketing fee or was it a commission?
That was the latter. I mean, that's brilliant.
Right. So I basically paid her, for me, it was like a marketing expense. So what I did is I said, hey, Sarah, my name's Pace. We tried to do this house on flower. I just want to let you know we closed it. It's already filled up with tenants. Here's some photos. Actually, I tried to call her like 4 times. She wouldn't pick up. I sent her a video at the property. I was like, hey, Sarah, it's Pace. At the property, and sent her a video, sent her a bunch of photos. And I said, I have $2,500 waiting for you. Call me back. The second I said I had $2,500 waiting for you, by the way, I do this with a lot of agents. The ones that are basically impossible to talk to, they get fired. I go do the deal without them. Then I go and say, hey, I've got $2,500 on flower waiting for you. I will release it once we do our second deal together. So they get paid on the second deal as well. People are going to go, where does your money come from? Guys, if you have the question of where does money come from, you should just be like my student Kevin on this deal. He made 20 grand on this deal. Do you care where the money came from to buy the rental? If you're just the wholesaler, yes or no? No. Stop asking that question. You're not ready for it. Just wholesale. That question should just tell you that you should be wholesaling. Once you're in SubTo, you'll start learning how to raise capital for your own deals, like the down payment, the construction, whatever. But I'm no money out of pocket on that deal. The way I did this deal, just real quick for you guys that overthink everything, is I bought the property for $303,000. I think you can see it on public record. I raised 20 grand for Kevin's assignment fee. He got paid 20 grand. I raised $20,000 for myself for a finder's fee. I paid myself a $20,000 fee. And then I raised $30,000 for the renovation. So I raised about I think I raised $75,000 on this deal. That $75,000 cost me $750 a month in PML interest. How did I pay that $750 back? It's a co-living property that makes like $3,000 a month. If you guys go on my YouTube channel, I actually took the owner of Pad Split to the property and he told me what to do with it. It's a great video. Go and check it out. But the owner of Pad Split told me how to break it down. This property makes us like $2,200 a month net. So I pay that payment here and then I pay down the balance with the remaining portion. So I'm no money out of pocket. I got paid to own it. I got the tax benefits, the cash flow, the long-term appreciation. I got all of those things. That money is $0 out of my pocket and I get paid to buy the deal. So if you're in the current skill set of, I'm not ready to own the property, right? Then wholesale it, make $20,000, right? Where would you guys be right now? Would you guys be, Melissa Spooner, I'm going to come back to you, but where would you be? Deal finder or deal keeper? Which one are you going to be? Great question, Michael. Did that help answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a great question. So that's my own little strategy. It doesn't mean that you have to do that. It's just something that I like to do. Okay. Do you use cost seg for the flower party? I use cost seg on every single property I buy. Every single property I buy, I do that. Cool. So some people are like, I'm a deal finder right now. Eventually a keeper. Okay, Spooner. It's a good question. Good last name. By the way, I've gone 5 hours and 8 minutes. So I've done more than what I promised you guys today. Has this been helpful for you guys? 5 hours and 8 minutes on this stuff. Melissa, what's up? How you doing? Dang it, Melissa, it's such a good question. You
Yeah.
can't talk. There she is.
I'm
What was
here.
your question?
Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yes. So, I'm a Florida realtor. I've been doing this for about 10 years, and I just recently have been following you and been doing hours and hours of research on my local MLS, and I found a property where it's been on the market for 255 days. She has a HO lien on it because there was a special assessment. She didn't pay for the new roof. I reached out to the agent. We've become friends. The agent is stressed out of her mind. This was a friend of hers she's been trying to help, and the seller's been a little bit abusive, and she's over it, and she's open to learning about the creative financing. And I probably stepped too quickly with talking with her, but I said, look, I'll call Boss Law, who is a real estate attorney, and they own a title company, and they do a lot of the SubTo creative financing. Told her I would get the information and get back with her on it. The seller also has had the property listed for rent. She can't rent it out. The property is in distress. I'm personally trying to figure out how to make this deal work for my children and myself as a primary.
Okay, you're not in my community, right?
Not yet. I have to
How can I
raise
tell?
the money to get into your community.
How can I tell?
Maybe I'm not asking the right questions. I don't know.
You're willing to go pay
I
an
don't have all the
attorney.
knowledge.
You're willing to go spend money on an attorney that I give to my students for free. Like my students would never go to an
Gotcha.
attorney to go do paperwork. Like you're going to spend 10, 15 grand on paperwork, attorney's fees before you even buy the house. Like my students get all that stuff for free. So I already know, like no student of mine would ever go like, I'm working with an attorney that does this stuff. It's like, why are you doing that? You're going to go waste and spend a bunch of money on somebody that doesn't know what to do, right? Like we are the people that have created.
Gotcha.
Attorneys around the country call my attorney and go, how do I do this? Right? So you would never call an outside
Gotcha.
attorney. You would just work with my attorney. That's how I know. Okay. So your question is, can I do this? Can I do this with my personal house? Yes, you absolutely can. Let me show you the house I live in. Okay. And we'll go kind of break down this deal for you as well. Okay. I'd say about 10,000 of my students own their own personal house SubTo. Okay. Let's go ranch. Okay, so this house right here, I bought this 2 years ago. This is my personal ranch. I bought this for $1 down payment. It's a $3.7 million purchase price. And I break down the structure of this deal, okay? In the video, I will stop it. It's a $1 down payment. Question is, can you do it? The answer is yes. Will you be able to do it is another question, right? And if you come with me, I don't ever call sellers for non-students. But what I'll do is I'll call your seller tomorrow if you want to get your seller on a call, and I will call them during our training tomorrow, the RV park training. It'll be like the first thing I do. Can you set up an appointment with the seller?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
I will show you why people join my community and stop wasting their time going to attorneys that don't know what they're doing. Okay, and
What time?
I'll pull it up. In a second.
We're in Florida.
Cool. I'll pull it up in a second. Hold on.
Okay.
I gave you this link to this video that will kind of walk through how I structured this deal and why this I'm just wondering if there's another one. Personal house. Let me see if I don't know how to find some of my own videos. Dang, what about my house tour? Oh, there it is. Cool. So here's one from 3 years ago. This is my personal house. It's 11,000 square foot, $3 million personal home that I live in. And then the link I just gave you is a link for the ranch I live in. So if I can do it for my $3.7 million ranch, and I can do it for my $3 million personal home, don't you think you can do it for your house?
Yes,
Okay.
I would love to. It'd be a blessing.
I'm wondering where the question comes from. A lot of times, like, I think it's been so long since I had that question myself that I kind of forgot where that question comes from. Why would you think you couldn't do it on a personal house? It's okay if the answer is I don't know.
You mean like a traditional? I'm
No, like
sorry,
what
I don't
your question
understand.
is, can I do a creative finance deal for my personal house? Help me understand why you think the answer would be maybe or no.
I think that I could if I had the tools and the resources and the know-how to put it together properly to present it to the seller.
Okay, cool. So at
The
least we know
the sell,
technically,
yeah,
mechanically, legally, we can do that, correct?
yes, yeah,
Okay, cool. So here's another resource I want to give everybody. This is another thing that me and the SubTo community built. This is a free resource for everybody, even the freebies. Sorry, guys, I call you, everybody that's not in our community, I just call you guys the freebies. The creativelisting.com. Okay, creativelisting.com. We've spent about $500,000 on this website, making it so you can buy your own investment properties or your own personal house. Okay, so creativelisting.com. You can come in here and go, I'm looking to buy. Check this out. These are all houses that my students are listing that are like 3%, 2%. Beautiful homes you guys can go and buy from my students. You're going to have to pay them a fee because you haven't gone and learned how to do what they do. But you can also sell properties here and you can buy personal homes, investment properties, creativelisting.com. Go sign up. It's freaking awesome. Okay. So let me pull up tomorrow's training and I'll give you an answer on this. Okay.
okay, thank you.
I think we have something like 10,000 of our students have bought their own personal home with SubTo or seller finance or just some form of creative finance. I don't just teach SubTo, I teach all creative finance. We teach all 26 different strategies in creative finance, you know, like SubTo, seller finance, hybrid, Morby method, lease option, executory contract, contract for deed, bond for deed, dating contract, all of the things that I haven't even touched on today. But we've invented about 12 of those 26 as a community over the last 12 years. Just talking about SubTo for the last 2 hours has taken a good amount of time, and hopefully it's shown you guys that you can do all this stuff. It takes time, right? The biggest challenge is not teaching it. The biggest challenge is it's new language for you. And so you're learning a new language, not a new technique, if that makes sense.
Yes,
Okay, so tomorrow it will be 1 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. So for you, that'll be 3 o'clock. If you set up a call at 3 o'clock, I will make the call for everybody to watch.
okay,
Okay, now here's what's going to be tough for you. Okay, you're not in my community. Did you get value today? You feel like I gave you $50,000 in value today for no cost, no
yes,
nothing?
yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Have you ever paid for a mentorship before?
For my other business I have, not in real
Okay,
estate.
cool. And you can see, like, even in free stuff, I give more than most people do in paid stuff. Would you say that that's arguably correct?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. I'm going to help you tomorrow, but I got to set the expectation very clearly. You are not one of my community members. You will be stuck after the second call. I will nudge your first call, but here's what's going to happen. I'm going to get your seller to understand how to do this right. And you're going to have everybody in here watch. What's going to happen is you're going to go, now what? After that call, and you're going to get stuck.
Yeah,
I will not be there to help you. Understand?
got it. Yeah,
Okay. Now, my students who are watching here today, they will watch and they'll jump in and potentially help you. But I want to be very clear. I will not be there for the second call, the paperwork, the contract flow, any of that kind of stuff. You will have to figure that out by either paying an attorney or working with somebody in my community. And you'll have
okay,
I'll introduce you to the community tomorrow. Does that make sense?
that makes sense. I have been speaking with Max. I had an initial call with one of your SubTo
Don't
guys,
worry about it. I
Max.
just want to say, I want to make sure
Okay,
I set the expectation, because what'll happen is a lot of times I'll make the call and the seller and I will build such quick rapport. And then the seller in 2 days will be like, hey, when's Pace going to call me back? Okay. I did this the
gotcha.
other night in Colorado. somebody had a lead they wanted me to call. I called the lead in front of everybody in Colorado, and I had to tell the person they were not in the community. I said, you and I are not going to be talking tomorrow. You're not in our daily Zooms. You're not in our daily activity, and you're going to get stuck. And you're going to be texting me, calling me, DMing me, and you're going to say, Pace, the seller wants more information. They're so excited about this. And I'm telling you, it's not going to happen. I'm not available for you. And so they go, oh, no, it's not a problem. Well, I make the call. What do you think the seller does? The seller's like, why wasn't I talking to this person the whole time? This person had no idea what they're talking about. This person's giving me confidence, clarity, understanding. I'm excited. And so they keep asking the non-students, where's Pace? And so that person keeps DMing me, Pace, I need your help. I'm like, dude, go work with my students. If you don't want to be in our community, just go work with my students. So I'm happy to help you, show you how to have that first initial conversation. I know you've talked to her, but I'll show you how to structure the deal, and I'll kind of walk through that. Even though it's a single family home and that's not the training, I'll at least kind of walk through how I would have a conversation with her, if that makes sense.
It does. And would you, after that, connect me with one of your members?
No.
Or how
Why
do
would
I,
not do that?
well, how would I get?
They'll have to see you and they'll have to reach out to you. Like right now, watch this.
Okay.
Watch
Gotcha.
what happens. This is an open Zoom. My students hang out with me no matter where I go. How many people are in SubTo that would be like, that would see her tomorrow? Give me a yes if you're in SubTo. You see how my community like goes wherever I go?
That's nice.
Yeah, I'm not a mentor. I think courses are stupid. I think mentorships are stupid. Other than like buying, like I need information really quick, I do that. But for me is I need a place of people that hang out with me and I do deals with them. Mentorships and courses are a waste of time in real estate. I built a community of people that all hang out with each other. So if I even have a free training, they come in and they're like, most of them are my friends. Like I could tell you where they live, like Dustin Seiler. Like I see, he says, you bet. Let me show you a picture of me and Dustin Seiler 2 days ago. This will show you what community actually means. I think I have a picture of me and Dustin together. I just hung out with him yesterday. Can I show you what community means real fast?
Yes, please.
Because you're talking to somebody on my team, Melissa, and you think I'm a mentor and a coach. Okay, you see this man right here with a big, strong left arm? That's Dustin Seiler. Does a lot of deals, amazing guy. Who's the woman in the middle? I don't know, Pace. Who is it? Her name is Becca Brown. She's one of our leaders in Utah, and she's on the heart transplant list. And I could cry talking about this. My brother, Dustin Seiler, is like, Pace, let's go visit Becca Brown. She's a member of our community, and so is Dustin. They didn't know each other before SubTo. She's on the heart transplant list. He is a physician's assistant in cardiac world, and so he's been loving on her, visiting her, texting her. They're not related, but this is what community looks like. This was just a couple of nights ago. So they hang out
family.
with me. It's a family, right? And the other day, who's running the Utah meetup, right? I went and had a Utah meetup a couple of days ago, and the Utah meetup, which is right here, this is what community looks like, is right here. No matter what city you go to, no matter where you are, this is what we look like. We have leaders in every city helping each other out. And Dustin Seiler shows up not only for me and other people in Utah, but he knows everybody in a way of like, how can I serve you? How can I help? How can I serve you? How can I help? I wish I could explain it to you, but it's impossible. It just sounds like a sales pitch, but there you go. There's Dustin Seiler in the side chat. So I have members that will lovingly want to help you, but what will they want in return? They'll want to be able to make money in the process of helping you, right?
Correct.
So you got to be okay with that. That would be the next step. I'm not going to introduce you to anybody because that would be, I feel like, wouldn't another member just want me to be posturing them up instead of me posturing you up? Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
You could agree. I have a pretty large platform that I could get 1,000 people to show up randomly on a Sunday. Is today Sunday? Sunday morning for 5.5 hours and hang out with me for 5.5 hours. That platform is worth millions of dollars for people to know your name. And so normally I would only posture up somebody inside my community, but you got the last question of the night, which is a great question. And I'll posture you up tomorrow, I'll make the call for you. Here's what I want your next step to be. But you got to understand, I will not be involved in the second one, the third one, or whatever call that you need. It will have to be somebody else. Okay. Carly helps run these. So email Carly at pacemorby.com and she'll help get you up here as like a panelist, and I'll bring you up here so people can see you, and I'll call your seller for you. If you can set it up, it'll be set up for 3:15 Eastern time. and
Okay.
I'll chat with her for 15, 20 minutes and I'll help nudge that conversation forward if that is helpful.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
I love doing it. You don't need to worry about it too much. I just normally would never make a call for somebody outside my community for obvious reasons. It's just, if I have a large community, it's my duty and my responsibility to lift them up and do the things that they need. But this will be good for all the people, all the freebies that are like on Facebook and YouTube and all that stuff.
Thank you.
No problem. You should have a house and you should skip the bank. Freaking screw banks, you know?
Yes.
Okay.
Being
Melissa
a
Spooner,
realtor. Yep.
I get
Go
it.
ahead. Sorry.
Okay, guys, I appreciate you. I'm going to go love on my kids and hang out with them for the rest of the day. Go work out with my wife in the backyard and avoid watching the wasteful, stupid Super Bowl. I'm going to go hang out with people and do deals and love on my kids and maybe go play a little bit of golf. Appreciate you guys. Everybody in SubTo, I love you guys. I will be back here tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Nisha, if you could put the link in the side chat for tomorrow's training, that'd be helpful. Thank you so much, Nisha, for hanging out with me for 5 hours. Can we get a bunch of hearts and thumbs up for Nisha and Carly who hang out with me for like literally 5.5 hours on a Sunday morning, and they're here supporting you guys and helping out in the side chat and making sure you guys are getting the links you need. They hung out with me for 5.5 hours, just like you did. And they've, like, Carly's done hundreds and hundreds of deals. She doesn't need to be hanging out with me on Saturday or Sunday. She's here to support you. That is what a good community member does. Thank you, Carly. We love you. Proud of you. Thank you for the text the other day. I think I found out what that text was about. And my wife and I were talking about it. And I just want to tell you, I love you, sister. I'm so proud of you and everything you're doing. The endurance, the persistence, and the resistance that you go up against as you grow. I want you to know I go through those things as well. And as your brother, I always got your back. I'm always here. So we'll see you guys back here tomorrow, 4 days in a row, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. The main focal point for the next 4 days is going to be RV parks. Talking about deal breakdowns, underwriting. Where do I find them? How do I put them in my portfolio? All of those things next 4 days. Appreciate you guys tremendously. And I hope this was helpful for everybody that's gone to the Creative Nation tour that I wasn't able to talk about creative finance. Nisha, if we could, email everybody the replay that ever RSVP'd for the Creative Finance Tour, and just to let them know, here's Pace's gift and thank you to you guys. 5.5 hours of creative finance training that will make up for any lack of information he hasn't been able to give to you on the tour. And I'll see you guys on the last 20 stops on the tour, creativenationtour.com. We'll see you guys tomorrow on the RV park training. Different link. The link is in